Chapter 466. I take a few minutes to explain to Maria how I believe the gathering process in the pod will go. I give her some technique advice on long-term cultivation training. Isolation pods are a little bit different than my time in the Titan's domain, though. They make the user slip into a calming and relaxing state, making it easier to channel energy, float in place, think through tough problems, or even sleep for prolonged periods of time. It truly is the ideal environment for this type of training. I am eager to try myself, but am happy to see Maria take the first shot at it. Considering the amount of chi on hand and the smaller enclosed environment that we'll be testing the process in, the chi absorption rate may actually be more efficient than in the Titan's domain. Meanwhile, Monk begins to separate the chi pills into even piles on the center table of the room. I finish transferring enough food, water, and comfort supplies to Maria, and we all turn back to Monk as he has separated the white pills into 5 piles. Then he takes out smaller silver containers and places them inside each of them for easier storage. There are 1688 pills. I made 4 groups of 300 for users to take full advantage of, then 488 leftover pills to utilize for battle and further training for non-chi users. Monk points to Aerie, Fisher, and Lydia. While Maria gathers chi, Ember prepares the next pod, and you deal with the waking townspeople. I can awaken and begin to train these 3 with chi. He looks around the room. This is a closed-off and sturdy enough environment to go through the awakening and beginning stages of their development. At his words, I use telekinesis and move the isolation pods to the furthest side of the room to give way for maximum open space in the center area, then speak up again. The mana shielding won't affect their training. One of the perks of the monastery is that the only energy available to use is chi. It may be tempting or distracting with all this excess mana in the air. He reaches into his item box and pulls out another silver briefcase. But this one is full of black bars of stone that look just like the monastery walls and identical to the small bar he gifted me with my first set of chi pills. They'll be isolated from mana while training as well. Their mana control allowance is off the charts after the training in the labyrinth we just went through, meaning their aptitude for learning chi will be heightened too. All 3 of them will have the basics down by nightfall. However, for intense combat, it'll be a few days before they'll really be ready. I think the first wave of whatever comes our way is going to need to be handled by the 4 of us who already wield chi. He turns to Aerie. However, I can tell you've already been partially exposed. Your learning curve may be much quicker. Only some time and testing will make it known. Maria stands in front of the pod with a determined stare at the back of the room. At the same time, I begin to sense hundreds of people moving around on the surface above us now, telling me pretty much everyone in the town has woken up from their long night of rest. All right, the preparations are complete. It is now or never. Every minute wasted thinking about it is almost an hour gone inside the pod. It has been almost 16 hours since I defeated the 7th ranked Dark Guard, and just over 6 since you all got away from the 5th. They could be arriving 10 seconds from now. 10 minutes, 10 hours, or 10 days. Whenever it may be, we need to be as ready as we can to fight. Maria turns around and walks toward the center table, then grabs a silver casing with 300 pills inside. You are right. Let's do this. I am ready. I smile and take a casing with 300 pills off the table myself, then reply, following her over to the pod and viewing all of the dilation settings and timer numbers while she walks inside. There is a very intense wave of dense and pure mana that pours out when the door is opened, and it looks like there is an endless white void inside the pod. It is on a whole different level than the 6-7 times dilation pods I witnessed back at the Galeheart Tower. The pod is set to open back up automatically in 48 hours, but can be opened from the inside at any time. As a mythic-grade craftsman, I also have an override function to open the door from the outside if need be, but I am hoping I won't have to use that option. It would distract her isolated cultivation and waste valuable chi trapped inside. Maria looks at me as the door slowly closes. I'll come back stronger soon. Protect everyone while I am gone, Jay. I will. Click. The pod closes, and a 48-hour countdown timer starts on the top of the pod. Monk begins explaining the basics of chi to Aerie, Fisher, and Lydia. So, I walk over to Abby All right. I am going to go confront the townspeople now. You can come and help if you'd like. With all my body doubles busy, I am going to need a hand. She shrugs while taking her silver casing of chi pills off the table and following me as I walk up the spiral stairs. Sure. Before we hit the surface, I use my concealment abilities to turn back into the flaming man that saved every group of refugees here. On top of it, I mask my presence with a dense chi barrier to make sure I don't overpower anyone's psyche by accident from walking by. I give Abby the option to use my conceal skill, but she decides to walk out of the empty guild hall in her unaltered form. To my surprise, there are quite a few people wandering the streets. Many are still inside the bedrooms that were made for them yesterday, but some are curious to see what is going on for themselves. I begin walking through the town on my way to the densest part of the housing area. People that see me on my way there have mixed expressions of thankfulness, awe, confusion, and fear. There is a wide mixture of people getting down on their knees to thank me, while others stand in shock without saying a word. Then a few just run away screaming. My response to all of them is to meet me at the guild hall in an hour, that I have more food and water for all of them. And a very important announcement. I walk in and out of all the housing developments crafted by my double and the slave grunts last night, making sure every single person in the town knows that there is a meeting. Once I make my rounds, I circle back to the guild hall and Abby asks a question. So, you'll be taking care of them for now, it seems. The burden isn't too heavy to bear? I feel bad that they're all stranded out here too. What is the long-term goal with everyone here? Start up a new town and have them help in working for the new Sector 2 trading company once we're in business. I nod, responding as we approach the empty guild hall entrance. Yeah, something like that. There is going to be a lot of useful positions these people can take on. However, I'd like to give them the choice. I detail my plans a little further with Abby and hear her simple critiques and feedback, while a crowd begins to form all around the center square. Abby and I decide to float up to the guild's rooftop for a better view of the people approaching, and I wait the full hour like I promised before making a head count. 347 showed up. Almost all of them. Not bad. I whisper under my breath. The chattering noises of villagers fill the streets. People are beginning to get antsy, and they're all clumping up on 123 of the square in particular, closest to where I stand. I step off the roof and slowly float down toward them, then stop about 5 meters off the ground. Everyone stops talking, and their eyes stay fixated on the illusion of rippling black flames that give off no heat. I activate my screech skill and use its special perk to project my voice throughout the entire town square, but keep the tone even and calm. Welcome all. I am glad you came to hear what I have to say. All of the lingering chatters cease once my voice echoes through everyone's ears. First of all, you may call me the Flame Emperor. I will be taking over Sector 2 as its new leader, and my reign begins here. Again, no one speaks in the crowd, but some of the neutral faces from before turn to worry and fearful looks. To combat this, I continue. Fear not. I won't subject you all to mindless labor like your captors that I've disposed of. I am merely here to give you all a choice. And another shot at a fruitful and successful life. The gazes calm down and people begin to think about my words. I want to make a fair and peaceful settlement here. One where this guild hall behind us may give work to hunters that farm in the dungeons, and one where merchants and businessmen can trade those hunters' goods. I wish to see restaurants, community, and entertainment thrive. I want the people here to enjoy a life they thought was gone forever. Some of the dull gazes in the crowd begin to see a glimmer of hope in their eyes, while some more cynical thinkers try to determine what the catch in all of this must be. I am powerful and wealthy enough to support and protect many, or even all of you if you wish to stay in my growing settlement. Safe shelter, weekly food, water, and basic need supplies will be provided free of cost during our first few months of build-up. I will personally interview each and every one of you to find a suitable job and place where you fit in to help this town grow. Then, a scruffy man with a mean gaze yells out from the crowd in a sour tone, "What is in it for you? How do we know we're not being saved from one slave labor camp and taken into another? All of that sounds too good to be true." A few crowd members begin to murmur and agree with him, while others complain that he is trying to ruin the only good chance they have. I think about raising this man up into the sky and burning him alive to prove a point, but the only point I'd be proving is his own, not mine. A little fear-induced loyalty is a good thing to possess as a leader, but too much may become a very negative trait quickly. So instead, I just burst into a bigger illusion of flames and let under 0.5% of my intimidation perk's intensity bleed out of my chi barrier. It instantly suppresses the crowd's chatter, and they listen closely again. You are right. This does seem like an offer that benefits only one side. I see where you are coming from and hear your concerns. No one moves a muscle, and I let my chi barrier cover my body again so the intimidation aura stops leaking out. You all have two options. You may swear your loyalty to me, the Flame Emperor, as your leader, and stay here under my protection and guidance for as long as you please. Or you may leave unharmed and with enough food, water, and money to survive a month on your own. I will make arrangements to drop you off in Solara if this is the path you wish to take. I leave the crowd in silence again, and murmurs, chatter, and conversation fill the air. I float down toward the crowd, and people move away, making a wide open circle on the stone for me to land. Soon after, Abby floats down behind me, and I turn around to walk inside the guild hall. As the door opens and I walk through, I leave the crowd with a final remark. Once you've made up your mind, come inside the hall and meet with me one-on-one. Whatever your decision is, make sure it is final. If you attempt to deceive me, I will know, and you will face a punishment worse than death. The guild hall door shuts behind me, and I am left in the empty octagonal room with Abby, as the volume of chatter outside grows and grows. However, no one approaches the doors. They're all hesitant to come inside. Both Abby and I walk into the middle workspace, and I begin pulling large portions of non-perishable food out from my item storage, along with piles of silver and bronze coins that show the fire and dragon emblem on their sides. Before I can even finish sorting them, a familiar face bursts through the door. She points right at me with a single finger, and her light blue eyes show the same determination that they did at the moment she was resisting the elixir of suggestion from the deceased grunt named Finn. She yells out in a tone I can't tell apart from anger or excitement. It is you. It is really you. You are the same guy from yesterday. I am sure of it. Your flaming disguise can't fool me. Chapter 467. She takes a step closer to the glass window of the octagonal reception center and continues to speak in the same tone. First of all, I thank you for saving me and everyone else that was captured by these horrible men. However, my eyes are sharper than anyone here. I am not agreeing to any terms before you explain to me what kind of unique powers you are using and what you are really after in this city. Why did you save us? I stare back at her as she confidently makes her way toward the table. Her tan skin and dark hair, cut short at the shoulders, contrast with the empty guild hall and white flooring. You want the honest truth? I can answer your last question much more easily than the first. I saved you all purely by chance. I needed a resource-dense and highly secluded place to call my home base, and with the recent disappearance of this sector's leader, his old hideout and production town seemed to be the perfect place to take over. There just happened to be a gang of thieves and slave drivers inhabiting this town, and you all are lucky enough to have the option of working for me now, or going off back to your old lives. I pause for a moment, but continue, while activating my all-seeing eyes ability to scan her energy flow up close, while imbuing a small amount of chi around my eyes to see even further. My abilities that you ask of, on the other hand, I am afraid I can't go into details about them to strangers. As I finish my sentence, I also finish my scan, and find that the same odd sensation of something more than mana in a light shade of bluish white circulating throughout her body. It is most dense around her eyes and brain. She puts out a hand to shake in front of me by the gap in the glass. Well then, my name's Luna. We're not strangers anymore, are we? Your power looks just like my old village leader's. I haven't seen anyone wield it since then. I don't shake her hand, because there is no deal being made here. And on top of that, there is no silent notification that rings when someone new has joined my Rising Emperor's domain. She doesn't trust me. I ponder how familiar her name sounds while giving a response. Nice to meet you too, but my terms are mandatory. Pledge your loyalty to me as your leader if you'd like to stay in my city, or reject my offer, and I'll bring you back to Solara to start a new life. It doesn't matter who you are or what powers you have. Trust and loyalty is the only thing I care about. So, Luna was it? Wait, Luna. Once I say her name out loud, a story Eri told me earlier before his demonic energy training comes to mind, and her weird soul energy-like power starts to make sense to me. My eyes widen and I pose the only question I can think of. Eri. You know Eri, don't you? The archer with spirit arrows. Another memory from the Grunt's conversation earlier. When I was doing my surveillance of this town comes flashing back to me. They said that this woman was captured fleeing from a small village that was overrun by the Abyss in Sector 4. That sounds exactly like Eri's hometown backstory. And this woman's ability, name, and circumstances line up too perfectly to be a mere coincidence. She responds with widened eyes, too. How do you know Eri? Her face turns pale, and the life seems to drain out of her. What have you done to Eri? Who are you people? Even now, Abby standing next to me begins to get a bit confused, but keeps herself from asking questions. The expression on Luna's face twists to anger and fear now, and I can tell she is nearing her breaking point. All of the stressors from whatever hardship she has been through the last few months are starting to take their toll. So, I don't blame her for acting this way. My mention of Eri flicked some switch inside her. And whatever that may be, I am not capable of dealing with it right now. I turn to Abby and whisper to her to bring Luna downstairs to meet Eri. It has been well over an hour, so the initial stages of their chi-base development is already complete. It may still be a lot to throw on him right now, but he is the most capable and knowledgeable one to handle the situation. I don't know the intricacies of their relationship in the past, but I am sure he'll be happy to find someone from his village alive. Understood. As Abby walks out of the center room and easily escorts Luna inside with a tight grip, I switch open the hatch and they walk down the spiral stairs. She resists slightly, but is in more of a dazed state, glaring at me while Abby guides her movements. I feel a bit sorry for not easing her into all of this, but she'll probably forgive me for the scare once she gets downstairs. A dense wave of chi flows out from the underground bunker, letting me know the others are hard at work. The two women dive into the dense white mist. Soon after, Abby returns to the surface without the young woman by her side. I shut the hatch and smile while seeing an image of Luna and Eri hugging each other, tight in my mind's eye thanks to my enemy detection perk. Good, thank you, Abby responds. Seems like they really do know each other. I sensed an interesting aura coming off her too. Maybe she will be an asset to us in the future. I shrug. Time will tell. I trust Eri to explain things to her and fill in the picture. If he trusts her, then she is all right in my book. I am interested in her power as well, but I don't have time to spend on her at the moment. The front door opens again after I say this, and 3 elder women come walking through. The moment their eyes hit mine, all of them drop down to their knees and begin praying in mumbles and rhythmic hums. Once a few seconds pass, I get a silent notification on my Rising Emperor's domain interface, alerting me that I now have 11 members under my leadership. The women's statuses and geopoints immediately show up in my mind's eye as well. My heart races with excitement, and I whisper only loud enough for myself and Abby to hear. Now this is more like it. I speak up, reading their names from my interface at the top of each of their status screens. Rise, Isabel, Charlotte, and Harper, your praises have been heard. I accept you into my settlement and would love to hear more about you. They all hold their heads down to the floor for a moment longer, then look up at me with stars in their eyes, overjoyed that I knew their names before even asking. The women walk over, and I interview them quickly with Abby and begin to explain their potential futures. I give each of them enough food, water, and sanitary supplies to last far longer than a week. Along with this, they each get 2 silver and 10 bronze coins with the Flame Emperor's markings on them. You will receive care like this every week from now on until the town is thriving and self-sufficient. In a few months, I will reassess the situation and continue aid if needed. Please, do seek comfort in the temporary housing I've provided you yesterday, and no larger residences will be built in the near future. They gladly accept my gifts and treat the coins as if they're prized possessions. I welcome you to the Crimson City. I promise to protect you as long as your loyalty to me as your leader remains. The women walk out of the opposite side of the building, with starry eyes and religious, like Bliss. This is what I'd expect from some people that are saved from the depths of despair by a man with absolute power. But I am relieved to see not everyone is so far out in a delusional trance like them. The next man and woman that enter through the front door are holding hands tightly, looking at me with skeptical stares. The man speaks up as they approach the glass window. "Sir, I thank you for saving all of us from a terrible fate, but I do not wish to stay here. My wife and I have friends and family we were ripped away from back in Sector 4. You said you have a way to get back to Solara. If we could get back to our old life and community, we would be forever in your debt." I nod, and Abby helps me hand them supplies while I dig through the unmarked coins that I decided not to turn into the Flame Emperor's currency. We hand them their packages of supplies and enough money for a few inns and entertainment for about a month. Then I respond, "Of course. Take these as a parting gift. Stay behind in the square. Once the crowds die down and I've interviewed everyone, I'll make sure to arrange your travel plans." The man gives me a kind smile, hiding his tiredness and built-up mental pain. Then his wife gives me a thankful look as well, and they leave through the back door and wait in the square. Over the next hour and a half, more and more people come through the front doors and meet with me to confess their loyalty or tell their story and ask for some way to get back home. Many were ripped away from their family and friends, kidnapped or swindled into taking the elixir, and subjected to torture and forced labor for months. Over half of the crowd wants a ride home, which was expected. Some are from Sector 1, and others even from Sector 3. But I only have easily accessible Dungeon Walker points in the Dungeon Hub of Solara in Sector 4. So my plan is to bring them all there and have them walk out pretending to be rogue adventurers. Letting a few dozen through at rush hour tonight, separated throughout all of the dungeons, will be perfect. Solara is the largest city in the Dark Continent population-wise, so it is the best place for all of them to go anyway. The other half either worship me like a godlike savior or are level-headed hunters. Business-minded young men and women, or hard workers that have been ripped from their old lives, but have no money or connections worth going back to. So, many of them see living here as an adventure and an opportunity to start over and grow in a community of people that all share a common past. I hand out more and more of the Flame Emperor's coins, flooding the townspeople with silver and bronze. They have nothing to buy right now, as I am giving away everything for free. But I assume they'll begin trading or gambling amongst themselves with the coins, and get used to their value as I continue to flood the economy with more every week. As the crowd begins nearing its end, and only 50 or so people are left standing outside to meet with me, a notification pops up after another man pledges his loyalty to me and walks off with his care package. "Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 100 divided by 100 new party members added. New perk unlocked. Power holder. A new rush of information hits my subconscious. And I can't believe my eyes once I realize what the perks of this new milestone allow me to do. This will make me unstoppable." Chapter 468. Underscore, 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 underscore. New perk unlocked. Power holder info. The caster may borrow 10% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 10% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk must be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. Underscore, 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 underscore. My eyes widen, and I am left in awe reading this new ability. Up until now, it really only helped my teammates to gain new strength and temporarily use my skills when close to me. Finally, I'll be able to reap the benefits of this perk myself, and in an incredible way. Even though most of the people that swore allegiance to me are fairly low-leveled, some below level 50, and a majority below level 150, their average is still around level 100 considering the outliers, with an average base stat increase per level of roughly 2 points. A level 100 would have the base stats on strength, defense, speed, agility, and mental strength at roughly 200 each. Temporarily borrowing 10% of each of these may only raise my own stats by 20 points each, but the fact that I now have 100 people loyal to me means I can activate this perk and use all of their power whenever I wish. That would be a 2,000-point base stat increase, adding the hundreds of percent increases from my gear that stack upon my base rating. I just unlocked a new temporary buff that raises all of my stats to a tremendous degree, with unlimited potential, as long as I continue bringing more people into my settlement. The only downsides I can think of are that it can only be activated when people are within my domain's range, which is just over 100 meters in diameter at the moment. As my mana control and level grow, this will as well. On top of that, I am able to borrow mana control efficiency from my party members too. The only ones I'd really be benefiting any noticeable change from would be my core teammates. Still, 10% from each of them may mean the difference between life and death in a future battle. I nod to myself, reading over the perk's description a few more times, and confirm it is really all exactly how I see it. Then mutter to myself, "Very good. Now let's continue." A new pair of middle-aged working men walk through the front door, and I finish the sorting process for the final 50 people that come in from the square. The final numbers end up at roughly 130, wanting to stay and live in this town. The majority of them took their care packages and thankfully made their way back to the housing I provided for them until further notice. Just under 200 are lined up around the square with all their belongings in hand, ready to leave, while a small group of 30 to 40 still wait inside the guild hall as undecided. While some have interesting circumstances and propositions, I let them step aside to talk to them later. Others are quite literally undecided. Their indecisiveness wouldn't allow them to choose. They would neither declare loyalty to me, nor tell me straight to my face that they want to leave and go back to Solara. I understand their situation may be tough, shock and trauma may be halting their abilities to react to my offering. However, I have no room in my heart and mind for people's feelings right now. We're on the verge of war, and I am giving them an opportunity with a simple choice: stay or leave. If they haven't come up with an answer by the time I am done with the line, they're packing up and leaving with everyone else. I let out a sigh and turned to Abby while pointing toward the small crowd of undecided. All right, bring over more supplies. It is time to wrap this up. We walk over to the people that are split evenly into 3 groups. 2 of the groups are the cases of interesting individuals I wanted to have another chat with, while the larger group are the undecideds I need to deal with now. I turn to them and speak up. All right, I gave you more time to think. All you have to do is give me a simple response. Yes, you want to stay and follow me as your leader. Or, no, you'd like to leave and have a free trip back to Solara with some money and food as a parting gift. As I stop talking, none of them want to speak up. Most shuffle around, looking at the floor or waiting for another to step forward first. So, I speak up again while stepping forward and pointing to the closest young man I see. You are first. He looks up at me, and I speak to him like I am speaking to all of them. Just yes or no. Even if you leave now, I'll always accept you back here if you'd like to swear loyalty to me in the future. This isn't a permanent deal, just one I need to make now for efficiency. He nods to himself, then looks up at me with a scared look in his eyes, and responds after a loud gulp. Okay, I'll stay. I swear my L loyalty to you as a... While he speaks, red mist oozes from him, only in my vision as my lie detector skill senses untruthfulness in his words. Before he even finishes his sentence, something twists and changes in his face, and he reaches into his back pocket to pull out a dagger and thrusts it toward me. In my advanced perception, I saw this coming and could have dealt with him before the blade came out of his pocket, but I want to make an example out of his actions for everyone to see. So, I allow him to foolishly thrust his hand into the side of my maximum density chi barrier, gripping a silver blade tightly. He lets out a yell as the metal melts along with half of his arm as it is met with no resistance from my barrier, but instantly disintegrates his arm down to the elbow. His eyes open wide, and his yells grow louder as he falls backward in pain, and my expression doesn't change at all. I let out a sigh and point a finger, using telekinesis to lift him off the ground to hover in front of me. I gave you one rule to follow, and you managed to break it. Do not attempt to deceive me. It is impossible. I put up a dome of mana shielding around only us two for a split second, and release a wave of unprotected intimidation straight into his psyche. The man foams at the mouth and passes out on the spot. Then I drop him to the floor. I turn to Abby and use telepathy to talk to her. Could you please bring him out to the huts near the canyon for me? Restore that arm and feed him a vial of elixir. Have him wait for me to return before he does anything else. She picks up the passed out man and walks out the door, and I turn back to the undecideds again. It is a simple yes or no. Do not lie or attempt to deceive me. If you don't know what to say, just say you don't know. I will decide for you. After my display, they all begin to answer and be much more cooperative. 13 of them decide to leave, and 8 of them swear loyalty to me and want to stay. I sort their gear out myself and have them leave the guild hall so I can finally get to the interesting folks I wanted to talk to initially. I would say that coincidentally worked out in my favor, but I felt his animosity for me from the start, and his hand kept tapping his back pocket every time he looked at me from afar. I was guessing something like that would happen and was happy to make an example out of that man. Thank you all for waiting. I hope the little incident there didn't frighten you. I do not have a high tolerance for crazy people. Please make logical decisions and speak your opinions out loud. As long as you tell the truth, there will never be an issue. I turn to the remaining 2 groups of men and women left in the guild hall. One has 7 people in it. Their spokesperson is short, but looks very strong with a thick dark beard and mustache. All of them wear manual labor uniforms and carry enchanted tools like hammers and fine-tuned drills. He is the first that steps forward with both hands on his waist and a smile across his face. Not at all, Sir Flame Emperor. You made the rules, and he broke them to the highest degree. I see nothing wrong with your actions. I nod and turn to him directly, and he continues. The name is Maurice Abelman. This is what is left of my team. I used to run an architecture firm, building small-scale projects and traveling town to town in Sector 4, right outside Solara. The only reason neither me nor my team have decided to swear our loyalty to you is that we do not know what that entails. As you must envision this town as a city that will grow, I know you need an advanced team of builders to work on the woodwork, sewer systems, and mana-based power lines. I am sure my team could handle this if you give us the chance. But we're skeptical of another incident after being deceived by the leader of the Green Mist. He lets out a sigh and steps back to hear my response. I take a moment to ponder his claim, doing a full appraisal of him and his men and women workers. Most of them have extreme strength and body-hardening skills to help with the heavy lifting and burdens of the job. But the young man to his right side has an earth-summoning skill, and their leader has a very interesting status. LV 114, Structural Perception Special Grade. I dig deeper into his status, using my all-seeing eye, and it shows that this skill works similarly to my swordsmanship skills. It seems he is able to see and manifest images of advanced systems and structures, to see and test how they would work best, with moving parts added to them over time, by letting his subconscious take over and show him the way. My guess is, it is a skill usually used for craftsmen making small items, or even may be useful for a combat magic user to use to bend mana and matter to their will to create more efficient spells. However, it is a truly unique use of this skill to use it for advanced architecture. Based on his backstory, it seems he has never worked on any major projects and only built what small villages needed to get by and survive. I nod and reply with a smile only visible beneath my flaming mask. So, you'd like to use my growing city as a sandbox to create your dream architectural creations, but wish to not be held back by the potential constraints of what submitting to me as a leader may entail. The corner of the man's lip turns up as well, and he nods. You can see my vision, can't you? I reply just as Abby walks through the back door of the guild hall again. I believe I do, and I believe you see mine. I wish to create an empire greater than anything the Dark Continent has ever seen. One that in time can rival the Association, I will grow the funds, and I will grow in power. However, this will only work if every member that lives in this city serves me, and only me as their leader. Treat me with honesty and respect, and that will be what is given back to every member of this community. Nothing more, nothing less. His eyes sparkle, and another string of silent notifications ring in my inner ear. All 7 of them get down on one knee after Maurice, their leader, and pledge loyalty to me. As soon as they get back up, I ask Abby to get them their coins and basic supplies. Then, the voice of the second group leader hits my ear, and I turn to see a tall man in a rogue hunter's uniform with 5 beautiful women behind him in tight, colorful clothing. He takes a step forward with a white smile, chiseled jaw, blonde hair, and piercing green eyes. Nice to meet you. The name's Dan Stryker. I plan on being your #1 competition. Chapter 469. I try not to laugh, scanning his status to see he is level 219 and has one of those rare team buff skills that increases everyone's strength stat by 25% in a small radius for a limited amount of time. It is a great skill to have for helping newbies learn to fight, and beneficial to hunting squads that farm dungeons. But it is nothing special. However, he is very charismatic and confident. He said he had a business proposition for me when I met him and his girlfriends in line earlier without a drop of fear, so I decided to let him pique my interest. I raise an eyebrow in reply. My competition, huh? Explain. Despite his cheerful attitude and the charismatic stance he holds, with women standing behind him holding his arms and back, green mist oozes from his body, letting my lie detector reading tell me that he is 100% serious about what he just said. The man speaks up again. That is right. I come from Sector 1. I used to be the manager and head promoter of a small mercenary pub in the entertainment district of one of the settlements a few hundred kilometers away from Valor City. I perk up at the sound of this, but still don't know exactly what he means by him being my #1 competition. He continues before I get the chance to ask. I see you are going to have a guild hall here to buy and sell goods from the nearby dungeons, right? I nod. That is right. Stable prices will be placed on materials from the dungeons necessary for my craftsmen to conduct trade with other sectors and regions in bulk quantities. He nods with his bright white smile still plastered across his face. Exactly what I thought. So, think about this. What will you do with the items that are useless for the bulk order crafts you need? Who will you be hiring to form training parties that help newbies level up? Where can people go to if they want to buy and sell their goods outside the guild run by the government of the city? Something like a mercenary bar or a guild hall ran by the locals? Imagine a place where anyone can post a quest and name their price, and anyone strong enough to carry it out first can collect the bounty. He smiles even wider as I think about his words. This man has a pretty solid point. While having my guild hall be the sole place for hunters to buy and sell goods from the dungeons would be very profitable and keep the supply and demand prices in my control entirely, it could lead to problems down the line. Villagers having the option to trade amongst themselves, even buy and sell the same items in another place, is a good way to make the people feel less smothered by my all-powerful hand. Even if they are using my coins and living in a society that I am building, people need the illusion of choice. Just like the association allows private guilds to function in society while their organization still reigns supreme. I nod and reply. Fine by me, but while you are functioning in my city, you will still have to pay a tax to the city from every quest reward. We will iron out the exact percentages and details with every new business and further town meetings. I have no problem with private guilds and mercenary forces. I fully support them, but you all still must pledge your loyalty to me as this city's leader if you wish to stay and do business. No matters of deceptions or lies will ever be tolerated. Without any hesitation at all, the man bows in place, and the 5 women behind him bow their heads as well. Of course, with you as our leader, I see my dreams of becoming the greatest mercenary guild owner coming true. He mumbles under his breath to the women around him one by one. Then we can start up some restaurants, some late-night clubs, and that cat cafe you always wanted to run. And sure, even a salon for you too. This is it. I'll be the business mogul that brings life to the entertainment district in this city. I chuckle to myself as he is a bit scatterbrained about his end goals, but has great ideas to go with it. Plus, The energy, ambition, and charisma that he has may actually be enough to make it all happen. I see no problem with him starting up some private businesses and attempting to bring life to the entertainment side of this city. Very well, let's get you all situated. Then I'll be on my way. I have to arrange the travel for all of those that wish to leave the city. So, until then, I turn to Abby and give her a detailed plan of what I'd like done while I am away, bringing these men and women to Solara. She writes everything down on a notepad and happily nods. That is quite the undertaking, but it makes sense. Got it. I'll get it done. Great. I wave her off and walk out the door to meet with a large crowd of people while she begins to talk with Maurice and Dan inside the guild hall. The chatter is getting pretty loud, and I can tell everyone is getting quite antsy standing out here in the hot sun, so I float above all of them and use my screech perk to make my voice heard among the whole crowd. All right, everyone. Follow me. Your ride back to Solara is this way. I float above them and through the streets, slowly, making my way toward the road that was built last night. The crowd slowly follows and chatters amongst themselves as we make our way through the desert and to the edge of the canyon. It takes just under half an hour to get everyone here, and there are some stragglers, but eventually, everyone gathers around and I speak again. All right, split into groups of 5 to 10 maximum. I'll be using a teleportation technique that only works in dungeons on each of you in small groups. Don't ask any more questions. That is all you need to know. I will lead you all to the Solaran Dungeon Hub. The transfer will be instant, but this process will take a while as I can only bring a few people along at a time. I watch them all split into groups and line up on the road in roughly the 30th of September air groups varying from 5 to 10 members just as I asked. The first group steps forward, and I activate telekinesis to make them all float in the air. Perfect. I'll be back very soon. I jump off the edge of the canyon and float down to the nearest dungeon portal with everyone behind me. Not saying another word, I jump through and instantly dungeon walk all of us right in front of one of the E-grade dungeon portals in Solara. The group of men and women look back at me with confused stares as the dungeon environment changed before their eyes, so I speak up. It is already over. Walk through that portal and you'll be back in Solara. Their eyes widen. Some thank me again many times, while others hurriedly jump through without another word. I wait a few seconds before all of them are gone, then activate stealth and follow them through. Each of them leaves through the dungeon gate and out into the crowded square without any of the guards batting an eye. I walk past the guards too and quickly slip in and out of every dungeon I can. That has an open door to set more dungeon walker points. Luckily, it is midday now and most hunters here are coming in and out of the square for lunch. Rest, late starts, and even early end-of-day loot cash-ins. It is the perfect time to slip a few more people through unnoticed. I dungeon walk back to the canyon in Sector 2 and begin bringing every team through one by one to randomized gates. I leave a few minutes in between every teleport just to watch and make sure they make it out of the square and into the city, all right, before coming back. After another 2 hours pass, I finally finish up with every team and am left staring at an empty road back to my town. Well, I am glad that is over with. I let out a sigh and turn to the workers' huts off in the distance, where there are now 21 people waiting in a trance-like state for my orders. There is nothing I need to have done in the immediate future, but I am sure that team of builders wouldn't mind some free labor in the coming days. I am sure the people that were taken advantage of will enjoy making their past captors suffer the same fate. However, once these initial projects are done and people's immediate revenge is satisfied, we'll need to make a voting system, and I'll establish clear and written-out rules to follow along with their punishments if broken. A new growing society like this needs order eventually. It can't always be ruled with chaos wielded by the strongest hand. With this in mind, I make my way back to the town to see Abby waiting for me inside the guild hall with a stack of papers. I got what you asked for. You were right about Maurice, all right? He is an architectural genius. Look at these. I make my way over to her and walk inside the center room of the guild hall to begin sifting through the many papers. They consist of intricate systems using the underground streams from the canyon to create a clean drinking water system, a sewer system that flows out the opposite direction, a power grid with multiple sources of energy that need to be supplied with mana crystals, and many other intricate designs. I see zoning layouts for residential areas, small and large shopping areas, food markets and restaurants, as well as an entertainment district with land plots, and their estimated pricings for if in the future I'd like to sell segments of the city to vendors. Every sheet of paper comes with more and more plans for expansion that detail how these systems need to be tweaked and built upon when larger populations come to the city. It is all outlined in far more detail than I imagined. My grin can't be hidden as I murmur to myself, shuffling through more and more of the pages. This is perfect. Exactly what I wanted and more. I get to the last page, and a list of materials is laid out consisting of massive amounts of heavy brick, lumber, metal, cement, and various conductors and unique building materials. The quantities needed for each material are in the thousands, and I can tell this won't be cheap. Hundreds of gold will be the price in bulk wholesale, even at its lower end. However, I specifically told Abby to let Maurice run wild and not hold back, as long as it is for the good of the city. This will do. I grab the paper with all the necessary building materials for the first stage of construction and begin to walk out the door again. Thanks, Abby. You were a great help this morning. Keep an eye on the city while I go put in an order for these construction materials. There is only one place I know that would have these kinds of goods available in such high quantities. Chapter 470. Abby replies, "Of course. Good luck." I walk out the door again, but this time I use extreme speed and wind magic to quickly fly through the desert back to the canyon. Once I set foot in a dungeon, I teleport to the dungeon hub in Vice City. I change my face and appearance to that of a D-grade hunter with average gear and allow my chi barrier to emit the tiniest amount of mana, making it seem like I am just at the cusp of level 250. My new appearance is that of a very strong hunter, but nothing crazy enough to turn any important heads. With a confident stroll, I walk out of the gates and make my way to a part of town I've never been to before. It is a sectioned off corner of the city near the forest region that has many factories and processing plants. They create many non-magical materials and ship goods to various regions all over the main continent. Some of them still run on electricity. It is the remnants of the old world before the Great War, and before dungeons began popping up in this world. The lumber, stone, and metal industries are still thriving, which most of the world relies on for the infrastructure and construction of cities and for maintaining roads and buildings. While over 50% of this district is just warehouses filled with raw materials ready for processing and sold in bulk orders, the other half are the plants that process, ready, and ship these orders out. A very tiny percent of tall buildings are lined up near the border of the factory district, and the main city. They act as a bit of a smog guard for the lower income housing and forest region nearby. These large buildings house offices for company managers, ensuring everything continues to move smoothly in the processing plants and warehouses. I walk up to the busiest office building I can find with large white lettering on the side of its building spelling out Unity Building Supply Company in bold print. As I walk into the front office, many men in suits wait in the lobby. After a quick inspection and appraisal, I find none of them are leveled high at all. Some aren't even awakened. To my utter surprise, they're level 0 with no skills or systems, meaning they've never even killed a monster in their life. It has been quite a while since I've seen people like this. The smell of cigarettes fills the air, and the old carpeted floor is soft beneath my feet. Outside, the sounds of saws cutting wood and metal being clanged fill my ears. The warm yellow light of the room is a change of pace for me too, as I am used to very bright white mana, imbued lighting. I walk forward and approach the man at the back of the room behind the wooden lobby desk. His name, on a small golden triangle propped up on his desk, reads Leonard Mason III. He speaks up while looking me in the eyes with a steady and professional gaze. "Welcome to the Unity Building Supply Company. What can I help you with today, sir?" I feel the glares on my back from the businessmen, waiting patiently in the lobby behind me, but ignore it and just continue to do what I came here for, placing the sheet of paper with all the supplies I need on the table in front of the man. I am sure there is a normal process to place orders through your company, but I am in quite the rush, so I decided to come in and ask in person. Is there any way I can place this order, pay in full, and walk out of here with these supplies today? The man nods and takes the sheet of paper from me, pulling a pair of glasses from his shirt collar and placing them on to read it. I am sorry to tell you, sir, we don't take orders in this manner. Our company has very strict. He stops mid-sentence once he begins reading the page. His eyes widen as they move back and forth all the way down the sheet of paper. Then he looks back up at me. You said you are able to pay in full today? I smile and nod, reaching into my item storage beneath my fake hunter's gear and pull out a few shiny platinum bars for only him to see. Of course, I am ready to pay right now. If you'll confirm you can fulfill the order. His gaze tightens on the bars of metal. Then he realizes what material they're made from and immediately rings a bell at the side of his desk. An older woman about the same age as him comes out from a door at the other side of the room. Tracy, could you bring this young man up to meet the boss? He has an urgent order that needs to be taken care of. We may have a way to meet our quota this month after all. Yes, will do. She looks at me and motions for me to follow. Right this way. The elevator at the back of the room opens, and I thank the lobbyman while following the older woman into the cramped elevator. It shakes as it slowly rises up 8 floors before reaching the top. Then a large office with a beautiful handcrafted wooden desk sits at the back of it. A tall office chair is behind it, and the walls surrounding the room are lined with hundreds, if not thousands, of books, maps, and stacks of paper. There are 2 large windows on opposite sides of the room. One that faces the factories is shut, while the window that has a view of the forest and the rest of Vice City is open, and a cool breeze comes in. A very old man, seemingly on the edge of death, sits behind this desk in the chair, and a name tag is displayed on the table, Leonard Mason II. He lifts his head up while putting out a cigarette in a small dish full with other bright orange butts. I smile and walk forward as the woman speaks to introduce me. This young man has an urgent order to be filled out. Leo told me to send him up. She backs up into the elevator again and leaves to go back downstairs. The man looks at me with disgust as I walk forward and speaks in a raspy breath. You are a contracted hunter, aren't you? No fancy get-up today. You are with the association, right? I told you we'd get everything settled by the end of the month. What do you want, kid? I smile and shake my head. No. Trust me, I am as far from the association as you can fathom. I don't know what business you have with them. And quite honestly, I don't care to find out. I just need a large amount of building supplies and assumed your company was the best place to ask on short notice. I stop in front of his desk and give him the sheet of paper just like I did what I can presume to be his son down in the lobby. He does the same exact action, taking the list from me and attempting to read it while taking his glasses from his collar and placing them on his face. Well, if my boy sent you up here, it must be for a good reason. Let me see here. His eyes track the page up and down while he mumbles to himself in a grumpy tone with words I can't understand. I am left to wait in my own thoughts while he checks his papers and looks at my own, writing down things on a new sheet right by its side. Finally, after a few minutes, he gets to the bottom, then looks back up at me. Well, first things first, I'll tell you the price. Then we can see if this conversation will even continue. You are looking at 558 gold, 62 silver, and 19 bronze in raw materials here. To get them moved from warehouses into a general location, plus processing some of the more unique items, it is going to be more. Plus, our company and city tax will be added on top of that too. He scribbles down more on a small piece of paper, adding numbers up before looking up at me again. We're looking at just over 604 gold, but I'll round it down and call it 600 even. With an order of this size, we'll take care of the loading fees for free if you bring your own trucks over or have item boxes big enough to carry a small town's worth of building materials like this here. I nod and think to myself if asking for the exact pricing on each item to haggle a few gold is even worth my time right now. But the old man breaks my train of thought. So, you still interested, kid? This is a serious order. I don't have time to play around. I look up at him and respond, pulling 6 platinum bars from my item storage and placing them on his desk lightly. Even though I am careful, the bar's weight still makes a loud thud that echoes through the room for a moment. Yeah, let's do it. What is the fastest you all can process this order? I'd like to get things moving as soon as possible. The old man's eyes don't open wide with surprise like his son's. He just nods and pulls out a scale from beneath his desk then starts weighing the bars one by one. Exactly 600 gold worth of platinum, it seems. How interesting. It is not every day I see this kind of metal used as payment in the Vice region. A grin shows on his face. Where are you from, kid? Who do you work for? With supplies like this, you could build an entire city ready to house a few hundred people. I'd like to ask for your ID, or at least a name I can write down here on our balance sheets, as that is company policy for any and all orders. I place a 7th platinum bar on the table before he finishes his sentence. He changes his tone. Well, it looks like I have all of the identification I need. I smile and take a step back. I thank you for being considerate of my privacy needs. I hope this will be the first of many purchases I make with you all. So, I'll ask again, when is the earliest I'll be able to pick these goods up? As these words leave my lips, a rush of memories hit my subconscious, and I see my body double, get slaughtered far out in the desert. I can't help but to exhale with surprise and step back while more visuals rush into my mind. A massive brown bird with a wingspan of at least 10 meters soars through the sky rippling. With dense wind magic and soul energy, on its back there is a black suit of armor, and they are flying high in the sky coming from the same direction as Sector 1. My body double managed to confront them and get a clear visual before it sliced into too many pieces to count by an invisible wind energy attack. The last thing it managed to see is a number 6 glowing bright orange on the underside of one of the large bird's wings. I shake my head and step forward, keeping my composure as I am in the middle of a meeting. Sorry, go on. The man responds to my question as a bead of sweat drips down the side of my forehead, and I try to estimate how fast that bird was flying and how far away from the town my double was. We have all of these materials on site. We can have them processed and sorted by the end of the day if you'd like. I nod back to his response, but my mind is somewhere else, coming to the conclusion that however fast this bird is flying, I have no time to waste thinking about it any longer. My gaze turns to the open window at the back of his room, and I quickly reply, "All right, perfect. Get everything ready for me and I'll be back after sunset. I look forward to doing business with you, Mr. Mason." Leaving the old man with a curious look on his face, I run toward the window and jump out without saying another word. Chapter 471. The man doesn't get a chance to reply as I airstep toward the center of the city, activating my stealth skill and expanding my all-seeing eye to find the closest dungeon to my location right now. At my current speed, I'll get to the main hub in less than a few minutes, but the underground train ride to a nearby dungeon could be unpredictable, adding even a few more minutes to my travel time. Crossing downtown and going into the underground dungeon hub may be faster, but it will also take a few minutes too many. As I finish my scan of the city, I pinpoint one of the mana-shielded boxes containing a portal underground that connects to the main dungeon hub transport system. Seeing this, I make my decision to create a much faster route in. I focus on the center of an empty alleyway in a residential area and dive with a single outreached fist through the hard stone road. It crumbles and disintegrates instantly beneath the pressure of my chi and mana shielding, leaving a smooth circle in the ground leading deep into the city's lower levels. I phase through the road and narrowly avoid important city infrastructure, but don't stop my momentum as I come in contact with one of the outer walls of a mana-shited protection barrier put in place to keep monsters out in case of breaks. It buzzes loudly and releases a large amount of mana as I break through. It all happens so fast that I don't bother to wait and watch what happens after I dive through the blue floating dungeon portal before me. Fractions of a second later, I am flying out of the canyon in Sector 2, rocketing toward the spot in the sky. I remember detecting the approaching dark guards as I airstep through the sky, leaving a blue trail of extreme speed behind. I think to myself if they timed all this, or if it was a coincidence that they attacked the only hour I was away from the city. All night I stayed up and watched the city, and in the morning I kept a keen eye out for any approaching guards. Thinking about it more doesn't get me anywhere, though. The good thing is I made it in time to stop them from approaching before they made it to the town, less than 5 kms away. I see them as clear as day. The sharp yellow-orange eyes of an enormous hawk-like bird, leaking orange energy behind it as it rides on a wave of invisible wind magic. I catch a glimpse of the underside of its wing again, and confirm it says the number 6, but do a full inspect and appraisal to know without any doubt This is another dark guard infected by the curse of the Lich King. Underscore, 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 underscore. 1377. Active items. None active skills. None buffs. Curse of the Lich King. Underscore, 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 Ray underscore, 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 no items, no skills, and no other buffs show on its status, but I can feel that it is using wind magic. However, it is being powered by the soul energy within it, just like the 7th guard I fought before. This proves my theory further, that when an entity is infected by the curse of the Lich King, every bit of their being is stripped away and granted new borrowed power to grow stronger under new rules. Old elements of the user's past abilities can be manifested artificially by using soul energy as its power source. This is a far different use of shared soul energy than the Red Hydra's buff I've used myself, or the Sunday God's curse mark that I recall the 40th floor boss having. Both of these shared soul energy perks allow the user to retain their original buffs and skills, but the Lich King's soul energy works much differently. As my pulse of energy to read the large bird status and do a full body scan of it with my all-seeing eye comes back, the massive creature shifts its gaze toward me. I try to scan the armor standing on its back, but nothing comes back. Before I attempt to push my senses further, the hawk's trajectory shifts right toward me, and I hear a static-filled voice enter my head while the hawk stares me down and speeds up. I just killed you, pesky bug. I knew it wouldn't be that simple if the Dark One ordered us to finish this job personally. You cannot live. I will be the cause of your demise. Before the static message stops, I already sense over 20 blades of invisible wind flying my way in all directions, creating a sphere of sharp mana blades closing in on me. I can see how my body double got trapped in such an attack. Every blade of wind here is denser and stronger than the soul energy armor of the ranked-up Colossal's final form. Pure mana alone would be useless, trying to stop an attack like this. However, after my own recent rank-up and increase in chi capacity and efficiency, these slow-moving blades of wind are both visible and easily blockable from my line of sight. I chuckle to myself and pull out my Wind Tyrant's dagger set from my item storage, separating the crimson blades imbued with wind magic into 2 parts and saturating them with chi to the point where they begin to leak white-hot energy with every fine movement I make. These kinds of attacks aren't even worth drawing my real sword. Bring it on. With a smile on my face, I begin gracefully dancing through the barrage of attacks, but use my legendary dagger mastery along with dual wielding to watch 2 threads of intent guide my movements. As the wind prison closes in, my blades break every slash at their weak points, one by one, dancing through the sky toward the approaching hawk without slowing down my speed at all. In less than a second, all 24 of its attacks disperse into nothing more than energy in the air, and there is a sparkling display of white chi dissolving soul energy as it drips from my blades. The enormous hawk's eyes sharpen, and I see the number 6 glow on its wing, far brighter than before. Then, the telepathy channel we were just linked to buzzes with static and cuts out as the bird speaks to the suit of armor on its back. But their words are a mystery to me. The armor nods once and jumps off the creature's back, floating in the air right where it jumped, staying back while the monstrous bird dives toward me. Another invisible sphere of wind magic attacks me from all around, but I perform the same graceful dance to dodge and disperse all of its incoming strikes. The moment I do, the bird sends off another attack, and it ends just the same. The closer I get, the more wind blades it throws, but I just increase the speed of my dance in the sky, not even breaking a sweat. Its eyes are larger than my entire head, and they burn bright orange while they track my every movement. At the speed that its pupils dart across the battlefield to track me, I'd assume it could throw far superior attacks than the ones it is using now. Once I get within 50 meters of the monster, Its intentions finally become clear while the static noise flows into my ear. Your precision with the blade is admirable, but I am afraid no one's eyes are as precise as mine. I know all of your movements, and this is really the end. Any last words? I sigh, twirling my daggers in my hands while I air step closer. Any last words? An admirable fighter? You all sound the same, every last one of you. Bring it on. Let's see what you've really got. The sky around me changes color. It shifts from a bright blue with hardly a cloud in the sky to a murderous shade of orange. Hundreds of wind crescents appear from this air, coating in a dense orange layer of wind magic, and plummet toward me at over 4 times the speed its previous attacks did. My eyes sparkle with the flame of battle as I finally begin imbuing chi into my footsteps and around my eyes to aid my vision for the first time during our exchange. My reflexes are enhanced, my visual perception of soul energy is awakened, and my movement speed increases for a whole different level. I grip my daggers even tighter and dance through the sky again. The ringing sounds of chi on soul energy clash through the sky at over 30 beats per second. Plumes of white energy erupt from my daggers and orange mist fills the air, staining the sky with its coloring. Midway through my routine, the hawk that set up this attack dive bombs in at me to take advantage of the confusion it believes it's caused. The monster's sharp eyes begin to overflow with orange energy, and its hard beak sucks all of the protective soul energy around its body toward a main point, like sharpening and hardening its weapon to focus on a final attack. I sense it coming from above me before it has even finished hardening its beak and whisper under my breath. You really think I'd fall for something like this? Either I've gotten immensely stronger, or this dark art is far too overconfident for its own good. The answer feels like it is obviously both. Whatever the case may be, it is leaving itself wide open, so I'll prepare to strike once it comes within range. The bird dive bombs in, and its speed increases to impressive highs. At its perfect calculated angle, it drops through the storm of wind slashes and threads the needle perfectly on track to make contact with me in the center. However, my own power is far from hitting its max, and I have plenty of tricks I haven't shown this opponent yet. It falls into the sphere of wind and has its beak pointed straight at what it thinks is my blind spot, while I continue to fend off its normal attacks. Once it is less than 10 meters away, and there is no way for it to change directions in time, or else it'll be torn apart by its own blades, I set up my own counterattack. I activate my flash skill to its maximum potential, lighting up the entire ball of wind into a second sun in the sky, then separate into many different illusions, using phantom step to disperse into many plausible directions within the slashes of wind. Next, I activate stealth to disappear from its senses entirely, and use my speed buffs to position myself in front of the diving bird's underbelly. Last, I saturate my daggers with over half of the chi in my core to release a devastating dual slash of energy on course to slice this enormous, graceful bird into pieces. It is over. Leaves my lips just a few milliseconds too soon. The slashes of chi are less than a meter away from slicing through the monster's heart and stomach, guaranteeing this victory for myself. However, the second flash of light in the sky ruins all of my perfectly calculated plans. Far away from our fight, over 500 meters above, an enormous release of mana and soul energy hits my senses the instant this lethal attack leaves my blades. The black suit of armor that was waiting patiently in the sky explodes into pieces and a flash of silver light comes out of it. It looks like liquid metal streaking toward us, and it is so fast, it makes my own chi-imbued footsteps look like I am taking a leisurely stroll. The silver streak of light cuts the distance in an instant and swerves in front of my dual slash. All I can see in the blur of light is my blades of chi being completely deflected and thrown off in another direction, and a bold number 2 printed on the silver forearm of the figure that deflected them. Chapter 4, 72. Let me handle this, dumb bird. Is the only thing I hear as the same silver arm that blocked my attack punches the brown bird in the underbelly. Its wind magic attacks all disappear in an instant, and it goes flying high into the air without even having to flap its wings. It isn't killed, but definitely knocked unconscious in a single blow. I jump backward and go on the defensive immediately, scanning the figure in front of me, but hardly believe what I see when a LV-1894 appears on its status, along with the Curse of the Lich King buff and nothing else. I get a good look at the guard, and its figure starts to look less and less human to me the more I examine it, with 3 horns coming out of its forehead, shimmering silver skin, athletic striated muscles, and eyes that stare directly through my soul as if this creature has been living for 1,000,000 years. The pupils and irises are both jet black, while the outer edges that are usually white are a dull, matte silver, a few shades darker than its skin. Whatever this creature is, it is far from human. The silver aura that surrounds its body is dreadful. It feels colder than ice, but looks like a constant stream of evaporating metal particles coming off its body. It makes a motion as if it were about to step forward in the air. But before its foot even completes a full stride, a silver flash of light fills my vision, and it is right in front of me, staring me in the eyes less than half a meter from my face. Fight me. I was told you are a strong one. I hope that attack was not the full extent of your power. The creature doesn't strike me even though it is clearly within range. It just stares into my eyes with a lifeless gaze and waits for me to answer. I use this opportunity to continue my motion backward, placing my daggers on my waist and pulling out my fire-imbued sword while swallowing a chi pill to restore the half of my core that was used up in my last attack. I concentrate my chi into my blade and use the excess in my barrier to only cover my vital organs with the maximum density possible. The rest of my body is still covered at 75% strength, but considering my opponent's speed and power, it feels necessary to defend for any potential lethal strikes. It steps forward again, and it takes most of my perception skill, purely focused on its movements, to watch the silver flash come closer. Its right hand glows brighter silver, and a long spear appears that looks like bubbling metal being summoned from seemingly nowhere. It lunges forward with the silver spear and throws a basic attack straight at my heart. Its eyes are locked on the target, and it moves with absolute confidence. No matter the direction I move, it will surely follow. And given the time I have until it makes impact, the only thing I can do is block. I grit my teeth and focus everything I have into my swordsmanship skill, letting chi flow through my hands into the blade while glowing brightly with all my buffs. I air-step sharply to turn my body in the same direction I swing my sword, and it collides with the sharp edge of the spear. Silver soul energy reacts with the plumes of chi that erupt from my sword, and for a moment, both of us are stood perfectly still in the air, as if we're evenly matched. However, the silver figure pushes forward with unyielding force, consistently pressing on without a single change in its expression or soul energy released whatsoever. My own power is fluctuating greatly as I continue to push its limits and fend off the attack aimed to end my life. As my airstep's force catches up to me, my angle of momentum relative to the creature's spear shifts, and my body rotates out of its direct path. There is an explosion of white and silver energy that sends me flying to the side while I follow through with my swing, pushing me farther away, and the silver spear misses my body entirely by just a few centimeters. The instant I ready myself in the air again and look for my opponent, it is already turned at a right angle and come back at me with machine-like precision. I block again, twisting my body to the other side, using up precious chi, but avoiding a fatal blow. This time, after our separation, the spear comes back much faster than the first 2 times. The incoming strike is so quick, I can't even move my sword fast enough to block it. I want to activate my newest ranked-up buff to increase my size, speed, and power, but its activation time takes far longer than what I have to work with here. The best possible option I have in a moment like this is to move all of my chi to cover my heart and head, then brace for impact. It lunges forward, and the tip of its silver spear comes within millimeters of making contact with my chest, but it disappears before my eyes again. Next thing I see is the creature to my side, thrusting his spear through the back of my left knee. It disappears and reappears, and I feel it thrust another attack through the inner side of my right elbow. It vanishes 2 more times, thrusting its weapon through both of my opposite knee and elbow with no resistance at all. Searing pain erupts from the center joints of all 4 of my limbs, and it becomes impossible to move at the same speed I did a moment ago. The creature appears in front of me with the same emotionless look on its face, staring me straight in the eyes, then pushes its palm on my chest where my chi barrier is still the strongest. An incredible pressure knocks the wind out of me, and I am blasted back, down toward the desert floor. This all happens in fractions of a second, that it is almost too fast for me to comprehend until after the fact. Its words echo in my mind as I fall, as I thought. You are just another weak human, and the visual of it punching its brown bird partner from the sky moments ago replay in my head, showing that in this form I was really just as weak to it as the 6th-ranked guard was to me. Even though it stares at me with an emotionless gaze high above in the sky with its arms crossed and silver spear floating by its side, I can still feel the cold sensation of its attack in my legs and arms. If anything, it is getting even colder. I ignite my body in a sea of flames, but the cold sensation doesn't stop. Once I look down at my legs and at both of my arms, I see the silver soul energy growing from the injuries this creature gave me. It looks like metallic, slow-moving ice is growing from my joints, and it is freezing my flesh and bones no matter how much fire I summon onto it. I attempt to cancel out its ability by flooding the areas with chi, but it does nothing more than eat up the white energy and drain my stores. All of the energy in the infected areas is being sucked away. I even activate my Red Hydra's buff, but it is even less effective than my pure chi. So I shut it off the moment I realize it is futile. On top of this issue, I am also hurtling toward the ground at speeds faster than anything I've ever experienced. Once my multiple attempts at healing come back with definite failures, I imbue my sword with a raging hot fire to slice through my own legs above the affected area, destroying the problem entirely before it spreads too far. I slice off my own left arm, then regrow only it to hold my sword, and slice off my right. An item storage portal forms above me, and the frozen silver limbs float up into suspended animation while I regrow my other 3 limbs and focus on the bigger issue at hand. Based on my downward velocity, impact will not be survivable if I fall on my neck or back. I activate wind magic gusts below myself to slow my fall. This works, but my momentum is too great to stop entirely. The golden sand below me gets closer very quickly. I position myself upright to land on my feet, making impact on the ground with an echoing thud that displaces the sand all around for over 100 meters wide and over 20 meters deep. As the dust clears, I quickly open my item storage. My subconscious creates a new method for retrieving gear from my inventory. I open 4 simultaneous portals beneath my feet and in front of my hands, plunging all 4 limbs into my storage and retrieving the unaffected gear from the limbs I cut off, previously back exactly where they were on my body before. My rings, boots, and gauntlets come out of my storage system on my body as I pull myself out of the spatial magic. With it, I pull out another chi pill and swallow it on the spot, expanding my perception range to locate the dark guard in the sky. Before this creature can get a chance to attack me again, I activate my newest buff, Rising Emperor's greater form. Instantly, I feel my power grow and my feet lift off the ground. Energy erupts from the cloud of dust that formed from my impact, and an enormous black shadowy energy projection of myself is left staring up at the sky. The silver entity feels the disturbance the moment my transformation starts and zips down to the desert floor to see what has happened. It stares forward with its silver spear slowly floating around its body in circles while it patiently waits for my transformation to reach its peak form. Then, it finally speaks up. Weak, dumb humans. You do not understand how pointless it is for me to fight an inferior creature like you. Merely by existing, I have already won. I don't listen to its words. I just charge up my sword with everything I've got. I create my most destructive attack possible. To do so, I plunder mana crystals that fall from my item storage and feed my main body with mana, and imbue the inside of the attack with chi. The enormous shadowy armor that amplifies my strength by over 7 times mimics my actions, showing my sword glow and flicker with jet black flames. The inner core of the greater form's sword glows white with chi, as energy leaves my body continuously feeding into this buff's powers. The sand beneath my feet and all around me is melting and turning to liquid glass as I continue charging up and waiting for any signs of movement from the silver figure. But it doesn't budge. It just continues staring forward with its arms crossed. It speaks again as I pull back my sword to swing. I will make you understand how weak you really are. I swing my sword forward at its cryptic message, and a wave of chi surrounded by fire magic, multiplied by my ranked-up buff's power tears through the desert, melting every rock, sand dune, and shrubbery in its way. The second-ranked Dark Guard doesn't budge, and it is hit directly by the mountain-splitting slash. I feel immense amounts of energy drain from me, but watch in amazement at my own power as it collides with the floating silver mass of soul energy. Based on the Dark Guard's confidence, I was still partially considering the fact that it could block an attack like this if it tried. I can sense its estimated soul energy density, and I created a slash strong enough to easily break through its barriers. But for some reason, the monster still stays standing in one place as my slash makes contact. The creature is sliced in two. There is hardly any resistance at all, actually. A small eruption of soul energy, chi and flames burst out on contact, but the guard made no effort to increase its shielding or dodge the blast. Most of its body is incinerated through. All that remains are a few parts of its arms, legs, and the top half of its spear. My heart beats loudly in my ears as I regain my MP stores and take another chi pill to recharge. I keep a safe distance away and hold my blade at the ready for something to happen, but nothing does. The part that irks me is the fact that there wasn't even a level-up reward for defeating this opponent. I murmur to myself, this can only mean one thing. It is somehow not dead. The scattered tiny bits of silver parts all throughout the desert begin to vibrate and move. My eyes try to track them all as they begin to come back to a central point. Once they do, the silver cells begin replicating and growing, reforming the horned creature's body to look exactly the same as before it started. The eyes of this menacing monster look as emotionless as when the battle began. It grabs its spear as it completely reforms in its hand and speaks again. Do you understand now how weak humans truly are? Chapter 473. The silver-coated creature stares at me, completely unharmed after taking a point-blank hit from my most powerful attack. I am positive I just blew apart and incinerated over 70% of its body. But in mere seconds, it managed to completely regenerate despite me destroying all of its organs and even its entire head. The creature walks forward and speaks up again. Do you see why you are weak? A simple hit to the head or heart will cause irreversible damage in a human body. No matter how much you train or powers you gain, you will always be an inferior species. I grip my sword tight and point it forward in a ready stance, waiting for it to finish its point and for the battle to move on. Just like my bird brain partner that I use for a ride, even it is fragile enough to be taken out by your chi-based attack. One hit in the vitals and it is all over. Such weak creatures. My eyes widen as he speaks these words. From what I recall, fighting the 7th-ranked guard, it couldn't see my chi blades at all, and from what I saw in my moments, fighting with the 6th, it wasn't able to perceive them either. Somehow, this metal monster is able to, almost as if it has read my mind. The 2nd-ranked Dark Guard continues. Just like your red soul energy, I too have borrowed power from the Dark One I am capable of using. However, myself and 2 other Dark Guards have cultivated chi and awakened our own soul energy. This is why I choose to leave the Dark One's power dormant. It is not necessary. The figure grips his spear tight. The Dark One. That being is the only one that is truly strong. You are a fool for challenging its all-powerful might. You are just a human. He points his spear forward at me, then lunges forward in a flash of silver speed. A loud vibrating twang echoes throughout the open desert as the layers of silver energy around its spear tip collide with the dense energy manifestation of my mana and chi soaking my sword. Its spear is deflected, and it bounces back in the air a few meters before flying back in toward me. In my greater form, I am much larger than it is. Even so, its speed and power do not surpass my own. I am able to easily block its incoming strikes as it sends in more and more pointed at my heart, head, and upper spine. It isn't hard to block any individual attacks. and the amount of mana and chi being used up for just pure defense is rather manageable. It feels as if I've finally obtained the advantage in this exchange. However, there is no time to relax. Its machine-like precision still keeps me on guard. Every few exchanges, I am able to see an opening in its movements. There is no mistake that it is made. It is just not physically quick enough to escape my blade. I land, slashes across its torso, slicing off limbs, and even an attack with my elongated sword, in my greater form that cuts off his head at the neck and incinerates it entirely on the spot. Every time, its mass bubbles and reforms, regrowing everything it has lost without any change in expression or power level. The monster even blocks a second incoming attack with the tip of its spear before its entire head has even grown back. Over 10 of my attacks land, and over 30 total exchanges of blocks and dodges pass, but not a single time has it managed to land any on me. It doesn't show any emotion, and no signs of slowing down, so I decide to try a few more options. I attempt to lock the creature in place with rock and ice, but its strong body breaks through my traps without any resistance. Because my mana manifestations aren't reinforced with chi, flames from my blade are only super effective when chi is imbued inside the slashes. And both wind and water attacks are just as effective as the stone and ice. They make the creature exert more energy by breaking them or pushing through the pure force of the attack. But there is not nearly as much lasting damage as my sword strikes. They don't even slow it down or make a dent in its body. It speaks as I continue my testing. I've watched your tapes in the arena. I've analyzed your fighting style. I know all of your skills and tricks. This is not a matter of how I will defeat you. It is just a matter of when you will decide to give up. I know your strength, and you cannot defeat me. Its voice rings in my ears, and I decide to activate the one new skill that I've been waiting to try. All of my other elemental skills are advanced grade combat magic powers, but there is one that I have most recently acquired that is one tier higher: Extreme Lightning Summoning. As the silver monster comes in to attack with another barrage of calculated spear thrusts, golden arcs of electricity begin to form all over the massive shadowy greater form that stands out in the desert. At first, it just looks like mild static, but as I channel more and more of my MP into it, the arcs of electricity begin to burst outward at a violent, uncontrollable rate. Energy surges through my body, making me feel even faster and more alert. It is as if I just activated a speed and perception buff. This must be an extra passive perk from an extreme grade elemental skill. I drain MP crystals from my inventory to allow the skill to fully activate, using up tens of thousands of MP per SE Cond to expand the lightning's range outward. I visualize the orb of static that the 40th floor boss created when fighting me, however. As I use it, my arcs of electricity look a bit different. They're not expanding outward in an even sphere like I remembered before. They're all arcing outward in many directions, then curving in toward a single point. A bright yellow and white line of concentrated electricity hits the metal man with all of its power. It seems the arcs of electricity are drawn to it. No matter what direction I spew them out from, they all direct right back into the silver figure that lunges toward me with its spear. Its body vibrates violently on a microscopic level. I see its silver skin twist, swirl, and make thousands of pin-sized spikes all over uncontrollably in rapid succession. Even so, its forward momentum does not stop, and it continues to attack. After a full half a second of pure discharge, I deactivate my lightning skill and focus on swinging my sword down to block its incoming spear strike, like usual. However, this time, the Dark Guard's movement feels slightly off. It feels like it is lagging behind, as if it has lost half a second of planning time while its body still moves forward in an attack. For the first time in this entire battle, its eyes dilate and widen for a split second as it tries to readjust its course. But I don't let that happen. I swing my sword downward and slice the creature in two, releasing extra waves of chi and black flames I wouldn't have been able to produce and hit so precisely if I didn't have the opportunity of its misstep. The monster's spear hand in its right half still lunges at me, and I block its hit, jumping back and pushing it back as well. It reforms into its original form, and its eyes revert back to its normal state. But I am sure I caught it off guard for a moment. My lightning attack is naturally attracted to its metallic body, and when it was hit with everything I had, I am positive it froze with shock and made an error. I grin ear to ear and activate my lightning summoning skill again, running forward with my sword and going in to test my theory once more. It sprints into full battle mode too, and we run forward to clash. The same exact results occur. As my lightning blast makes contact, my opponent is stunned for a fraction of a second, and I land an even higher damage-dealing blow, incinerating a solid amount of its body away, but retreating after my attack just in case to not get hit by a counter. I do it again and again, over 5 more times. Each time I manage to land stronger hits, and I get in position to land the final blow. If I can land the same attack it let me throw at it earlier. But at closer range, I am nearly certain I'll be able to incinerate every last particle of this monster and kill it for good. The only reason it is able to regenerate is because there is a portion of it remaining. The only logical thing I can think to do is make sure none of it remains. Attacks with my greater form sword, without releasing any significant percents of my core's chi, are able to incinerate 15 to 25% of its body mass in a single strike. In its weakened state, the moment after an electric shock, a slash is capable of destroying 25 to upward of 40% of its mass. With that being said, I managed to decimate over 70% of its mass in a single strike when releasing chi from my core in a concentrated fire blade when it gave me a free shot. If I am able to land this attack right after electrifying it, there is a high chance I'll be able to win this battle on the next strike. My breathing slows, and I get in tune with my heart rate and the rhythm of battle, fending off its robotic attacks and waiting for the perfect time to release another lightning strike. Eventually, my moment comes. I release arcs of static from the perfect distance and ready my manifested blade full of chi and mana. Tons of mana crystals from my farming yesterday are drained by my plunderer skill as I focus on making my attacks as dense and potent as possible. The instant my electricity ceases, I swing my blade and let the black crescent of flames covering a blade of chi fly across the desert floor, heading toward the silver man frozen in place less than 10 meters away. It is on a path to hit the creature at point-blank range and destroy it completely. Right before impact, the air pressure changes, and I jump backward while restoring my mana and chi with crystals and pills. The last thing I see in my enhanced perception skill before impact is the outer layer of its eyes shifting from silver to the bright orange borrowed soul energy of the Lich King. Chapter 474. The orange soul energy spreads from its eyes to surround its entire body. Its 3 horns atop its head grow larger and begin to turn into a shimmering orange metallic color. The creature's eyes look sharper, and I can tell that it is now operating on a whole new level that just fractions of a second ago. The attack I threw at its base form, hoping to incinerate it to pieces, collides with the outer layer of its orange shielding, and an eruption of black fire, orange soul energy, and white chi disperses from the attack. My ultimate strike manages to slice through its shielding, but large amounts of its firepower are blasted away. Less than half of the attack even makes it through to make contact with the monster itself. An impressive wound still rips the horned beast in half, disintegrating most of its left side. But this is far from what I was hoping to see. Even a direct hit in its most vulnerable position, using my most powerful attack, is not going to be enough to kill this monster. It immediately heals and thrusts its spear forward at me with far greater strength and speed than it did in our exchanges before. The orange energy from the Lich King is boosting its natural strength and energy control by at least 2 times. It is clear it was holding back before, because it believed I wasn't capable of dealing any real damage to its body. But now, it is getting serious. Its spear tip collides with my greater form sword, and the energies that collide make a shockwave of energy that spreads through what is left of the melted sand all around us. It pushes forward, staring at me with its emotionless gaze, while my shadow-manifested form's twisting face emotionlessly stares back at it. We don't move for a full second, both stuck in place pushing our power against the other with equal force. Eventually, the force builds up too great, and we're both propelled backward. The bottoms of my mana Manifested boots grip the glass shards, rocks, and sand of the desert, activating wind magic to keep myself upright and facing forward. The horned creature digs its feet into the ground too, staring ahead and staying on guard. I decide to speak up for the first time in our fight, replying to its earlier nonsense with my screech skill to project my voice across the battlefield. Looks like you are just as weak as this puny human, even borrowing power from your lord. I thought you said you could defeat me while keeping the Dark One's soul energy dormant. What happened to that resolve? Its grip tightens, and it lunges forward again. There will be no one left to witness this scene. The Dark One has ordered me to dispose of you, and I shall do it by any means necessary now. It thrusts its spear straight at the center of my head, and I swing up my sword to block. We bounce from each other in an energy-filled clash again, but the monster jumps back in at me without missing a beat. Over and over, switching positions like a machine, it aims for my heart, head, and back. However, I endure and stay focused. Once I've figured out its attack pattern, I begin launching counters of my own. Its two weaknesses I know of are lightning to stun it, and chi to actually damage it. I alternate between the two whenever I get the chance. I shock it time and time again whenever it gets near, and manage to land a few hits with my greater form's blade imbued with chi. But it doesn't seem to mind these minor attacks. It takes my sword slashes head on, hardly trying to dodge, mostly just continuing to thrust its spear forward, to aim for my vitals with unyielding accuracy and vigor. I land over 15 solid hits, and shock it senseless with lightning over 20 times, but it keeps coming back for more, not changing its strategy at all, nor slowing its movements in the slightest. Then, just as I get comfortable with its rhythmic attacks and start to prepare for getting into position to send off another one of my major strikes, something changes. Its attack pattern shifts, and its spear tilts downward, mid-strike. It doesn't aim for my chest, but rather thrusts its spear into my upper thigh. In doing so, it leaves its head wide open and I cut it clean off, even landing a second slash as I pull my sword back to cut through its torso and slice it into 3 pieces. However, as I lunge back and it reforms, I feel a cold sensation creeping up my right leg. Even though it stabbed right through my greater form's body, the damage from the attack still carries over to my real body inside the greater form. I feel my right quad muscles tightening up, and it becomes harder to step forward. My skin and muscles are quickly turning into the silvery, icy mass, just like it did before when it attacked me in midair in my base form. Right now, I have no time to amputate and reform my entire limb, so I am going to have to think of something else fast. The Dark Guard flies forward at me again, now aiming for my heart, and I barely block its incoming blow. We both fly back, and it attacks my head, then back, then resets to do everything again as I continuously block its strikes. Meanwhile, the silver ice spreads deeper into my leg. Only one possible solution comes to mind. I activate my mana manipulation skill and create a barrier of pink energy beneath the infected area of skin. Without hesitation for even a fraction of a second, I tear away a chunk of my leg and propel it away from me, then use self-regeneration to stop the bleeding and restore my ripped-up muscles. A bloody shard of flesh that hardens into a frozen crystal of silver metal shatters as it hits the desert floor beside me. At the same time, I block another barrage of the ruthless monster's attacks. We go on for almost a full minute, tearing up the desert, creating paths of glass and craters deep enough to build small settlements inside. Hundreds of sword-on-spear collisions go by. Over 1 million MP worth of mana crystals are absorbed from my item storage, and virtually no progress has been made on my end. I land plenty of blows after powerful lightning strikes, but it heals instantly, and it seemingly doesn't affect it whatsoever. Every few dozen attacks, it manages to hit my arm or leg with its spear as well. I am able to discard the damaged areas, but unlike this monstrosity, I have a limit to how long and hard I can fight. Eventually, I will get fatigued from using such massive amounts of mana and chi, especially in this greater form. It knows this very well, and is just waiting patiently for me to meet my end. I attempt to send body doubles out to the dungeons. As if Ember were here, he'd be able to help me face this creature 2-on-1. However, My double's weak basic forms with no chi or excess mana to drain continuously get killed before they can even escape 50 meters away from us. It knows I am using my copies to send for help and won't allow for it. Ember and my other doubles are still deep within the dungeon's farming mana, so sensing anything in the outside world is beyond their capabilities. I have to do this on my own, and I need to figure out a way to kill this monster right now. As these thoughts race through my mind, the visual of the outer edge of the town comes into my immediate field of view. The moment I see it, I realize that our battle has stretched many kilometers through the open desert already. And if we continue to fight like this, over 100 innocent people will be caught in range of the excess energy from our attacks. As I try to guide the horned monster away, blocking its strikes, and attempting to guide its next attack in a different direction, it jumps back and doesn't attack me again, as it usually does. In just 2 simple moves, it is already caught on. My eyes widen and my heart skips a beat as it opens its mouth to speak again. You know another weakness humans have that I just can't stand. It is the one that makes you all truly the dumbest of them all. I grit my teeth as the monster's orange eyes shift toward the town in the distance, and I know exactly what it'll say next before it even leaves its silver lips. It is the fact that you do not value self-preservation before everything else. If an opponent is stronger than you, why don't you run or submit? If the odds are against you, why do you choose to roll the dice just for the chance of glory? It points its spear forward, turning its head toward the town, then back to me. And why? Would you risk your own life to protect those that are weaker than you? If they cannot fight off enemies themselves, they are better off dead. It turns its entire body and jumps in the air, flying off toward the town in a silver and orange flash of light. It yells back to me as I jump in the air using wind magic to follow. I'll give you a choice. It is a simple choice that every human like yourself chooses incorrectly. Let's see how you fare. It flies high up into the air at a 45-degree angle, making a direct course to end up a kilometer above the center of the desert town right next to where the residential housing is. If it is planning what I think it is, all I can do is use every power within my means to stop it. The closer to the town we get, the closer I get to catching up to the silver-orange streak in the sky. But our speed stats are nearly identical in our advanced forms. Even using lightning to shock its system hardly slows it down any more than it slows me to let out a charge. All I am able to do is try to catch up and think of a plan before it is too late. Once it reaches its destination above the town, it comes to a halt, and I slice it in 2 right there in the sky. However, it doesn't react at all. It just reforms its body and points its spear down at the ground. My final destination is below us. The Dark One has informed me that you have grown a liking to this town and its citizens. Along with that, your teammates that I had the pleasure of watching in the arena are down there too. You are the strongest fighter here, aren't you? It'd be a shame if I brought them into the fight, wouldn't it? How would they fare against my power? Its eyes glow orange and it points down at the town below us again. Your final decision must be made here and now. Submit to the power of the Dark One, become a Dark Guard and be on the side of the army that rules the mortal world? Or die failing to protect those below in a meaningless human struggle. I channel chi into my blade without thinking twice about its options. As it rambled on about its great power, I came up with a last-ditch strategy that has a high potential of working. A grin forms on my face while lunging forward, and our sword and spear collide in the open air again. I allow the figure to thrust my sword down and push me directly down toward the small town. It dives toward me, sending off more ruthless attacks as we fall toward the people that have sworn their loyalty to me. Our even-sided duel continues as we both rocket toward the ground. Attacks of lightning and chi blades slice it to pieces, and frozen metal shards of skin and flesh of my own are ejected to the sides. However, this time, the monster knows it is destined to win as soon as we hit the ground. Its movements speed up, and it takes riskier spear strikes as it has nothing to lose. Victory is mine. It has been since the beginning. You have thrown away your life for nothing. It is a shame. You would have been a great asset to the Dark One. We cross the halfway point. Now, we are less than 500 meters in the air. From the town below, it looks as if a massive ball of fire is raining down from the sky. I can sense everyone, especially in my greater form. It is possible to see Abby in the guild hall, a large distortion of chi with all my teammates below her and roughly 140 residents, all scattered within the housing area, enjoying their first full day of freedom. I whisper under my breath, not close enough yet. In the same moment, I send out an urgent message in a wave of telepathy to Abby, and she hears my call immediately. A burst of green light comes out of the guild hall, and many people in the streets begin to notice the second sun falling from the sky. They begin to group together, and a massive circle of restoration erupts from Abby down below as she groups everyone together in the town square. I continue to fend off the silver monster in the sky, but the waves of energy continue to blast off in many directions. It speaks again as we both are sent flying faster downward after a powerful burst, now less than 200 meters above the ground. It is over. Look at that. They've all even come to watch your demise and end their own lives in the process. How pitiful. It sends another heavy spear strike down at me, pushing me to fall faster while it is sent flying upward. I fall within 100 meters of the town square while the Dark Guard hovers at almost 250 above the ground. It charges up the point of its spear and yells out while dive bombing toward me with the same emotionless gaze. Time to finish this. I activate my newest perk from my Rising Emperor's domain called Power Holder and reply. I agree. Let's finish this. Power Holder activated. 10% power share receive select party members. All select stat points. All select mana control. All temporary buffs added. 3982 strength. 2902 speed. 3470 agility. 3005 defense. 4402 mental strength. 3,568,290,446 mana control, an incredible surge of power floods. In from below me, as I feel over 140 individual streams of dense mana instantly seep into my body. All of my enchanted gear adapts to my new nearly doubled base stats, and my energy control improves by adding billions of MP worth of control to my efficiency. On top of that, the greater form I am wielding applies these stats even more. I take a deep breath and feel power surge through me like nothing I've ever felt. I can see everything, feel everything. It is like I've temporarily ranked up again. While enjoying this moment of bliss, I don't lose sight of the task at hand. I activate my lightning magic with every ounce of mana and strength I have left in me, shooting bright yellow and white tendrils of electricity out of me from all angles. They all close in on a single point, high in the sky. My enhanced perception watches the monster's silver skin vibrate and stir while I charge up my sword with every bit of chi I can channel. The horned beast falls down as I use wind magic to stop my fall less than 70 meters above the surface. As we collide, dense waves of flames cloak the sword as I release it up at the paralyzed Dark Guard with genuine fear in its eyes for the first time. The sky lights up with an incredible ball of fire, electricity, soul energy, and chi. Over 90% of the creature is destroyed instantaneously, incinerated on the spot. I allow for my lightning attack to be released from my body again, and use my enhanced perception to track its remaining fragments down and burn them away while I continuously restore my MP and chi. The tiny silver bits attempt to grow and reform, but the continuous shocks of electricity keep the fragments stunned in the sky until I can slice through each and every one. I don't stop slashing away at them, plundering more mana from my storage and swallowing more chi until I hear a series of notifications sound in my ear. Level up X138. Use absorption. CP389. 55 Izaritu 46 MP yes. No. Use absorption stat. 1921 strength yes. No. A wave of satisfaction and relief washes over me as I reach level 1140 and press yes to absorb its strength and make CP. I deactivate my greater form and release the stat points and mana control I stole away from the townspeople below me. But my all-seeing eye picks up on two high-level mana readings still in the sky. One of them is the silver diamond-shaped spearhead that was on the tip of the Dark Guard's weapon, and the other is a large brown bird with a number 6 burning beneath its wing. It is flying away from the city in the direction of Sector 1. Chapter 475. I airstep upward to appraise the silver diamond spear tip falling through the air before opening a spatial magic portal to let it fall into my item storage. Metal fragment of infinite regeneration. 338% strength, 290% mental strength, 277% defense, hidden ability in the same upward movement. I pinpoint the 6th ranked Dark Guard way off in the distance flying away from me at high speeds. I don't hesitate to blast off and follow it through the sky at an even faster rate using all of my buffs and wind magic skill. I am able to catch up to it in a matter of minutes, but the amount of mana I used to rocket through the sky this far would be highly inefficient for high-speed travel over long distances. It is much more efficient at flying than I am. However, this doesn't matter as I swing my chi-infused sword 2 times and slice off both of its wings at their bases. The creature doesn't react until it is too late, erupting into a sea of orange soul energy while I stand on its back with my blade pointed at its neck. We both plummet toward the desert floor. Its severed wings spin away into the wind by our sides as I open a telepathy link with the creature. Don't try anything stupid. Your life is in my hands now. As it feels my chi-infused sword start to melt through the back of its neck, the violent orange crescents of wind that was forming all around us disappear and it responds. Impossible. You defeated number 2. That is just not possible. I shove the blade deeper into its neck again as we fall through the thin cloud line and the golden desert sand becomes visible below us. Well, I am here now and your partner isn't here to save you again. So, it is in fact possible. I killed number 2. I twist my blade and continue talking. Now, you are going to tell me a few things, and in return, I'll set you free. How about that? It lets out a painful screech after my blade rips through its feathers and muscles, colliding with its upper spine. However, the bird doesn't respond. I take this vow of silence as a wish for death. I channel more chi into the blade, and it begins burning more flesh. Very well. The desert floor gets closer as I ride the wingless bird at an increasing speed toward the ground. I thrust my sword forward to kill it here and now, but it replies through our link. Wait, I'll tell you what you need. What do you want? You'll really set me free. And my wings. What about my wings? I smirk and stop my forward thrust, pulling my sword back right before where I could have severed its head from its spine. Sure, you'll get your wings back. Tell me what other guards are on their way, and what other forces can I expect to face coming here in the near future. I want time frame estimates, power levels in comparison to yourself, and that 2nd ranked Dark Guard. Then most importantly, where can I find the Dark One? I feel fear shiver through the bird's body, and a moment of hesitation in its reply come after my questions. So I stab the sword back in its neck. Answer me before we hit the ground. It replies the moment it feels my blade's tip hit its spine again. All right? I'll tell you what I know. I promise I'll tell you everything. Just go on. Number 2 is the Dark One's trusted exterminator. There is no job it cannot complete, and no human it cannot kill. Only the 1st ranked guard is stronger, but no one knows its strength other than the Dark One. I am the fastest flyer, so number 2 and I were sent out to eliminate all double ranked up threats before the other units arrived for cleanup. That is all I know. I thrust the blade in harder, cracking its bones, and hear it let out a shriek of pain. The ground is getting closer. We don't have much more time until impact. What is cleanup? Explain. No vague details. The remaining Dark Guards will lead the cleanup. They're coming by foot with the Dark One's army of wraiths and ghouls. It should take a week or 2 for everyone to arrive. But some Dark Guards may be faster than the main forces. They'll loot this town dry and take over Sector 2, just as planned from the very beginning. I shove my blade even deeper, causing the bird to cough blood out of its mouth, and I hear an audible crack in its bones. The Dark One, where can I find your leader? It doesn't respond. All I hear is the whistling wind by our side and watch the sandy dunes grow larger below us. Where can I find the Dark One? Still, no response comes back. Last chance? None of the dark guards know. You will not find the Dark One. It will find you. As these words enter my inner ear, I thrust my sword all the way through its neck, and we make impact with the sand below. Level up X-23 use absorption. CPP 145262900 MPS. No. I reach level 1163 and absorb its MCP as a large crater is formed in the desert, and most of its body is incinerated by the force of the fall. There, you are free. As the dust cloud settles, I let out a sigh and pick up the only remaining piece of its body, examining it with my appraisal skill. Desert Hawk's beak. 281% speed, 222% agility. Wind attribute. The large beak that glows white with miniature swirls of wind magic falls into my item storage, while the 2 wings I severed from its body fall into the crater beside me. I air step up through the dusty cloud it creates and murmur under my breath. There are your wings back too. A deal's a deal. Now we're even. I self-regenerate my full body to try and restore some of the built-up fatigue from my fight against the second-ranked guard. But it feels like something only sleep or Abby's full restores can fix. Once I make it back to the town, my Flame Emperor's disguise goes back up, and I float toward the center of town to directly confront the issue at hand. Using telepathy, I let Abby know I am coming and update her on the outcome of both battles. She may understand, but the citizens of this town that was established just this morning may have very mixed opinions after seeing an energy attack that could have killed all of them instantaneously just barely get deflected less than 100 meters above their heads. To my surprise, not a single one of them has disconnected from my Rising Emperor's domain system, so it seems like they all still see me as their leader. However, it is best to come clean and tell them exactly what is happening to keep this trust in the future. As I make it over the center of town, then stand on top of the guild hall just like I did earlier. Many heads turn to the sky where I stand, and I see a mixed use of stares of awe, religious bliss, confusion, and even excitement fill the crowd. Abby floats up to the roof behind me, and I begin to give a speech. As all of you have seen, our town is under attack. This is a very important detail I did not reveal when you all swore loyalty to me. We are at war with the underground leader of Sector 1. Their army is on the way, and it will be sending many other opponents, like the one you just witnessed me fend off. I stand in silence for a moment to let the crowd soak in this information, then speak up again. Considering these new events, if you wish to leave the city and receive a trip back to Sector 4, I will be more than happy to arrange this travel. However, just know that putting your trust in me aided my victory in this last battle. I am sure many of you felt slightly weaker before my clash in the sky, but now are back to your normal selves. Am I right? Chatter from the crowd begins to grow. Many people confirm that they did feel weaker, like their power was being drained. I speak up again before too many opinions can be shared. I know most of you are not warriors or hunters and wish to live a simple life in this village. This is a lot to take in after months of forced labor and on your first day of freedom. If this simple life is all you desire, that is more than enough to help my future city thrive. Do not feel pressured by my words to do something that is not in your nature. However, if you wish to become more, if you wish to become strong and fight by my side, I can lead you to a path of immeasurable strength. After these words leave my lips, I activate my Rising Emperor's domain again and use it to share my power rather than take it. Power holder activated 10% power share, contribute. Select party members, all select stat points, all select mana control. All the contributed stat points are nothing special, as 10% of my stats are evenly split between all 140 townspeople. This boosts everyone's base power by a few points on each stat. However, the mana control is where the difference is made. Tens of millions of MP worth of mana control are granted to each and every person below me. This is enough to begin sensing mana in a very different way than normal hunters. It's around the range of mana control a hunter between level 300 and 400 would achieve when they're destined to become an elite. An incredible surge of energy is felt in every one of the people below, and they all are hit with a simultaneous burst of euphoria from receiving this power. Many of the hunters in the crowd activate their skills and can't believe the new efficiency they've been granted. Elderly and simple merchants move around with far greater agility and ease. The small group of new religious believers all get down on their knees and begin bowing at the gift from their god they've just received. I allow everyone to react to the power in their own way and allow them to talk amongst themselves for almost a full minute, then speak again. My ability has the power to grant my followers gifts in times of need, and in return, I am able to receive your power if necessary in battle as well. I deactivate my buff, letting the power come back to me and leave everyone in their unaltered normal states. So, knowing this information now, decide what you will do. The first option is to get a ride back to Sector 4. The second option is to stay and live a simple, quiet life in this city. Lastly, the option I am extending to those of you that are ready to take the leap. You may join me and become the first members of the Flame Emperor's army. Chapter 476. The group below me begins to shift and talk amongst themselves. A few speak up and ask specific questions about things from general city growth in the future, to the reason why I am fighting Sector 1, and finally, how I'll be able to train them and grant them power if they wish. One by one, I explain in further detail our situation. The majority of people already knew there was a war going on just from the way I conduct myself, and the demonstration of power against the gang leaders previously. Before they even agreed to serve me, many felt the mana shockwaves of my battle against the Colossal, and already assumed the worst. Considering this, not a single person decides to sever our link and take my offer to leave back to Sector 4. That doesn't mean they all have combat abilities and wish to fight, though. Over 2/3 of the crowd chooses to stay and not fight. They're hoping to become business owners, simple workers for those businesses, or even artists living a simple life in the city. I direct all of them to consult Maurice's builder team and work over the details in the guild hall with Abby once this meeting is over. My words to the architect are heard by everyone as they disappear into the octagonal empty hall. That is right. I put in the order for your building materials and should have them delivered by tonight. Anyone that has special housing needs or would like to establish a business, tonight will be the soft deadline to get these things submitted. A large construction project will begin tomorrow. Once they all go inside, there are 37 individuals that stay standing in the square. I do a scan through all of them and find these are certainly the strongest ones here. Almost everyone in this group is over level 150, and a majority of them have useful basic combat skills like dagger arts, swordsmanship, body hardening, and various stat buffing skills. Of these brave recruits, 3 in particular stand out the most to me. I point into the crowd. You 3, step forward. My gaze locks with each of theirs as I point to them individually, and they step forward. State your names and abilities. A short, bulky, blonde-haired man steps forward first. The name is Francis. I wield earth magic. Next, a thin, dark-featured young man with a handsome face steps up next. I am Andy. I have a wind magic skill awakened. Then lastly, a woman with orange hair, freckles, athletic build, and sharp eyes speaks up. The name's Rachel. I control fire. As they begin to realize why I singled them out, I use my body double skill to split into 2 parts. There are some wide eyes from the crowd, but no one reacts too much as my copy steps forward and talks. If you would like to get stronger, I'll be providing you all with gear, resources, ability training, and power leveling indefinitely in the dungeons just outside town, split into 3 groups behind one of these element users. These will be your team leaders. Of course, everything will be overseen by me, but we will begin training right away. Everyone does as my double says, and gets into groups behind each element user, and they all follow to a nearby warehouse for gear to be sorted out and for my double to change up the teams a bit. My goal is to get them all up to level 250 to 300 using their own skills and abilities with my double giving guidance. Then, I will take over and train them myself, allowing them to absorb mana control once they've built up a good enough base of fighting talent. With my inspect and appraisal skill, I'll be able to give them all the perfect gear and match them up with opponents that will push them to their limits together. The reasoning behind having the only 3 element wielders be perceived as leaders early on is because they will naturally be able to gain mana control faster. In time, they will become stronger than the hunters by their sides. It is best to put them in this position now, rather than later. Once I see them off, and my double takes them to the nearby warehouse, I am left alone in the center of the square. I let out a sigh and air step high above the town to look down on it from the sky. The sun will be setting soon, but I still have quite a bit of time to use up before that happens. I could check on Ember and my doubles to see how their progress on element stone farming is going. But to be honest, even if they were ready for another pod, I don't think it would be a good idea for me to go inside for isolated cultivation just yet. There are still a lot of things to do that can only be done by me. And if any of the Dark Guards come by now, I am certain my teammates aren't capable of stopping even the weakest of them in their current form. Ember can fend for himself, but even in his current state, I question if he could have beaten the second-ranked Dark Guard on his own. It would probably be possible, but it is not a risk I am willing to leave up to chance. I whisper under my breath, "That settles it. I'll stay on guard and protect this place myself until everyone is strong enough." As these thoughts race through my mind, the slow-moving wind passes by high up in the sky, and I decide to open up my item storage to see if I can craft any items worth filling my open item slots. I sift through everything and examine their stats very carefully, seeing what options my craftsmanship dashboard gives me when I set certain items next to each other. This is it. My old daggers didn't hold up too well against a double ranked up monster, so I think it is about time I make an upgraded set. A smile shows across my face as I decide on what item I'll make first by merging 3 items from a ranked monsters together into one, along with enough blood to bond with the creation and tens of thousands of MP and crystals to be the energy for the craft. Underscore 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 extreme great Ningstone Wolf Guardian's Fang 265% mental strength 258 speed lightning attribute Desert Hawk's Beak, 281% speed, 222% agility, wind attribute, Storm, King's Da, Garset Blood Bonded, 312% speed, 299% mental strength, 276% agility, 250% strength, 250% defense lightning attribute, wind attribute, underscore 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 unders, core underscore 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 after an intense burst of light. A pair of long curved white blades with yellow static rippling from them emerge from the craft. They have the same merging perk as my other daggers, allowing me to use them as a single blade, or a pair as I wish. As soon as I hold them, a rush of buffs flows through me, and I test them out in the sky, throwing enormous blades of sharp wind charged with intense waves of electricity through the air. Satisfied with this craft, I place them into my storage after a few more slashes. I'll have to test them out on a real opponent to see their true capabilities later, while they don't have the destructive power that fire magic brings. The deadliness of the wind blades and usefulness of the lightning stun may put these daggers on par with my Flame Emperor's sword. It makes me excited to upgrade my main weapon in the future, too, once I find a ranked fire material to merge with it, or replace its base. With my weapons now upgraded, I turn to try to make something a bit unique, and soon discover the possibilities of a very unique crafting option for a defensive item. Now this is what I was looking for. Underscore, 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 Shard of the Colossus. All 266% strength, 210% defense, 200% mental strength, metal fragment of infinite regeneration, 338% strength, 290% mental strength, 277% defense, hidden ability, infinite essence of regen, Eurasian blood, bonded, 365% strength, 329% defense ins, 312% mental strength, 300% speed, 300% agility. Hidden ability underscore 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 under score underscore 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 underscore. I use another 8 ounces of blood, and this craft takes over double the mana crystals that the last one did. Once the flash of crafting light is finished, a tiny orb of liquid silver-colored metal is left in its place. I look at it closely, seeing the appraisal reading on it and wondering how exactly I'll be able to equip this item. The moment I picture it as a ring in my mind and push my finger forward, the silver ball shape shifts into a ring and floats onto my finger. Out of pure reflex from touching this silver material in the past, I get ready to cut my own hand off if it begins to freeze and turn to metal. However, seeing as it is blood bonded and my own item now, thankfully it doesn't. I still raise an eyebrow at the fact that it didn't turn into a ring the moment after the craft was finished. The slow rate of transformation is quite odd. With a name like that, I'd assume it'd be a crystal consumable or maybe a necklace or something. As I speak these words aloud to myself and picture what it would have been in my mind, the silver ring around my finger shifts and grows, forming into a large silver crystal. Then, moments later, into a necklace with a shimmering string with a pendant on the end. As it floats above the palm of my hand, I begin to understand what this item really is. I picture the silver liquid transforming into a shield, then a spear, then a sword, and finally an enormous wall that mimics my mana shielding. I am even able to expand the silver moldable liquid into a dome that completely covers my entire body and expands outward tens of meters to grow larger and larger. It can instantly transform into whatever I desire. My guess is that it will have very adverse effects if an enemy touches this liquid silver material. Just like when I was fighting the being it came from. The infinite possibilities run through my mind as I continue to shape-shift the material into whatever I wish, but won't have any clear data until I test it out against an actual opponent. The only downside I am able to find now is that it uses up a lot of mana to expand and regenerate. Once the sun begins to actually set, I revert the silver back into its ring form and place it on an empty finger. All right, that is enough fun. It is almost time for me to get back to the Vice region and pick up those building supplies. Chapter 477. As the sun fully sets, I go to the Canyon of Dungeons and teleport back to the labyrinth to update Ember and my double on the news. Afterward, one of my doubles that was farming the labyrinth takes the post of surveillance on the town, while Ember and my final double continue their dungeon collapsing. I receive a single small flake of luminite straight into my storage, and a confirmation that my double is holding enough containment stones to charge another pod up to nearly 50 times right now. I take this information to mind while teleporting back to a dungeon inside the Vice City Dungeon Hub, then change my appearance back to a D-grade hunter and walk through town. Once I pick up this order, I'll bring this news back to my teammates. As soon as I walk through the front door of the office building, a commotion fills my ears. Multiple businessmen talk to each other with concerned tones. Did you hear? There was a dungeon break that broke through the protective barriers of the hub's shielding protection? Impossible. No monster has ever broken through. It is supposed to be a grade rated. No monsters are even that strong. It is true. Not too far away either. They're investigating and mending the shielding right now down the street. It was really that close by. I heard not a single monster even got out. The association must have deployed their strongest team to take care of it before the city was in danger. I don't mind their chatter, because if I am not mistaken, I am the monster they're talking about. Breaking through the ground and protective barrier of the dungeon hub wasn't the stealthiest move I could have pulled while leaving earlier. However, it was definitely worth it. I made it back to Sector 2 just in time. It really doesn't matter to me how much chaos I cause here. I merely see this city as a playground to be used for my wants and needs. The more work I cause for the Vice Region's branch of the association, the better. I hope they dig around this mystery for as long as they can. They won't find a thing. As soon as I get to the desk at the back of the room, the receptionist from before greets me with a smile. He speaks up even before I do. back so soon. It is almost like you disappeared into thin air. How can I help you, sir? Well, I believe my order is ready to pick up. I paid your father upstairs for an express delivery. He rings the bell again and tells the older woman named Tracy working there to go upstairs and relay the news. She comes back down a few minutes later with a clipboard in hand and a large set of keys with a smile on her face. Then looks at me and motions for me to follow. Right this way. I'll bring you to the warehouse where we've sourced all your goods. We walk out the front door together, and I begin to follow her through the dimly lit streets and into the warehouse district. Her heels click on the hard sidewalk, and her fingers tap a pen on the clipboard, completely out of rhythm with her steps. On top of that, many sounds fill the streets. There are metal and wood factories still processing materials at full capacity, workers leaving as they get off their shifts, and some new workers arriving for their night shifts to start. After walking through the lively area, we finally arrive at a massive warehouse district and stop at the side of a wide building that stretches further than many sports fields put together. Once she clicks one of the keys in place, and a small door opens to let us inside. What I see is rather shocking. Just the sheer amount of stacked materials up to the ceiling of a multiple-story building, and further than the normal eye can see, is more building materials than I've ever seen in my life. This is all yours. This is what 6 platinum bars gets you after all. Are you going to need the warehouse number to assign pickup units? Or would you like to use some of our trucks? After midnight, we'll have to charge you daily for taking up the warehouse space here. My gaze is still glued to the thousands of trees worth of wood. Steel beams in stacked piles large enough to build the entire warehouse we're standing in again. And the brick and cement that could build sidewalks and roads large enough for the entire distance we walked on our way here. I whisper under my breath. Maurice really isn't messing around. That is good to see. Then reply to the woman. I have enough item boxes to pack it all up myself. Just leave me here. I'll get it cleared out within the next few hours. She looks at me with a dazed stare, only seeing the one item box around my waist that isn't even real. It is a manifestation of my conceal skill, doing its work. I can tell she wants to question how I could possibly fit all of this into a D-grade item box. But she bites her lip and turns to leave. Very well. The boss told me you were a unique customer. I will let you be. It was a pleasure doing business with you, and your privacy will be granted as wished. We hope to do business with you again in the future. The door clicks behind her as I am left alone in the warehouse. I activate my all-seeing eye to confirm there are no magical recording devices in here, then quickly and carefully put small blocks of stone using earth magic over the old-fashioned video cameras on every corner of the warehouse for my total privacy. Once content that I am not being watched, I activate my spatial magic skill and expand it outward in every direction, as far as it can go. I walk down the long warehouse length, and all of the rows of material fall inside and remain in a state of suspended animation. This is both extremely time and energy efficient, but also a great test for my storage power. I've never hit its limit. However, once I get to the end of the warehouse and the last stack of pallets falls into my white portal, I find that today the limit will not be found. It makes me consider that maybe there isn't even a limit to begin with. After making the walk back through the completely empty warehouse, I use my earth magic again to let the stone from the cameras fall away and show them the little item box on my waist and a thumbs up to thoroughly confuse anyone watching the surveillance footage. Then walk out the door and make my way back to the dungeon hub and soon fly back to the town that now sits under the completely dark night sky. The first thing I do is try to find one of the abandoned warehouses out in the desert that is even close to the size of the one I just left, but none of them compare, to make sure all of the materials are safe, secure, and accounted for. I use earth magic to create a stone replica of the warehouse I just left. It takes tens of thousands of MP to summon all of the stone material. To make sure it is lit during the day, I add large openings in the walls every 10 meters or so and fill them with the product of mixing sand and fire magic. The windows aren't perfectly clear glass, but they'll let the light in somewhat once it is daytime. Once it is complete, I open my storage and let all of the materials back down into this makeshift warehouse exactly how they were when I took them from storage. That is as good as it'll get. I'll leave the actual building to the professionals. On my way back, I notify Maurice and his team via telepathy inside their rooms that the supplies have been delivered and tell them where to find them. I don't expect them to start using them until morning, but a notification can't hurt. Afterward, I walk into the guild hall and find Abby sitting in the middle room of the octagonal building. She is lying back on a comfortable-looking chair, half asleep. However, I feel her aura spreading out past the guild hall. It even fluctuates the moment I step inside, so I can tell she is still on guard, just resting up with the free time she has after a long few days. She perks up once I begin to speak. Mission accomplished. Ready to check on the others downstairs? I am curious to see how much they've improved. Chapter 478. I enter the middle room with Abby and open the hatch to the underground bunker with a single click. A wave of visible dense chi flows out, and I feel my body naturally absorb it once it hits my skin. We both begin walking into the bunker down the spiral stairs, and I close the door above, not to let any excess chi come flowing out. Down below, the sound of sparring takes place, and the humming rattle of an isolation pod fills my ears as well. It is vibrating and giving off a bit more noise than it did when I left it this morning. But it is not that far outside of my expectations, so my attention shifts to the teams of people sparring on the empty side of the room. Fisher and Lydia's cores are filled with chi, and they are doing very simple hand-to-hand combat training, matching each other's basic chi blows. Aerie is fighting Monk one-on-one. His core is dense with chi as well, flowing through his body at a more intense rate than the others. It looks as if he has been training with this energy for far longer than just a day. His exposure to chi in the past has certainly made it easier to channel it now. Then, at the back of the room in the lotus position, I see Luna. Her eyes are wide open, and the blue energy is magnified now. Mixing with the chi in the room, her core is dense with chi as well. But its capacity isn't even close to a tenth of the others' training. She has been awakened, but possibly not a combat type, so she is working on training her eyes in some way. As Abby and I make it to the bottom step of the room, everyone stops sparring and turns our way. I speak up. So, the awakening process went smoothly for all of you, it seems. That is good, but I think we're going to need to increase our rate of training even more. I recount the events that occurred outside, and they all report feeling their energy fluctuate earlier in the day when I used my power holder perk. Along with this, I tell the team enough containment stones have been charged up to the point where another pod is ready. However, I'd like to see what state the pod Maria is in once it is finished, before I use these resources to charge up my only remaining one on hand. In addition to this, once I see how efficient these pods are at chi gathering, I may send a double back to the Galeheart Tower to persuade Lith to give me some of the others he has on hand. My gaze turns to Luna once my update is complete, and I see that she is still not connected to my Rising Emperor's domain system. Knowing this, I walk over and pose a question. Now what will you do? As you can tell from my story of the second-ranked Dark Guard, the powers we're against will only get more terrifying. You may have a past bond with Aerie, but I know nothing about you. If you would like to stay here in the core of our operations, or fight with us, I need a confirmation of your loyalty to me as your leader. This is not a negotiation. It is a requirement. I don't have time or mental space for doubt. She turns to Aerie, and I open a three-way telepathy link between us. He speaks to her through it, letting me listen in on the conversation. This will all be over soon, once I finish my training and do my duty in defeating the Dark One's army. We can go back to Sector 4 and search the Abyss. It is eating away at the back of my mind, too. Trust me, Luna. She responds through the link, turning to me with wide eyes. You know about what happened in Sector 4. I nod, but Aerie interjects. He does. Jay has given me the power that will allow us to get deep enough into the Abyss to find our past. Without him, it would be impossible. Swear your loyalty and everything will work out. Please see him as one of our brothers and sisters from the village. I trust him with my life. She smiles and bows her head slightly. Very well. If it is Aerie's wish, then I will follow you as a leader. A new link is formed, and her geopoint along with full status shows up in my mind's eye. Still, a million questions about what they're so desperate to go back and look for enter my train of thought. But there are far more important urgent matters at hand here. So, I break our telepathy link and speak up to everyone else. We're going back to the labyrinth. We're going to grind mana control absorption until Maria leaves her pod. We have just under 36 hours until her time is up. If we're lucky, we'll be able to level grind you all up to 1000 to push a forced rank up in the process. I use spatial magic to allow the unused isolation pod to fall into my storage. We'll take turns using this in the labyrinth if you are in need of a break. My double will watch over the city and Maria while we're gone. Without questioning my words, all of us leave the underground bunker and make our way to the Canyon of Dungeons. I teleport them all to the 39th floor, share my absorption skill to everyone, and immediately assess their strengths after the Chi awakening they just went through. Abby is the first to use the spare isolation pod while these tests commence. Her power hasn't changed much. And the opponents on this floor were already one-shot kills the last time we were here. I place the pod near the back of the dungeon by the boss room, and Monk stays behind to guard the pod, as he hasn't improved much since our last session either. Fisher and Lydia, on the other hand, have risen to a whole new level. The last time we were on this floor, it took both of them, fighting with their full strength, and Red Hydra's buffs, activated to subdue one of the high-level elite Minotaurs. Now, with Chi infused in their blades, they're able to slice the heads of these beasts off in single movements. The monsters on this floor don't wield any Chi themselves, so it isn't the greatest indicator of how they'll fare against genuine soul energy, but it is a vast improvement to how they fought before. Eri shows improvement too, at a rate much faster than I even believed to be possible. He is capable of imbuing trace amounts of his core's Chi into the spirit arrows he manifests, sending out attacks of Chi similar to the strikes I learned to throw out of my sword after absorbing well over 150 Chi pills and months of training. It is clear that his core capacity and strength of attacks are still far less deadly than my own. But the fact that he can already manifest physical Chi outside his body is a unique and very promising trait. He is able to obliterate an elite Minotaur's head in a single Chi-infused strike. Luna watches all of this in shock, with a bright blue aura constantly surrounding her eyes. Her level combat skills and mana control are far too low to even think about challenging one of these beasts. However, this will change after our training session is complete. Soon, she is about to be power leveled higher than ever imagined. This is for the sole reason that I am curious if she'll get an upgrade to that unique skill and blue aura around her eyes. The three of them clear out all of the Minotaurs on this floor, except for the mutant. This is saved for my double and Ember once they return from doing their rounds, creating another containment stone and farming the lower floors between 30 and 38. We walk back over to where Monk guards the isolation pod, and the door opens letting Abby step out fully rested. All right, it is time to start power leveling. I put the isopod back in my storage, and we all walk through the spinning gray boss room portal. Once a level 996 boss appears, we get to work. It takes a few minutes for the room to reset each time, and only the person who deals the final blow gets to absorb the MACP. So we rotate who gets to fight each respawn. The upside of this is that we all get to give pointers and test out new combat techniques on a near a rank monster that spawns in at level 993 to 997 over and over. Then, once each fight is done, we all share the XP. Floor 40 is still on cooldown, and floor 41 is impossible for us to challenge. Given these facts, fighting this boss is the best possible source of mass MACP and XP we can get. Every kill lets the one who defeated it gain tens of millions of MACP, and each time we cycle back, the party gets far closer to reaching level 1000. Although the amount of XP gained per kill when a monster is a lower level than oneself is minimal, it isn't non-existent. It may take some serious grinding, but it is possible for everyone here to rank up from this boss room alone. Chapter 479. After the first 4 hours pass, everyone matches the same level as the strongest boss that can possibly spawn. Level 997. Just about 500 million max EP is gained by each of them fighting. Luna does not have the combat ability to kill a Minotaur, but she comes along for the ride and gets power leveled through the roof. She passes level 500 in just a few boss room runs and gains a new buff called Eye of the Last Full Moon. In addition to this, her available proficiency points are force used during the rank-up process and her single skill. Moonlight's Gaze is upgraded to legendary grade. After another 5 hours pass, everyone reaches level 998, The fighters gain 600 million additional MCP each, and they begin taking rests in isopods at staggering intervals. After 9 hours of staggered 1-hour breaks and nearly 1 billion additional MCP gained each, everyone on the team hits level 999. I speak up once everyone is well rested, staring at the boss room portal, waiting to enter again. We have 18 more hours until Maria awakens from her pod. Let's push through and rank up. Roughly 15 to 16 hours later, after close to another 2 billion make CP have been farmed, everyone in the boss room is overflowing with power, just from this grinding session alone. Even without a rank up, their mana control and chi capacity has risen far over 2 times in just a day and a half. The first to hit level 1000 is Abby, the next is Aerie, then Monk. Following just 2 boss room runs later, Fisher and Lydia hit 1000 as well. They all stand back and wait with bright rank-up options, floating in front of their status screens while I bring Luna back into the boss room a few more times before she gets the notification too. All 6 of them stand in the middle of the grassland dungeon on the 39th floor as my double slaughters minotaurs with Ember in the background. Simultaneously, they all press, rank up, and white light floods over their bodies. A few minutes pass as I float in front of them, but none of the lights stop shining. I remember when I ranked up a second time, it took me a few hours to come to as well. However, I thought that was only because I was awakening a greater energy form. I think to myself for a while longer, then open my link with Ember once I sense him nearby with my double again. Hey, could you two come here for a minute? I have a special task I need done. My copy and Ember both come over and I relay the news. We brainstorm for a few more minutes about the time it would potentially take to get here from Sector 1 on foot, and the relative power my teammates have shown during this training session compared to the 7th, 6th, and 2nd ranked Dark Guards. However, the conclusion we both agree on in the end is the same. They're strong, but not strong enough. I toss a teleport crystal to my double, and it transfers all of the containment stones it has farmed and charged over the last 2 days into my storage, along with 2 more glistening shards of luminite. I nod. Thanks. You know what to do next. It is time to speed things up even more. It disappears without a trace while Ember and I are left to watch my teammates rank up below me. Every half an hour or so, when the elite Minotaurs here spawn back in, I subjugate them quickly. And even get to see Ember use a light red manifested soul energy sword to cut down a few Minotaurs of his own. All of the powers he was granted other than a human body are still a mystery to me. He drops some hints about them once we get back to the 6 people ranking up with collected firestones in my storage. You know, that 2nd-ranked Dark Guard sounded like he was a blast to fight. No excuses this time. I'll be ready for the next battle. I still have a few new finishing moves I need to try out. I nod with my arms crossed. We'll all have plenty of opponents to go all out with soon. Save your energy. Once my double blips back into the 39th floor, it is laughing while pulling out 5 brand new isolation pods from its storage. I did what you asked, but Lith was using one of them. I would have asked him before taking these, but his timer said 5 hours were left. I place my open palm on my face but accept the 5 brand new isolation pods without hesitating, then transfer over the uncharged firestones I farmed back to my double. That is fine. Even if he said no, I would have taken them anyway. His life relies on these next few hours too. He can try to be angry with me after we deliver him the Dark One's head. At these words, the 6 white lights below me begin to dim down, and 3 of them even stop glowing entirely. The rank-up process seems to be finishing up now. Ember and my double go back to collapse another dungeon with the newly farmed stones out in the desert, while I watch everyone begin waking up and standing to their feet. They look down at their statuses with awe, and I too am impressed at the new mana control frequency coming off of most of them. I point out into the dungeon as the Minotaurs respawn. Take a few minutes and test out your new ranked-up buffs. It will be good to get a feel for your new power before we move on to the 3rd and final stage of your training. My eyes widen as I take in the magnificent sight of varying shades of blue-green and bright white lights fill the dungeon and incinerate LVL 970 monsters the instant. They're touched by the energy blasts. The body of a serpent, visual of a white ghost, roar of a tiger, eye of a god, arms of a demon, and form of a goddess fill my senses. It is hard to keep track of everything as I take in the magnificent view. A corner of my lip turns up as they all deactivate their buffs and walk back to me. Good, you've awakened your ultimate weapons. Now, let's sharpen these blades and get you ready for war. I dungeon, walk them back to the canyon, and we fly back to the town with ease. Everyone's movements have become far more agile and confident. It is clear they're itching to use this new power. But as we make it to the center of the city and begin to descend, I put my Flame Emperor's disguise back up and speak. Patience. You still have a long way to go. You'll soon see what I mean. We descend into the town as the morning sun rises, and a few new things become visible to me. Full sections of the center square are completely rebuilt, and other sections are still being remodeled. The section of housing where people were staying before in 1 to 2 story old homes have been turned into 4 to 6 story apartment buildings that have beautiful windows and balconies. And the front entrance has a square of its own that connects to a main road back to the guild hall. On this road, I see a few small shops already open. A pawn shop, tiny bakery, and a bar are the most prominent ones with people walking in and out. However, most of this road is still vacant and still being built, off in the distance by the mega warehouse I made the other night. I sense my surveillance, double looking over 21 slaves under the elixir of suggestion, carrying supplies. There is a team of architects directing them and giving orders while building up another apartment complex on the other side of town. They're so far away, they don't even notice us arrive. However, I am glad they're enjoying themselves and using the resources I've given them. Good. One less thing for me to think about. Now, let's see how things are going underground. All 7 of us walk into the guild hall, and I open the hatch that leads downstairs. Immediately, a loud humming and rattling sound erupts from the bunker, but it is followed by a dense wave of chi that feels like a warm ocean wave is hitting my ankles. There is so much coming out. It is almost a shame to watch it disperse into the atmosphere without trying to absorb some. Everyone feels the same way, so we walk down the spiral stairs quickly and close the hatch behind us. The isolation pod at the back of the room shakes and vibrates violently, but the timer on top says 0 hours 5 minutes and 21 seconds, so we stop and stare. Abby speaks up after a few seconds pass, just in time to see the great reveal. We all slowly walk forward and watch the minutes and seconds tick down to 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Then, the curved metal door swings open. Chapter 480. Long flowing blonde hair and sharp royal blue eyes emerge from the white wave of chi flooding out from inside the isolation pod. As the door fully opens, Maria steps forward, and everyone is left in silence as we witness a pure outline of bright white chi twisting and swirling around her body. Her skin looks smoother, her figure appears more mature, and her overall appearance looks as if she has entered into a new prime. She is glowing with power, truly an upgraded version of her past self. Not a drop of mana makes its way through the barrier, and it is clear the use of this technique is second nature to her as she walks further out of the door and looks each of us up and down. Her gaze stops on me, the only one with a chi barrier, like her own, and switches her serious stare to the hint of a smile I can see hiding her bubbly nature beneath it. Let's spar. Simultaneously, the door of the isolation pod falls off its hinges, and I see the inside of its shielding is cracked and discolored. My eyes focus on it as I see the top portion, that still stores a considerable amount of mana within it, begin to leak faster and faster to the point where I question if it is going to explode on the spot. It was showing signs of wear and tear just moments ago, but the full extent of its damages wasn't clear until the time dilation stabilized with the outside world and Maria stepped out from the pod. I open my storage and allow it to fall into suspended animation before anything unpredictable happens, then respond to Maria. Of course, that was going to be my question to you regardless. I need to see how much more powerful you've become. Let me get some preparations for the others ready. Then I'll give you the real fight you've been waiting for. Maria keeps walking forward, looking down at her hands and observing the room with careful eyes. I can tell just by the way she moves. Her chi and mana control have risen to astronomical heights in the last 2 days. For us outside, it has only been 48 hours, but to her, it has been over 3 months. As she walks over to the exit, I turn back to the others who are still staring at her without saying a word. Then, Take 5 of the 6 isolation pods in my storage out and place them in a line. In a matter of seconds, I carefully use my craftsmanship dashboard, integrated with the capsule's designs, to equally charge each of them with the containment stones I have from the last 2 days of farming. They all become charged up to dilations between 43 times and 47 times. And I turn back to the squad. Next to them, I place food, water, sleeping gear, and miscellaneous supplies that were left over from a few days ago when I went shopping for the townspeople. Everyone take a pod, except you. I point to Luna. We need combat fighters to use these pods only. Chi is a limited resource. I turn back to Ari, Abby, Monk, Fisher, and Lydia. The chi is split unevenly between you all. I am keeping what I have on me for my turn. But I trust that you'll distribute the amount you have on you between yourselves regarding who you believe will need it the most. Time is running out. As I remember, Abby and Monk both have 300 pills each, while the other 3 have a few hundred between them. Split evenly, they'll have close to 200 each, but no matter how they distribute them, I believe if they get half of the result Maria achieved, they'll be ready enough for battle. They distribute the pills and gather the supplies they want while I give a briefing on what to expect, how to gather chi, and explain the basics on establishing a chi barrier. Then, end my spiel with a simple line. You know what you need to do. 48 hours in the pod. Come out as sharpened weapons of war. They each enter their pods, and I nod to them goodbye and good luck. Then, turn around to see Luna timidly standing next to Maria at the back of the room. I speak up to Maria and point to the stairs. Let's go spar. I know just the place. She begins walking up the stairs and I follow. Then, turn back as Luna is still waiting for a place to go and speak to her too. You are going to watch. I want to know what those eyes can really see. She follows right after, and we exit through the hatch to leave the 5 vibrating pods in the basement below us to venture out into the desert. We fly about 10 kilometers away from the town, and I use telekinesis to carry Luna behind us. Once we make it to an open part in the desert and touch down on the sand, I put my hands up in a fighting position and stare Maria in the eyes. She stares back and shows the same smile from the bunker before while putting her hands up as well. Neither of us activates any mana-based skills, but the flowing white barriers of energy around us get denser and denser the longer we stay in the ready position. Luna steps far back a few hundred meters, like we recommended, and activates her ranked-up buff to manifest an enormous light blue transparent eye high in the sky. That gives us the cue to start. Maria runs forward, and I do too. The sound of chi on chi like crashing waves echo through the desert as our spar begins. Fists smash against fists. Forearms block kicks. Punches are landed. Chi speeds up our reaction time and boosts our movement speed. I feel as if I am fighting a mirror, and it is clear to see that Maria feels the same way. Dust flies up in the desert, creating twisters and miniature sandstorms wherever we move to. Every punch, kick, and strike we throw gets faster and faster as we try to gauge each other's power with incremental increases in strength. But it only gets higher with neither of us stopping anytime soon. My movement speed and strength that I am using eventually surpasses the 7th ranked Dark Guard. The precision of my attacks nears the pinpoint accuracy of the Lightning Wolf on the 40th floor, and the sheer amount of punches and kicks I throw nearly replicates the storm of Windblade attacks I was forced to encounter while facing the 6th ranked Dark Guard. She is managing to keep up with everything I throw at her, and even launch attacks of her own back with equal speed and force. While doing so, she is managing to keep that same hint of a smile on her face. Maria is enjoying every second of this thoroughly. I am too. It feels as if we're dancing to a song no one else, but us knows the notes to, and it's being written down and ingrained in our minds every new step we take. While it is refreshing to fight a teammate of this caliber, it is also slightly terrifying to think about the fact that Maria isn't even ranked up yet. She went into that pod at level 994 before we all started level grinding, and her chi control is already on par with the lower ranked Dark Guards without using any mana at all. I find what I believe to be her limit when I see a bead of sweat on her forehead and a spark of ice magic activate in her eyes. I jump back and speak up before she can bring this spar to a potentially dangerous level. Good, that is enough. This is good progress. I think you are almost ready to fight the Dark One's army. The dust settles around us for a final time, and the large glowing eye above us, connected by a thin string of mana to Luna's back, blinks and disappears into thin air. I pull out my sword and point it out into the desolate desert. There is one last thing I'd like you to test out. I channel a small amount of chi into the blade and swing it across my body, allowing it to flow out of the sword and release a slash of pure white energy. Then turn back to Maria. I doubt you had the chance to try an attack like that in the isopod. You may want to develop a longer range chi attack of your own before we go to the labyrinth and rank you up. She reaches for her own sword in her item box on her waist, but a yell from Luna behind us turns our attention away from this topic. Her yells can be heard from far away in the direction her eye's energy left from. There is something coming. I can see something coming our way. It is a knight, a black knight. That is all I could see. It is just a single black suit of armor with a number 5 printed right on its chest. Chapter 481. I expand the range of my all-seeing eye and enemy detection once I hear Luna shouting. My range reaches out as far as the town nearly 10 kilometers away on one side, but I can't sense anything in the opposite direction. On full blast, I can feel the readings of rogue dungeons up to 50 to 70 kilometers away if I push myself. But for some reason, I can't sense this dark guard that she is crying out about. Maria is on alert too, and I feel her natural aura spread out a few kilometers. But the same confused expression shows on her face as she doesn't sense anything out of the ordinary either. Luna makes it nearby us and points far out in the desert in the direction of Sector 1. It is coming. Whatever it is incredibly angry. She keeps pointing in the same direction, but I am positive there is nothing out there. Still, the fact that she accurately described the 5th-ranked Dark Guard's appearance and number placement makes me believe her vision is real. I jump in the air, and Maria follows me upward. I use telekinesis to carry Luna again, and we start drifting off in the direction she has pointed. Tell me if we're going the right way. We'll confront this guard before it makes it close to the town. She nods, looking around with her eyes glowing with a light blue aura, but speaks up before activating her ranked-up buff again. I can't see it without my buff activated. On her status now, I see legendary grade Moonlight's Gaze, along with 2 buffs, Eye of the Last Full Moon, and a new one that she received after hitting level 1000, called Awakened Guardian's Eye. The enormous blue eye emerges from her back and floats above us, staring off into the empty desert, and I pose a question. Which buff is this? I can see you have 2. She doesn't reply for a moment, but points off in the desert. It is the Awakened Guardian's Eye. I can't see far enough with the other one. Same with my skill. They work best at night. I turn my head up to look at the eye and hear her voice call out from behind me again. About 300 kilometers. That is how far out it is, by the way. At its current pace, it still would have taken all day to make it here. I might have overreacted. I grin. Number, that is exactly the reaction I wanted. Don't worry about it. Is that the limit to your range? 300 kilometers? Right now, I think so. I notified you the moment I saw it. Are there any other troops with it, or is the guard all alone? She shakes her head. There is nothing else around it. It is just trudging through the desert alone. I don't know why. Good. So with you on watch, we'll have plenty of time to prepare if any other troops do show up in the future. Keep using that eye and notify me if there are any changes in its behaviors, or you see any more troops within range. I let a handful of mana potions out of my item storage and let them float over to Luna while I increase the speed of my steps to catch up to Maria. Seems like it is the same guard you fought in Valor City. You ready for round 2? I think you can take it on with your power now. Maria's eyes light up with ice magic, and the barrier of chi surrounding her body reflexively gets more dense around her vital areas before she responds. Yes, I've been waiting to face that guard since the moment I entered the isolation pod. What are the odds it'd come to greet me once I finished my training? She takes another step forward, leaving ice behind with each of her footsteps and small wisps of white chi, speeding up her pace. I increase mine as well to match hers, and we soar through the desert sky for over an hour at top speeds, before the Dark Guard comes within range of my all-seeing eye and enemy detection as well. Just as Luna said, a suit of jet black armor trudges through the sand with the number 5 printed on its chest. The only difference I see in its appearance since the last time I saw it is a large X marking over the number 5 on its chest, almost like it has been scratched out. Red-orange energy is leaking from the small cracks in the black armor, and as Luna also stated previously, its aura exudes rage and every step it takes amplifies its anger. I point forward and lean to Maria. We're getting close. Get ready to fight soon. This is all you. I'll let you have the rematch you deserve. Our pace slows a bit, and we begin to descend down to the desert floor. Maria pulls out her silver blade and imbues chi into it while descending even faster than me. Eventually, the black suit of armor becomes visible on the horizon without using any of my skills. And Maria sees it too. Stay back, and let me test out a few moves I couldn't try on you while sparring. This should be over in a few minutes. I halt in midair, a few hundred meters above the ground, and cross my arms to watch as Maria touches down on the sand, making a crater of ice as she lands. Luna floats behind me, catching up still while being dragged along by my telekinesis, then comes to a halt by my left side with her enormous blue eye still staring down from above. I speak up. This should be an interesting fight. Time to watch closely and learn a few things. As the impact from Maria's landing with the sand sends ripples through the desert, the suit of armor finally speaks up in a loud, angry yell that can be heard by everyone in the area. It is you! You! The one that ruined my reputation. You are the one that made the Dark One disown me after years of diligent service. The bright 5 etched into its chest plate glows red orange, and the X scratched across it bleeds with this energy-filled light as well. The only way I'll be accepted back is if I kill you. The Ice Empress, the one that foiled my plans. I just wanted you to serve the Dark One and join the winning side. It is a shame you refused my offering in such a flashy manner. I should have killed you when I had the chance at the city gate. Memories of the enormous crimson ice crystal that destroyed the arena in Valor City's surface in my mind. This was the finishing move Maria used while channeling all of her Red Hydra's remaining soul energy into a single attack to deflect this guard's attack and give our teammates enough time to escape. By the way, this guard is talking. It seems he has been exiled for failing to capture and turn Maria, Abby, and Monk into the Dark One's slaves. Maria understands the situation as well and speaks up while pointing her silver sword forward, playing into the rage-filled knight's words. Well, this is your chance to prove yourself again. If you really are a loyal follower of the Dark One, then you won't lose to me a second time, will you? She allows a small portion of her mana control to leak out from her chi barrier, giving the Black Knight the perception that her strength is still the same as it was the time they met just 2 days ago. The Dark Guard's red glow beneath its armor grows brighter and brighter until it forms 2 long energy blades in its hands, just like it did in that underground training room before. Its steps are powered by orange soul energy, but they're mixed with its own blood-red aura. The sand beneath its feet is melting with every step, turning into molten glass while it speeds up more and more, dead set on reaching Maria. It yells. That is right. The first time was a fluke. At your level, with nowhere to run, it will be impossible for you to fend me off again. This will be your end. I'll get my seat back at the Dark Guard's assembly right now. He lunges forward, swinging both of the red energy manifested blades across his body to create the same crimson-colored slashes that were impossible for Maria to block last time she was faced with only one. Instead of attempting to dodge like the Dark Guard predicted, Maria lunges forward too, saturating her blade with chi and taking the 2 soul energy attacks head-on with her glowing white sword. A magnificent white and red collision of energy lights up the battlefield below me as Maria's blade slices through and obliterates both crimson energy slashes with a white crescent of chi from her own blade in return. It rockets across the desert floor, aiming for the Dark Guard. Then shatters the 2 red energy swords it wields when the attempt to block her incoming attack fails. The crescent of white-hot chi collides with the 5, printed on the Dark Guard's chest, cracking its armor to pieces before it even registers what hit it. The entire battlefield appears to be moving in slow motion for everyone watching. Luna's enormous eye is wide open, taking in every detail of the fight. I am impressed by Maria's first Chi Blade manifestation's power, and she is equally excited to unleash her full strength if the guard survives this blow. As the black armor shatters and falls to the desert floor, it is impossible to see what is underneath. A blinding red light expands from within, blocking everyone's vision of the Dark Guard's true form. This flash of energy is followed by the roar of a monster that does not sound at all like the angry human yells we heard moments ago. Chapter 482. My inspect skill picks up a reading as the black armor of the 5th ranked Dark Guard falls away. ELV 1572. Its status is just like every other one of them, with no skills or items, but a Curse of the Lich King branded in orange lettering on its buff section. The immense amount of heat that erupts from the broken armor and crimson glow leads me to believe that there is some kind of fire-wielding monster that is now emerging. This will be the perfect opponent for Maria to test her new abilities on. Fire is her exact opposite element matchup. If anything, her weakness. Just from her display moments ago, and my spar with her earlier, I know she has the strength to take this guard on. But the real test will be seeing how she fares against actual combat with a genuine ranked monster aiming to kill. The monstrous roar echoes through our ears, and the red humanoid form beneath the armor grows larger and larger in size until it reaches over 5 meters tall. Its silhouette is bright red, but as it grows larger, jagged rocks begin to stick out of its body. Once it reaches just under 10 meters in height, dark black obsidian-colored glossy stones have protruded all over it to create what looks to be a golem's form. It has 2 glowing red-orange eyes that just look like circles, and a slit for a mouth that glows the same color of its deadly soul energy. Another roar that sounds like a static screech, mixed with rocks crashing together, erupts from its being as the red light in its eyes pulses. Hairline fractures in its obsidian body show red energy swirling beneath its surface, and the monster's hands manifest long, thick blades, just like the ones it held in its human form, but over 5 times as large. Blood-red flames erupt from the golem creature's back and arms, spreading immense heat throughout the desert, and melting the surrounding area of sand just for existing nearby. It tilts its head down at Maria while she swallows a chi pill from her item box to replenish her stores. After her session in the isolation pod, it looks like she has used up most of the chi gifted by Monk, but I count 9 more in the small silver tin left after the one that she just consumed. Ice magic is activated, and her chi barrier is let down to reveal her true mana control to the Dark Guard. Only portions of chi are used around her heart, head, and blind spots, while the rest is focused in her footsteps and channeled into the silver sword. As the heat from the monster's release of power nears her, the melting of sand stops in its tracks, and a wave of ice challenges it, freezing the desert floor in a circle that only increases in size the longer Maria activates her ice magic. She points her blade toward the obsidian golem and releases a royal blue aura of her own that clashes with the monsters in the air. It is an energy made of mana, but my senses pick up trace amounts of chi within it. Whatever this power is, it is a step closer to awakening soul energy than anything I've ever managed to manifest before. 2 domes of lights hit each other from nearly 100 meters away as both of them declare battle on the other. Then they both charge forward. The golem's echoing footsteps show off its immense strength, and the constant flames and red glow that comes from it show its magic power is considerable as well. Maria steps through the air with blue-tinted chi increasing her movement speed, closing the gap between them much faster than expected. Her sword glows the same light blue as she swings it through the air, leaving behind a trail in the sky that leaves a faint stain the air just like the red Hydra's buff. She gets faster and faster as she gets closer, and jumps straight into the dual incoming blades of the golem without an ounce of fear in her movements. Maria spins her body between the 2 blades, dodging their sharp crimson edges just by a hair on both sides. In a single swing, the monster's right shoulder is sliced through. An enormous blue slash line is visible on the monster's body as Maria continues to fly past her target unharmed. As she touches down on the molten desert floor, it crystallizes into solid ice. Soon after, the loud thud of the black rock falling off of its body can be heard. Maria doesn't take a moment to admire her work. lunging back around to release another light blue slash at the creature's left arm while she is standing in the blind spot behind it. Another bright blue line is etched into the golem's opposite shoulder as she slices through it and chi steps higher into the air to get a better vantage point away from the monster to assess its real damage. Another loud thud reaches her ears as the second arm of the monster falls to the floor. But her senses are put on high alert from an unexpected incoming attack. Maria swings her sword back to block two crimson blades, coming her way from the soul energy manifested arms that still carry swords where the physical obsidian body was cut off. This reminds me of the technique the 7th ranked Dark Guard used when I managed to cut off one of its limbs as well. The technique is very similar. However, this monster's power seems to act a bit differently. As the red and blue powers clash, the energy released into the atmosphere is nearly equal in strength. Two of the monster's blades that harness all of its power are being repelled with an equal and opposite force as the ice mage in the air follows through with her icy slash. They stay in the same place, battling it out over a single exchange in midair for over a second. Maria's eyes open wide as she sees a thin black line of rock forming in the center of both of the energy manifested arms that connect back to the golem's main body. Every fraction of a second that passes, more and more of the monster's arms regenerate and reform into the old form it had just moments ago before Maria cut them off. She pulses with a blue aura at the sight of this and shoves the crimson blades backward a few meters. This gives her enough leeway to dodge to the side as the momentum of the blades continues downward and slices through the air where she just was. Taking advantage of this moment, she slices through both of the golem's legs, leaving a light blue line across its upper thighs. When she touches down to the floor behind it, the expected reaction to this attack would be a moment where the creature stumbles or falls as it tries to regenerate its legs. However, underneath the hard obsidian stone is a red energy form that moves on its own without the need for a physical body at all. It turns around, leaving its severed legs behind, carrying its upper body on just a soul energy manifested lower half, and swings its two crimson swords again right at Maria on the ground. Although this wasn't what she expected, it was in the realm of possibilities. Maria jumps out of the way again and analyzes the creature while its glowing red eyes track her movements too. The impact of the red blades with the ground sends a shockwave of molten sand. Her way that towers over 3 meters high and grows in speed and power the more soul energy is channeled into it from the monster's blades stuck into the desert. She jumps in the air again, and the golem's legs begin to regrow just the same as its arms did, standing as small black sticks in the center while more black rock is summoned to fill the empty space. The waves of molten sand die down once the monster takes its energy blades from the ground and starts sending out crescents of soul energy in the air for Maria to dodge. Her Chiora gets much weaker while she soars through the air dodging these crimson slashes. But it isn't because she is getting weaker. Her attention has shifted from attack to one of pure analysis. Every shot the creature throws at her adds to her ideas on what to do next, and I see her eyes channeling over 50% of the chi that isn't protecting her vitals. She is watching where the energy flows in this monster to try and figure out its weakness. Clearly, taking off its limbs doesn't hurt it at all, and getting in close to try and land another attack without a proper plan is just taking an unnecessary risk if she doesn't know where to aim. Out of curiosity, I copy the chi flow she is using and channel a large portion of my available energy into my eyes to watch the golem meticulously throw slashes at her while she gracefully dodges through the air. At first, all I can see is the silhouette of red-orange soul energy in the form of a massive human outline. However, the longer I look, and the closer I focus on its release of slashes, the more I see there is a distinct direction of its energy flow. The flow is so fast and instantaneous, it is like a heart pumping blood at 1000 beats per second. But there is clearly a point where this power is coming from. It is all coming from a central point deep inside its chest. Similar to golems I've faced before, this one has a core of its own. It is just hidden within layers and layers of dense soul energy to make itself look like a pure energy being. As I come to this realization, a shift in Maria's movements makes me surmise she has come to the same conclusion. Her movements in the air become faster, and her blade glows blue again. Instead of going for the available openings on the monster's arms and legs that it allows her to take between every few dozen slashes, she bides her time and doesn't go for the easy shots. After every attack, the monster's blades come back into position to protect its chest before anything else. This is exactly where Maria's gaze is locked onto as she continues flying circles around the golem waiting for it to slip up. In return for its slashes, she sends her own blue ice attacks littered with chi down toward the monster. They are never aimed to hit it directly, but to freeze the battlefield below and limit its movements to a select few areas. The more she throws, the larger the massive ice crystals form like obstacles in its way, and its attacks become more predictable to the trained eye, like a rat in a maze. Every new ice structure guides the golem to an endpoint that I can see as clear as day. Maria is setting up her finishing move, and the rage-filled golem that believes it is invincible to her slow-moving attacks can't see it coming at all. After 3 more chi pills and nearly 100 dodged crimson slashes, the semicircle barrier of ice behind the golem is created, and it has nowhere else to backpedal to now. Maria's sword charges brighter blue than ever before in this battle, and her body radiates with a light that I've only seen happen when she activates her ranked-up buff. The last time I saw her use this with the Red Hydra's power at a far lower skill level, it decimated multiple layers of a grade shielding and destroyed the entire arena back in Valor City. If she uses it now with her newfound strength, imbued with chi as well, the result would be catastrophic. A bright blue glow erupts off her as her aura expands to envelop the entire battlefield, including the cornered beast below her. Waves of cold ice magic freeze the entire area solid for over 200 meters in diameter. It believed it had the upper hand the entire battle, as Maria made it seem she was running from its attacks in fear once she realized she couldn't hurt it. The frozen ground shakes beneath the obsidian golem, getting louder and louder, until Maria whispers the name of her ability, Ice Age. Enormous blue crystals of ice erupt from the ground towering over the 10m tall golem, expanding faster than it can think to move. They drop the temperature of the desert air instantly and encapsulate the golem in a massive prison of ice. At the same time, Maria dives in at it with her blades swinging across her body. She slices through her own solid blue prison, shattering the towering structure to pieces the moment it is formed, disintegrating the monster's black stone body entirely. It only leaves behind the shocked red inner form and a singular black orb in the center of its being that desperately tries to reform the rest of its physical body. However, it is far too late. A bright blue flash of light and a single dense chi and ice-infused slices the core in half. Maria makes contact with the icy ground behind it, turning with glowing eyes and a charged sword ready for more. But ringing notifications in her head tell her the battle is already over. Both sides of the core fall to the frozen desert and the red energy slowly dissipates into the air. Chapter 4, 83. Maria's level rises by 71, bringing her to level 1065 in an instant. By the way she is looking at her status, it is clear there is a rank-up notification in front of her waiting to be accepted. However, she recalls my description of the other's rank-up process that I told her about on our way out here and decides not to press yes just yet. She picks up both the fragments of the dormant black obsidian golem's core and places them into her item storage. 2 of the larger chunks have item readings on them that grant over 300% mental strength buffs along with fire resistance. I speculate what kind of armor, pendant, or possibly even a weapon these materials could make. However, it is Maria's kill, so she'll be the one to decide what to do with these core fragments in the future. Her ice magic deactivates while putting back up her consistent chi barrier. Then, she chi steps up in the air to greet Luna and me watching from high above. I am the first to speak. That was very impressive. I could tell you were strong while sparring, but your combination of chi and mana brought your abilities to a whole new level. It almost looked like soul energy. I think to myself about how Maria would have stacked up against the second-ranked Dark Guard if she were to battle it alone. On pure physical strength, that silver creature would have had her beat. But just based on pure magic power, they may have been close to even. The only guards that remain are the 3rd, 4th, and 1st. Based on this performance, after she ranked up, there is no doubt in my mind the 2 remaining lower guards will not be an issue for her. The only real looming threat is the first ranked Dark Guard and the Dark One itself. As my mind races, Maria speaks up again. Yeah, it is a neat trick I managed to learn near the end of my session in the pod. Once my chi control reached a high enough level, I was able to begin incorporating mana directly into the flow. It works the other way around too. Instead of launching them as separate attacks, the 2 are slowly becoming one energy source. She flips her open status toward me to show the rank up screen. Once I get to a safe place to rank up, I am almost positive they will become even more natural to wield together as one. We turn back toward the town after Luna does another scan of the desert, confirming there are no other strong beings within 300 kilometers of us. There are a few rogue dungeons and 2 small villages with populations below 50 each, but no sign of the Dark One's army. Looks like he really came alone. We head back to the town at fairly quick speeds, making it to the bunker in under 2 hours. Maria sits on the opposite side of the room in the lotus position and presses rank up, glowing white while the 5 machines hum in the background, slowly leaking chi and mana. I turn to Luna, then point to the crates of B-grade weapons and equipment by the back wall. Pick out 12 items. Make sure they have spread out buffs to equally boost all your stats, and choose a weapon you are comfortable learning how to wield. You were over level 250 before the power leveling session, so I assume you have some monster hunting experience. She nods and walks over to the crates, putting on a few rings, necklaces, a light armor set, some boots, and picks out a pair of daggers with high speed, agility, and mental strength enchants on them. Then we leave the bunker together, and I point to the canyon of dungeons. This way, it is time for you and a few others to increase your mana control. Let's see if that 300 kilometers range is your skill's hard cap, or if there are ways to raise it. There are a few others in the dungeons that need the exact same training as you. We make it to the canyon, and I open up my Dungeon Walker skill to scan every dungeon I have access to until I find my double in a C-grade dungeon training the 37 recruits from the other day. After putting up my Flame Emperor's disguise, Luna and I teleport there, and I greet my body double with a stone bullet to the forehead, killing it instantly to receive the memories of the last 40 or so hours that I've been away. The intricate details of the training this group has been through come rushing back to me. These are the people that volunteered to become the first soldiers in the Flame Emperor's army, and their commitment shows. I've been giving them a constant supply of newly crafted regeneration potions, which heals all of their injuries and drastically decreases their fatigue, allowing most of them to train pretty much non-stop since the start. They have the best gear available to them, courtesy of the deceased sector, 2 Leaders warehouse stockpiles, and my A-grade body double has been keeping a close eye on their every move, stepping in milliseconds before battles are going to end poorly, and giving pointers after every fight on how to better use their weapons and talents. We progressively trained in harder and harder dungeons as everyone became more skilled. Once used to the routine, none of them fear getting hurt at all anymore, and start improving at an exponential rate. All 37 of them have made it to level 330 to 340. The only limitation they're facing now is the lack of time spent honing their mana control. Their actual combat skill has been refined. Luna has a similar problem. Her level has been artificially boosted, but her mana control is lagging far behind. I use my enemy detection skill mixed with my Rising Emperor's domain, find my friend Perk to find everyone's geopoints through the dungeon. They're all pretty close by in groups being led by their leaders. Then fly over to each of the groups and gather them together in a single spot. They all look happy to be here. Some sweating, others breathing heavy, but most have smiles on their faces and are enjoying the grind. I speak up once I have their attention while sharing my skill, all-seeing eye with everyone. Open your status screens and look at the new options that are now available by activating the skill I have shared with you. Many of their eyes widen and they scroll through their status screens, clicking the eye next to their skills and gear to read more information about them, and many see where I am leading them next before I even speak up. There should be a section labeled PP, or proficiency points. You gain one of these every time you level up. To upgrade a skill from basic grade to special grade, it takes 50 points. To upgrade from special to legendary grade, it takes 250. If you are an element user, It takes 100 points to upgrade to an advanced version of your skill. I want you to all use these points and grow stronger. We will be starting your next stage of training very soon. Looking down at my own status, I see PP 638, and do some math. I still need 362 more points to hit 1000 to have enough to upgrade my absorption skill to Mythic Grade, although I have enough to upgrade some of my basic grade skills to Legendary, or my advanced grade elemental skills to Extreme. It isn't worth doing when I weigh the perks that a Mythic Grade version of my absorption skill will grant. After this, I close my status and look down at everyone in my new army. It is full of legendary swordsmen and tanks, advanced elemental users, and support types with team buffs that exceed 50 to 70%. Next, I switch the skill that I'll be sharing with them from All-Seeing Eye to Legendary Grade Absorption. After this, I use my Rising Emperor's Domain perk to share 10% of my mana control, distributed equally between all 37 of them, and Luna, making it 38. Instead of sharing this with all 140 of the people in my list, like last time, this power is now going to less than 123 of them, meaning their boost in strength is over 3 times greater than the last time this buff was used. Meaning, I am granting them tens of millions worth of mana control more than before. Everyone is hit with another wave of euphoria, and their strength is increased to an absurd degree. They all group together, and I dungeon walk us to the 19th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. Simultaneously, I place a body double on guard by the dungeon's entrance to make sure no hunters come up to disturb us. Training at this low of a level is a lot different than the upper floors past 30. Below floor 20 is where the association tends to actually farm and train. I sense a good amount of hunters on floor 10 to 13 and a few teams on floor 15 and 16, but it seems that no one is nearby. So we have floor 19, all to ourselves. A monster's screech fills the air as everyone stands on a black surface, and a green-eyed, sword-wielding, mana-shielded berserker giant comes charging at the group of new recruits. I don't instantly kill the monster, but let it run closer and closer, allowing everyone here to use their new mana senses and feel the actual strength of the disgusting creature approaching. Many activate their skills, ready their weapons, and wait for my commands. I float above them all, not saying a word as it speeds up and eyes the crowd of humans that has come into its territory. A level 405 berserker giant jumps in the air toward the 38 hunters, and I create a large dome of mana shielding between them and the beast, just 10 meters away from our group. The battle-crazed sword wielder collides with it in midair. Its blade shatters against the dense shielding, and its body disintegrates and breaks apart, killing the monster on the spot for all of them to see. I didn't even lift a finger, but the monster was defeated instantly. I've granted you a portion of my power for this stage of training. It is called mana control. The cumulative experience gained by processing mana through your body over time increases this power. We'll be working on a skill called mana shielding, and farming these creatures here with that skill I granted you earlier to increase your own base of mana control. By the time we're done here, you'll be able to do what I just did without using my shared power. Chapter 484. Hours pass. I have my body double periodically dungeon, walk back to the town to check on the energy readings to see if Maria has woken up from her rank-up process, but no signs of her completing it have come back. Meanwhile, my method of sharing mana control with these recruits to boost their abilities is working very well. Some of them still don't have the speed and raw power to kill level 400 monsters with elite-level mana control just yet. But when working as a team, many of them are able to take these berserker giants down. They rotate who gets the final strike to absorb me CP evenly. The millions of MP worth of progress after each kill is equal to training with an elemental skill for days or even weeks on end at their level. However, they're managing to get this mana control experience without even having elemental skills. Plus, the rest times and built-up fatigue that is needed after normal mana control training is not necessary either. My body double, as well as me and my real body, are constantly watching the battles unfold to block any fatal strikes before they happen and monitor everyone's progress. I even switch my shared skill from absorption to mana manipulation a few times, in order to let some slower learners get a feel for what mana shielding should look and feel like when they do it naturally. Over 4.5 hours pass since we started. Maria still has not woken up from her rank-up process, meaning she has been unconscious for over double as long as the others were. In this time, all recruits of the Flame Emperor's army have made it to levels 400 to 410 and can defeat Berserker Giants with ease while using the combination of my shared mana control and their own. By constantly absorbing the mace CP of monsters higher level than their own using my unique skill, they have all managed to bring their own mana control bases up to that of an elite at the association. They just don't know it yet. I am sure if they went in as teams of 3 to 5, they would be able to take on the 20th floor boss now. However, pushing them all up to high floors right now is not my next plan of action. I deactivate my power share with everyone so they can feel what their own non-artificially buffed strength feels like. The final stage of your preparations will commence now. You will all hone your skills and get used to your new level of power. I leave my body double with them to fight the Berserker Giants one-on-one. Now, it is time for them to come up with their own unique ways of wielding mana control while fighting. It is not all about teamwork and getting XP. They'll begin maximizing their mana density and efficiency to kill while fighting solo, as my double informs them of this and begins to spread out to find newly spawned berserkers to train with. I motion for Luna to come over to me and show me what she has learned so far. We don't travel far until I find a monster for her to show her skills. Her speed, strength, and defense are on much higher levels than these low-level monsters, given that she is ranked up twice already. However, her mana control has progressed just like everyone else's, and I watch her make simple mana barriers while imbuing her blades with mana as well. The chi in her core from Monk awakening her the other day stays dormant. It may be able to be used once her natural energy control increases over time. Good. I'll go get the others that show promise and move on to a private training session. I fly back over to the groups of people fighting under the watch of my double and pick out the 3 element users that wield fire, wind, and earth. Rachel, Andy, Francis, come with me. They follow my words, and I immediately teleport them to the 30th floor near the outer edge of the mountainous forest section of the Wyvern's dungeon. Everything in this dungeon is level 550 to 750. We've jumped up over 10 floors because I need to expedite their training. An earth wyvern comes soaring down from the sky and I speak up, pointing at it. This is a ranked up monster. Who is prepared to take it on first? They all stare at the creature summoning spears of earth around its body and dive bombing us at high speeds. Only one of them steps up to my challenge without thinking twice. It is the orange-haired woman named Rachel. She bursts into flames and points her sword coated in a thin layer of her own natural mana shielding at the monster that is clearly far superior to herself in pure strength and magic. I share my absorption skill with her again, then activate my power sharing perk as well, giving her exclusively 10% of my mana control. As the ranked up buff transfers it over, the flames around her grow larger, while her mana control base is artificially boosted by far over 1 billion MP. I take a step back and watch her swing her sword upward and slice the ranked up earth wyvern in half before it touches the floor. Her flames continue to expand, bursting out over 10 meters on all sides and glowing dark crimson, almost black. Leveling notifications ring in her ears while she absorbs millions of mech CP from a single kill. The other team members, standing by watch wide-eyed with excitement and awe. And our private training session begins, one by one. I share this power with each of them so they can get their own kills and slowly work toward the center of the Wyvern dungeon. A full 2 hours pass of teleporting them around the ring to absorb hundreds of millions of neat TP. The 3 squad leaders become much closer while fighting side by side, and Luna starts to talk with them a bit too. Luna's mana control improves drastically, allowing her to contend with wyverns without my help by the end of this training. The element users are capable of taking on the lower-level wyverns by themselves, too. I don't think they're capable of actually defeating the boss in this dungeon yet. Not even as a team, but their progress has come very far. All 3 of them managed to hit level 500 and rank up in no time. The Earth and Wind users awaken ultimate abilities called Fortress of Stone and Unbreakable Wind Prison, while the Fire user awakens a unique offensive buff called Firestorm. after I finally get them all just past level 600, so they can upgrade their elements to extreme grade. My body double blips in to tell me some news. Surprisingly, it isn't the double that was watching the other recruits train. It is the one that was farming and collapsing dungeons with Ember. It is Maria. She is waking up. It blips away right after telling me. At this, I wrap up our training and bring everyone back to the exit of the Canyon of Dungeons. They all begin walking back to the town on the pathway, and I leave Luna and the 3 squad leaders with my body double in charge of getting them food and necessary materials from a spare warehouse, and to get some proper rest. I fly over at max speed. Surprisingly, I don't sense any mana or chi coming from underground that isn't from the pods. However, I do sense 2 unexpected readings right outside the guild hall. Once I get back, I see the double that warned me as well as Ember in his human form, leaning up against the side of the octagonal building. His long red hair flows in the light breeze before speaking up. I felt a soul energy awakening, so I decided to come and see the reveal myself. That is, as long as you are okay with your teammates seeing my true form, soul energy users are capable of seeing more than meets the eye. He grins, and my heart starts to beat a bit faster while walking over to the bunker's hatch. That is fine. If they're strong enough to perceive you, they're ready to know the truth. If we'll be going all out in this war, it is better they find out sooner rather than later. He responds again while we come to a halt above the door. Plus, we finish collapsing another dungeon. You have just enough containment stones to charge that last pot up for yourself if you wish. I nod and open up the hatch. That is my plan. If you and Maria are strong enough to stand guard while I cultivate, I'll be entering the pod next. Ember, my double, and I walk down into the waves of chi and mana that flow out. I see Maria standing in the middle of the room looking down at her own body. She slowly waves her hands around in the air and her eyes track their movements. Ember stands beside me with his arms crossed and head continuously nodding, while I try and use all of my perception skills to figure out what is going on. Her hair is silkier, her skin is smoother, and it appears as if she is glowing with beauty. However, somehow she looks void of energy, just like the readings I get when I look at Ember. It is like a mana and chi suppression technique is activated that makes it impossible for me to see any energy. I do see a new buff on her status reading, Awakened Form of the Ice Goddess. But other than this, it is almost impossible for me to gauge her new strength. I speak up anyway. Welcome back. Over 6 hours awakening seems to have paid off. Your chi mastery has reached a level I am unable to detect. She nods while continuing to look at her own body with wide eyes. Her gaze doesn't move anywhere else for almost 30 seconds before looking up and replying. I have. This is Zar. Her eyes halt on Ember and she stops speaking. She stares at him for equally as long, then turns to me. You are soul bonded with a dragon. Chapter 485. The words that escape her lips aren't exactly what I expected. Ember did mention she'd be able to see his true form, but I assumed he meant in the heart of battle, or that she'd be able to perceive that he is a soul energy user too. I wasn't expecting her to see through his disguise the instant she awakened. However, it was within the realm of possibilities, so I calmly respond. I am. She immediately replies, and that red hydra's energy reeks on you too. I hope you get rid of the rest of it soon. Ember laughs and turns to me. See, I am not the only one that thinks taking borrowed power is a bad idea. Especially from that old, sorry excuse of a divine beast. He just wants to be a dragon so bad, but he never will. Ember rolls his eyes, and I am clearly unaware that they can even sense this buff, although it is not even activated. Maria steps forward, still wide-eyed while taking in her new environment, but gets straight to the point. If you were waiting for me to become strong enough to guard you while you cultivate, I've reached that point. Ember nods and agrees. It is true. Maria is ready. We can guard the town while you are away. At this, I take out the last isolation pod, and my double and I begin charging it up with all of the remaining containment stones. During the process, it transfers over 1 more fragment of luminite into my storage, making there 6 in total now. In return, I give the silver tablet that controls the walls and bunker hatch mechanisms to my double to hold onto while I am inside. At this rate, my teammates will come out of their pods about 12 hours before me, so they need a way to exit the bunker. Maria speaks while this is happening. How many of the Dark Guards have soul energy of their own awakened? I assume they are far superior to that fifth guard I faced earlier today. I reply while setting a 48-hour timer on the pod in front of me with 48.121x dilation. Before I defeated the second, it told me 3 of the Dark Guards have soul energy of their own, while many other servants only relied on the Dark One's power. She nods. So, most likely the third and first. Ember pitches in. We can spar in the desert if you'd like some experience. This isn't my first time dealing with the Lich King after all. I can simulate the strength of its Dark Guards and give you some general soul energy pointers. Maria turns to Ember, and for the first time, I see a physical manifestation of energy emerge from her. A pure blue aura covers her hand and swirls around. In my senses, it feels like a seamless combination of mana and chi. I can't separate the two. They flow perfectly together and feel as if they've dissolved into one energy. It shows no source of where it is manifested from, swirling around her hand, then disappearing in the same manner back into her skin and away from my perception. That is a good idea. Let's train. I smile and step into the pod and turn to Ember. We're an open book. Tell her everything she needs to know to become stronger. I'll meet you on the battlefield once my own awakening is complete. The pod closes, and the room is left in silence for a moment, but my double speaks up to break the tension. Well, I mean, it is not like I am gone, just my strongest version won't be available. Come on, I want to go watch you two spar. I turn to Maria, especially you, that new ranked-up buff. I want to see what kind of form you awakened. All of them leave to go upstairs, while I begin my 3-month training process inside the isolation pod. Immediately, I begin to start my cultivation process. The last time I did this was before I was ranked up a second time, and this time around there is far more dense mana in the air than just in a Titan's domain. In the white-walled room of the Titan's domain, a majority of the gained mana control came from plundering the walls and soaking in the energy from outside. In this isolation pod, billions of MP are being held in a concentrated point while circulating through the air in a confined space. There's a natural euphoric effect of these pods that makes me feel as if I am floating in a cloud of energy and instantly relax. The fact that Ember and Maria are strong and capable enough to protect everyone, while I am here, lets me forget about everything else and concentrate on this one task. I sit down in the lotus position in the center of the pod, and it feels as if I am floating in midair while I start taking out over 90% of my chi pills to begin the oversaturation process. Last time I did this, it was with less than 150 pills in a box, almost the size of a small sports field. Now, I am using double the pills, and in a space that isn't even large enough for me to take a full step in any direction. After many hours of swallowing pills and letting the dense waves of white-hot chi fill the pod, the extreme difference in density of energy that fills the air compared to the last time I attempted this process is astounding. Just breathing in every few seconds and letting that chi circulate through my body feels like hours worth of cultivation, and the Titan's domain goes by. I begin gathering chi in the same way I left off last time, putting up a denser chi barrier and circulating it all throughout my body while filtering in more and more new chi. Along with this, I continuously absorb the mana that leaks out from the top of the chamber. It lets me continuously activate my perception and stat increasing buffs that stimulate my mana control's growth. The air around me feels like I am bathing in a warm bath of pure energy, and every second I continue absorbing it, the stronger and more full of life I become. The rate at which my strength and power increases is on a level beyond that of anything I felt before. Days pass, and the constant flow of energy keeps me awake and energized throughout the whole process. My mind is focused on one thing only, absorbing and processing all of the energy around me. There is nothing else to think about but finishing the task at hand. I prepare to ascend in my strength and ability over the next 3 months to heights I couldn't physically or mentally comprehend before entering this pod. Meanwhile, in the outside world through the eyes of my body double, Ember and Maria begin to train while the sun sets. The golden-orange rays disappear over the horizon of rolling sand dunes, while I watch a display of flowing blue soul energy freeze hundreds of meters of desert in a single slash of the sword. The block from Ember's light red Manifested blades send streaks of transparent flowing fire rocketing back in the opposite direction that disintegrates massive valleys of sand. Their exchanges create whole new landscapes in the wide open desert. The two of them move so fast, it is almost impossible for my body, Double's eye, to see. Without the use of chi in my current state, I am unable to see the true power of these attacks other than their destructive aftermaths. One thing is for sure. This is all just a practice match, because neither Ember nor Maria use their true forms. Both of them just stay as humans and have a friendly spar. Irreversible damage has been done to the open desert, creating what looks like a 5 kilometers wide and deep canyon into the ground after only 10 minutes of fighting. Both of them come floating back to me once the sun has set with satisfied expressions, and we slowly make our way back to the town. Maria is the first to speak. So, Ember, why didn't you go into an isolation pod too? Don't you want to grow stronger? He replies. Well, there is a short answer and a long answer to that. Maria shrugs. We have time, I nod. Yeah, I'd like to know too. Well, it is a bit more complicated than you'd think, actually. He sighs and thinks to himself for a moment. All right, let's start from the beginning. Ember tells the story of how he woke up in the Titan's domain, hatched anew from an egg from a dungeon I'd plundered a while back. In creating a soul bond with me, a special kind of contract was formed after his rebirth. All immortal divine beasts like himself retain the power they've gained from every one of their past lives. However, the total release of that power is generally affected by different things depending on their circumstances, planet they're reborn on, and the era they're reborn into. Sometimes just gaining pure levels is enough to radically unlock their powers. Other times, it is dependent on the number of enemies they have to kill. And in some cases, there is a new skill entirely. They're reborn with that. Dictates how this new life will be completely different. Ember's fate this life happened to be relying on me, the human that took him from his post as a labyrinth guardian. He finishes his story up just as we've made it back to the town, turning to Maria. So, to sum it all up, in this life, as Jay grows stronger, I do too. Whether that is by level, energy control, or new power-boosting skills. Our system level is linked, but the correlation of raw power is dependent solely on how strong Jay becomes. It doesn't matter if I enter that pod and gain more energy control or raw power myself. It will add to my cumulative base, but my availability to that power will only become more pronounced as Jay grows as well, she responds. So, what you are saying is maybe tomorrow, once Jay has grown a bit stronger, you can give me a real fight. Ember laughs while we all touch down in front of the guild hall. Most likely. Yes, I can already feel my power growing. By tomorrow, you'll be able to use that ranked up form on me without holding back. However, it might be a better idea to save your strength for the real enemies. True, good point. We check in on all facets of the town after this. My double that was doing surveillance updates me on the news. The construction team has finished their second small apartment complex and have moved on to the beginning processes of the mana-wired power systems. Clean water processing for the underground streams, sewers, and tending to all of the personal small business requests from the townspeople. Over half of the building supplies are already used up, but Maurice said that this next project should take longer than the first. He'll give me a detailed list once they need more supplies. Based on their progress so far, I'll gladly give them whatever materials they need to continue expansion. My other double that has been managing the new army recruits comes back to me with Luna and reports that everyone is exhausted, but well-fed and resting. They should all be up and ready for anything in the morning. Luna has been doing routine checks with her ranked-up buff of the town's surroundings. And after her increase in mana control, the range of her awakened guardian's eye can now see up to 400 kilometers away during the day. Along with that, now that the sun has gone down, she tests out her Eye of the Last Full Moon that shines bright in the sky. It is over 3 times as bright and large as her other buff, and the pupil looks just like a full moon. It can see nearly 600 kilometers in all directions from where she stands, and has far better in-depth detail on mana readings and visuals than her other. With her periodically checking to see if there are any new movements from the direction of Sector 1, everyone feels very prepared, as will have hours of warning if they approach by foot. My doubles, Luna, Maria, and Ember, all watch above the town as the night passes and the rising sun comes again. Daily life in the town starts up as usual. The construction projects continue. Normal citizens trade goods, settle into their new housing, and make new friends and business partners. The members of the army set off to train with my double in the canyon for team leaders to get used to their new strength. Along with this, the 3 elemental team leaders begin creating formations and battle strategies with the elite level fighters that serve as troops under them. This allows them to work as a team and take out opponents on higher floors of the labyrinth that they're incapable of defeating alone. Back in the town, the humming of isolation pods in the bunker is muffled out by the laughter and normal daily lives of citizens settling into their new homes. The sun makes its full cycle, and the silence and peacefulness of the beautiful sunny day puts all of us on edge. Things are just too perfect. The day feels so eerie that not even Maria and Ember want to waste their energy sparring. They just stand on guard above the town. I don't blame them. The only thing I can think to do is continue counting down the hours and minutes before my teammates in real body awaken from their pods. As the sun fully sets, and Luna's eye of the last full moon illuminates the night sky again, I can only think that all of this is the calm before the storm. Chapter 486. The dead of night hits, and we check on the isolation pods while Luna stares out into the desert. My teammates' pods say less than 4 hours remain, while my own pod is at just under 16. The tension from the uneventful day is eating away at the back of everyone's minds. However, once we make our way back up to the surface during one of Luna's periodic scans of the open desert, she blurts out a startled remark to make all of our wildest suspicions come true. They're here. They're really here. Her enormous eye blinks shut and disappears in the night sky, and her face is visibly distraught. I fly over to her with Ember and Maria nearby. What did you see? Describe it as best you can. Everything. She stares up at the sky again with shock on her face. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Or the massive white eye in the sky with a full moon for its pupil manifests again, and she begins to describe what she can see. At least 1,000? Yes, maybe more. They're all disgusting creatures. I've never seen anything like this. They look like white-skinned zombies and floating skeletons with black robes. And 3 more of those dark suits of armor. She gulps and looks at all of us while the eye in the sky disappears again. The Dark One's army, it is finally here. Her descriptions sound just like ghouls, wraiths, and the 3 dark guards that remain. The range at which her perception skills can see during the night is just about 600 kilometers, so I pose the next question. How fast are they moving? How much time do we have before they're here? Luna looks at the ground to concentrate, and the bright white eye in the sky pulses. They're moving fast, maybe 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. They'll definitely be here before you make it out of your pod. I nod and think to myself while Maria speaks up next. Well, why don't I go out there with Ember and take care of things? I am sure the army of ghouls and wraiths won't be an issue for us. Even your body doubles without chi may be able to fend them off fine. The only real opponents for us would be the 3 remaining dark guards. I reply, you are right. That's a good option. It is what we'll have to do eventually. Confronting them before my 16-hour timer hits 0 is inevitable, but waiting 4 more hours for the others to awaken is a more reasonable thing to do, Ember nods. From what you told me about the 2nd-ranked Dark Guard, and my past knowledge, the 1st-ranked Dark Guard will be well over level 2,000. Not to mention the potential that the Lich King itself is most likely observing its army in the shadows. He turns to Maria. We may be able to fend it off the main forces right now, but we have no pure data to back things up yet. We need to stall them and send out a scout in the meantime, I interject. On it. I might as well go and check things out under a stealth veil to get some info. I have 3 tries if they somehow manage to catch me anyway. By this, I mean I have 2 other doubles left behind in this town. It would make the most sense for me to try and get valuable info on the approaching army, while everyone stays safe here and the others wait to get out of their pods. Everyone agrees, and I activate my skill to become invisible before flying off into the desert. I am able to push my speeds up far faster than the army is approaching and reach their location in less than an hour and a half. Once the army comes into my senses, I perceive exactly what Luna described. Under the darkness of night, all the naked eye can see is a wave of approaching orange energy. Using my inspect and appraisal skill, this energy has Curse of the Lich King stained on everyone's status, and the cloud of leftover soul energy that trails behind the charging army stretches even further off into the night. Their levels, oddly enough, range from lower 100 to 200s up to 500 to 600s. At first, it confuses me because I remember only seeing the top-tier ghouls in the fight arena. But as the army that stretches over 3 kilometers wide approaches a small desert village, I understand where these weaker ghouls are coming from. One of the dark guards in its suits of appraisal-blocking armor drops an orange crystal in front of the tiny village as they approach. And the same effects that I witnessed beneath the fight ring a few days back commence. Many people sleeping in their homes are hit with this wave of soul energy, and their bodies are completely consumed by its power. I witness a gruesome event of people being burned alive and taken over by this orange energy, then see their bodies be rebuilt with the infinite regeneration process of the ghouls. Their status and individuality are wiped clean away, and the curse mark shows in their buffs as the army tramples over the tiny village. Those who were infected by that orange crystal join the charge as mindless monsters in the growing army. Floating above the front-facing force of ghouls are skeletal wraiths, just like the ones I faced in the arena, and the ones that accompanied the 7th ranked Dark Guard when I first fought it. They're all between level 600 and 999. Some of them give off very odd energy readings, but their status screens are completely wiped all the same. I count about a dozen. Lastly, there are the 3 Dark Guards. 2 of them float above the right and left flanks of the charging troops. One of these was the guard that dropped the orange stone. I can't see any clear indications of what ranks these guards are, but my best guess is that this is number 3 and 4. I attempt to break through their gear's privacy enchants multiple times, but from the safe distance away in the sky, it is impossible to break through. If I get any closer or push my mana control any further, it may break through my stealth skill and give up my location. Visuals are all I can count on for now. Far behind the entire approaching force is a final dark guard that floats calmly in the sky, leading the charge. I assume that this is the first ranked Dark Guard. At this, I turn around and speed back to the town with all of the information I have to offer. The sun begins to rise as I make it back to town. I hold off on giving everyone a full update because when we go down to the bunker, it is just about time for the clocks on my teammates' pods to hit 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. When the doors open on their own, the same violent stabilization process happens, and I make sure to let these pods fall into my item storage before they have the chance to expel any of this chaotic energy. As each of them walks out, the room fills with mana and chi again. I can't sense exactly how much each of them has grown, but the remarks from Ember and Maria tell me everything I need to know. Ember speaks first. 1 more awakened, 1 on the verge, another with a unique breakthrough, and 2 who are very strong. Maria speaks next, looking Abby up and down with the same sparkling eyes that she looked at Ember with when she first awakened. You did it! Abby is looking at her new form, and around the room in the same way Maria did 2 days ago. She can't keep her gaze off of her hands, and for some reason, she is waving them around in the air like she is moving an invisible force. Her hair is glossier and longer, her skin is smoother, and her build is even more graceful and athletic. I cannot sense the extent of her new power, but Ember and Maria are impressed, so that is a good sign. Her eyes widen, and her jaw drops once her gaze finally falls on Ember, and I can't help but to chuckle a bit. Ember promises to fill her in on the details of his true form after they leave this bunker, and she accepts the absurdity rather quickly. Less than half a minute later, she begins to get a feel for her new soul energy awakening. Abby makes her entire body glow in a bright green light for a few seconds before deactivating it. Her eyes stay glowing bright green for a few seconds after the light ceases, and I wonder what special properties she has gained. The next to begin getting attention is Airy. He looks taller, more handsome, and has smoother skin as well. Luna is the first to approach and speak to him. Airy, your chi barrier It is intertwined with mana and something else. It is like they're mixing together. What is this? He smiles and replies. It is the beginning of another breakthrough. Ember adds to it. Indeed. It seems there is going to be more energy than just chi and mana intertwined in your breakthrough once it happens. What a peculiar reading. He turns to all of us. Whatever it may be, I am no longer the fighter I was when I entered that pod. That was a major power-up. He turns to Monk, then back to us. If you think my power-ups are unique, look at Monk's. That shielding is made of pure chi. Not a hint of mana is intertwined, and it's not by accident. It is like you ignored working on your mana control this whole time and only absorbed chi. He nods while staring forward with a very serious expression. That is right. I have perfected the first form of my old master's teachings. I am ready for battle. Eri raises an eyebrow, but Ember's next words make everything a little more clear. It seems he has done exactly as you said. A unique kind of chi awakening, one that ignores the help of mana control and builds upon itself. Ember's eyes squint, then he shrugs. An odd method? But I've read text of the originators doing such a thing. I've never seen anyone actually try to achieve its final form. He nods. You are on your way. Impressive start. Monk breaks his serious expression and smiles while giving Ember a slight bow. Then, Fisher and Lydia step forward next, with confident expressions, admiring their physical changes and testing their chi barriers against each other in the back of the training room. From what I can tell, they haven't begun awakening their soul energy at all yet. However, their chi barriers have reached the point where they have far surpassed their former states and can suppress their mana to outsiders like my body, double without a chi sense. I allow everyone to settle in for a few minutes, then speak up myself. I am glad you all had a productive gathering process, but the Dark One's army is here. My gaze turns to the pod with my main body in it, showing just under 12 hours remaining. It should arrive in town in less than 8 hours. So if we want to stop them before they get here, you'll need to fight the forces that are arriving now on your own. What do you say we meet this army in the middle and test out all of your new abilities? I open the hatch to go up into the outside world after I get a unanimous round of nods. Great! Let me explain exactly what we're dealing with here. As the sun fully rises, and the people of the town wake up for another beautiful, bright, and sunny day, I recount the exact events of my scouting mission to all of my teammates. The approaching forces loom far beyond the horizon as we all come together to formulate a plan. Chapter 4, 87. Just 20 minutes pass before we all agree on the plan of action and begin floating over to the housing where the 37 members of the Flame Emperor's army are all waking up to get ready for another day of training. They're all greeted by a telepathy message directed into their heads. Today is the day that your training will finally be tested. We have an army approaching and need your help to wage war. Less than 30 seconds after my message is sent, everyone shows up in the newly built city street in full armor, with weapons ready, and have item boxes stacked with potions. My other double is nearby, and it joins our ranks. This makes 2 of us. The last double is staying behind with Luna to watch my main body in the guild hall and trigger the isolation pod's override function if necessary. With her ranked up buff, she'll be able to get a clear visual of the battle even from here. Although her combat powers have improved a lot over the last few days, her abilities as a long-range overseer are far more valuable in this battle considering the circumstances. I give the newly trained recruits a short breakdown of the situation and assign them their roles on the task we're about to all carry out. Each of my teammates introduces themselves, and all of the trained recruits show them respect for being one of the top fighters by the Flame Emperor's side. We all fly up into the air in the direction of the approaching army. The 3 elemental squad leaders are able to match our movements by summoning mass, while the other elite fighters are capable of summoning mana beneath their footsteps and speeding through the sky in their own way too. Although we can't move as fast as we wish, all of us are capable of moving nearly twice as quick as the Dark One's army. We'll manage to meet them in the middle, a few hundred kilometers away from the town. Eri makes a quick stop near the edge of the abyss to farm demonic wolves while we begin our trek through the desert. Fisher and Lydia float on guard on both sides of the elites' army and get to know the elemental squad leaders, leading their whole charge as one of my body doubles. Behind this group, Eri catches up with us and meets Abby and Monk behind the base of this triangular formation Maria and Ember step through the sky on visible platforms of soul energy, beneath their feet following Airy, Monk, and Abby's white and green footsteps. Then finally, at the rear, my other body double continuously does scans of the desert around us to stay on course and double-check the dangerous forces approaching. A few hours pass as we make our way through the open desert. Hundreds of kilometers of rolling sand dunes pass us by, along with small villages, a few rogue dungeons, and unique landscapes like large rock formations and valleys. The further out we get, the more unique the terrain becomes. Sector 1 is a mountainous region with forests and a colder climate than the hot desert near the center of the Dark Continent, like where we're traveling from in Sector 2. So, the closer we get, the more random greenery, like small trees and shrubs, become more common. It is until we're less than 70 kilometers away from the Dark One's army that their energy readings and status numbers start to appear in my mind's eye again. I speak up to stop everyone from venturing any further as we approach the entrance between an enormous rock formation to our left side that stretches out a few kilometers into the desert. To our right, there is a deep ravine that looks like a series of enormous sinkholes have swallowed up a portion of the desert to make twisting caves in the rocky sandy ground. It, too, stretches out for many kilometers, making a natural V-like formation that if the Dark One's army continues on their trajectory, they will have to funnel through a small flat pathway about a kilometer wide between the two landmarks to continue their forward movement. However, if we move forward now, we would be the ones trapping ourselves with a narrow pathway to escape behind us. Of course, we can take to the sky and none of this matters, but the majority of the Dark One's troops are on the ground. So this is how I'd like to look at our army too, forcing their troops to break their current formation and squeeze into a narrower path to fight. Seems like quite the geological advantage that I cannot pass up if it is right in front of me. Halt, everyone. We will wait here for their army to meet us. Everyone stops in the sky, and the elite-level warriors float to the floor with their elemental squad leaders next to one of my doubles to rest from the flyover. Fisher and Lydia are by their left and right sides, staring off into the distance between the mountains and deep ravine. The rest of us float in the sky and watch the cloud of orange mist begins to form on the horizon. Soon after, the sound of thousands of rumbling feet, shaking the ground they walk on, echoes off the side of the small mountain range and through the deep valley. Everyone stares forward and begins powering up their skills, glowing in displays of blue, green, red, white, black, and white light, all through the air and desert floor below. They all stand their ground as the enemy forces come into our line of sight. There is over 30% more ghouls in their army than I scouted out before, meaning more towns were destroyed and assimilated by that crystal contraption. The orange trail of soul energy eating up the golden desert in their wake is even more vibrant now, and I can see them without holding back my perception skills for the sake of hiding my location. Everyone else sees them too and holds their ground as they approach closer and closer. Over 5 minutes pass as they continue to charge forward. Not a single one of their forces tries to go around the mountain or the valley. They all come straight at us. I whisper under my breath, as confident as ever. Another few minutes pass as their forces begin to bunch together more, squeezing their 3 to 4 kilometers wide rectangular formation into a 1 kilometer wide line that will fit between the natural land barriers. As this happens, I see the 2 black suits of armor that hover over the right and left flanks of the troops break their formation to hover over the high mountains and deep valley. They leave their troops below unguarded in the interest of gaining a better height advantage to match our stronger troops that stay in the sky. I smile and speak up in a loud voice using my screech skill for everyone to hear. Beg in phase 1 of our attack plan. Stall and destroy their main forces. Do not let a single one of them through this natural barrier between the mountains and the ravine. Protect us from the numbers below, and we will do our job to confront the dark guards above. My double, Fisher, Lydia, and the 37 troops of the Flame Emperor's army run forward into the mouth of the battlefield, leaving streaks of mana, various elements, and chi behind them. Fisher's full body glows bright blue, and he activates the new buff he obtained from ranking up a second time called Divine Water Serpent's Blessing. From almost 100 meters away from the front line of attacking ghouls, he swings his sword, and the mystical form of a 20 m long serpent erupts from his aura and flies from his blade. infused with mana and extreme-grade water magic. The elegant attack cuts through the desert and collides with the glowing orange ghouls. It slices through dozens of them, overpowering the weaker troops' soul energy without even directly making contact with their bodies using chi. Many white-skinned ghouls are killed in a single blow. Simultaneously, Lydia activates her ranked-up buff, called Spiritual Roar of the Ice Warrior, combining it with her extreme ice magic and swinging her curved blade. Her icy aura erupts from her sword and creates the enormous 10m tall manifestation of a white tiger, letting out a roar that freezes the desert floor as it charges forward in a physical form of her mana blade and makes contact with another section of the ghouls' front lines. They're frozen entirely and shattered to dust as the overpowering wave of mana hits them, taking out over a dozen troops with the blow of her own. Both of them charge right into the open paths that their destructive attacks have made. And the elite-level fighters follow close behind. They're confronted with level 100 to 200 ghouls on the front lines. They're faster, stronger, and more skilled fighters than these low-level creatures. However, the soul energy powering their movements is a whole different energy source than mana. It works by different rules, making far lower-leveled monsters a challenge against non-chi users. My double leads this charge, using mana blades of flames, ice, earth, lightning, water, and pure mana to show the effectiveness of completely overpowering these opponents. While they would have no hope defeating level 600 or higher ghouls without chi, the majority of the troops are not that high level. All borrowed soul energy users have a limit to their power. Overwhelm them and make them use it up entirely, and the battle is as good as over. Rachel is the first of the new recruits to show that this is possible, burning one of the ghouls to the ground in a series of slashes until it cannot get up again. The other element squad leaders show the troops following that it is possible too, and everyone begins to slice away at the ghouls while Fisher and Lydia fire off deadly shots from their ranked-up skills to do the heavy lifting. The more advanced ghouls and approaching wraiths will not be taken down by pure high-powered mana alone, but I am confident Fisher and Lydia will be able to face that problem with their chi when it comes. The goal now is to hold off the troops here inside of the V formation to stall for time while the fighters above start their own battles. Maria and Ember both stare off into the distance, both now covering their eyes in dense layers of red and blue soul energy. They examine the dark guards that are ignoring their troops being obliterated below them and solely focus on the fighters up in the sky. There is 2 loud explosions that ring through our ears, but we also see beautiful visuals of white and purple light in the sky. The white light comes from the dark guard that sheds its armor above the mountainous landscape to our left. From here, it looks as if he is an old man in white robes. A pure white aura covers his body that matches his long flowing white beard. His head is shaved bald, and he has a white number 4 on the palm of his left hand. Monk immediately turns in this direction and speaks to us. That dark guard, he is mine. I will battle him. In my body doubles form, it isn't completely possible for me to gauge everyone's strengths, so I look to Ember and Maria for their opinion. Ember nods. Yes, you can handle him. It will be tough, but this is a good matchup, one I am very interested to see. The corner of his mouth turns up. Then, Maria looks over to Abby and Aerie, pointing toward the valley. The bright purple light fades, and a woman with long black flowing hair, purple skin, red lips, an extremely curvy figure, and the tattoo of a number 3 right between her neck and chest. You two can fight her. The same goes for that opponent. She will not be easy, but you can handle it. We all turn to the final dark guard that has not shown its true form and stays back, many kilometers behind its troops, patiently waiting for the battle to commence. I speak up while Monk, Aerie, and Abby head off to confront the dark guards that have declared their positions above the battlefield. So, does that mean you'll be able to handle number 1? I point off in the distance, but there is no reply that comes back from either of them. They both stare at the figure in the black armor that floats in the sky. It doesn't look like it is going to enter the fight anytime soon, so I am curious what they think of it. Ember finally speaks. I am not sure. Whatever that isn't one person. There is more than one opponent in that armor. Maria nods, but doesn't reply for a few seconds, examining it again. You are right. Whatever that is, it is nothing like any of the other Dark Guards. Chapter 488. Monk and the Dark Guard, that looks like an old man in white robes, are the first to confront each other in the air above the mountains to our left side. I can see the blue text hovering above the man's head in my inspect skill reading, LV1602. White energy seeps out from Monk's body to match the color of the aura surrounding the old man. His own robes and skin turn bright white, and the two men in the sky look like they share the same power. For some reason, neither of them has any mana readings coming off of them. But there is a thick, visible aura that keeps both of them floating in the air. The next words that come out of Monk's mouth, while he clasps his hands together, and bows, make me realize what exactly is going on here. Master, it seems you are alive even after defending our temple from the Dark One. I am disgusted at that monster's actions, but thankful I'll get another chance to show you what I've learned of your teachings. A pulse of white energy comes off of Monk again, and the white light that surrounds him grows even further, seeping out from his core to create a ghost-like form of himself around his whole being. It is nearly twice as large as his own body and surrounds him entirely, mimicking his movements exactly as he comes up from his bow and gets into the fighting position. It looks like a more compact, pure white version of my Rising Emperor's greater form. At this, a pulse of white energy comes from the old man in the sky, and the same white aura comes out from his body to create a large white manifestation of himself, flowing long beard and all. The old man bows, but doesn't speak at first. The only difference with the old man's transformation is that once he comes up from his bow, his eyes glow bright orange, and streaks of the Lich King's soul energy bleed through into his pure white form. He finally speaks up to Monk, but it sounds like his words are not easily mustered. My mind and body are not entirely my own. Your fate shall be tested in the strength you have gained. I cannot hold back. If you have not surpassed me, you will become a pawn of the Lich King to play in the world's great game. The orange soul energy continues to infect the pure white form that the old man manifested, and the two lunge forward at each other with straight faces and tight fists. Both men collide, and the crack of chi on chi echoes through the air, making the mountainous rock formations beneath them quiver. Many heads turn in their direction as two shockwaves of white and orange light collide and erupt throughout the battlefield. Then, again, over and over, their energy forms collide, matching fists and kicks back and forth while zipping through the sky. Every time they do, larger shockwaves are released through the air, and the orange energy that seeps into the old man's form flows faster and glows a deeper orange. A blur of energy fills the sky while loose rocks from the top of the formations below them crumble away, making avalanches from the repetitive shockwaves. It seems as if they're increasing the power of their blows after every attack, and their fighting style is identical. Neither of them is backing down, and they are both going on the full offensive. Down below, near the edges of the rock formations, the falling stone crushes many ghouls as they attempt to charge forward. The majority of them regenerate and climb out from the fallen rubble, but others are crushed by boulders so gigantic they cannot escape the death traps of stone. Screeches and cries come from these monsters that have fallen in the way of a Dark Guard's battle, while many other fights begin to unfold nearby as well. The elite-level fighters in the Flame Emperor's army fend off the hordes of ghouls, while the elemental squad leaders and my body double protect them from the stronger opponents that slip through the cracks. Meanwhile, Lydia and Fisher fly into the air to confront the wraiths that approach from the rear with black orbs of energy in their skeletal hands. I send them telepathic messages to let them know that the orange hearts of the wraiths are their weak points, and blue and white flashes of light fill the sky. The ranked-up buff energy manifestations of a serpent and tiger collide with their first approaching 881 wraith, and it is pushed backward while the two orbs of compacted soul energy explode in the air. The wraith still flies forward at the two sword wielders in the sky, forming two new energy orbs. However, its attack is cut short when two chi-infused swords slice through its defenses, using the explosion of soul energy in the sky as a smokescreen for their true intentions. Fisher and Lydia kill the wraith in a single dual strike, Its bones and shattered core fall to the battlefield to be trampled by more approaching ghouls. The two ranked fighters scan their enemies and lock onto the four more nearby wraiths over level 900 that witnessed their fellow monster be slaughtered in an instant. They all fly higher in the sky with charged swords and black orbs of energy to continue their fight. Near the right barrier of the V-shaped battlefield, three figures hover over the deep ravine. The purple-skinned woman speaks up to Abby and Aerie as they arrive before her to confront the third-ranked Dark Guard. Her eyes show shimmers of orange soul energy, but the aura that surrounds her body is a deep purple color that matches her skin. My Doubles Inspect skill picks up a LV 1790 rating on her status. My instincts when looking at her make my stomach churn and skin crawl. She is a beautiful woman, but even at this distance, I get the feeling that she is a very tricky and manipulative creature. I am on guard even though I am not even fighting her. Aerie speaks up first as they approach. Whatever you are, you creep me out. He activates his ranked-up buff called Energy Form of the Ancient Archer, and 6 enormous arms made of swirling black energy erupt from his back. They're each many times larger than his normal arms, and the energy engulfs both of his actual arms and hands, so he is able to finally control these manifestations. They tower over his body by nearly 4 meters. 3 on his right side all hold bows, and he turns his body to have them face the woman. The top one is bright white. It is loaded with a chi and mana infused spirit arrow. It is not quite soul energy, but on the verge of awakening. The middle bow is jet black, and the energy arrow locked and loaded in this bow is made of pure demonic energy. It looks like the ball of energy ember is able to manifest outside his body. However, it is in the shape of a long, sharp arrow. The final bow is shimmering gold. It is gripped tight by the bottom manifested hand, but there is no arrow loaded in it. 2 of the hands on Aerie's left side pull back the spirit and demonic arrows, keeping them pointed at the woman. She lets Aerie power up while the purple energy around her grows denser, then replies in a calm manner. 6 arms? Not bad, but I can do better. She stares him in the eyes and gives a devious grin, then turns to Abby. It looks like the insects have finally come to play in my nest. It is time to feast. The purple energy around her grows even denser, making it hard to see her physical features, but only the outlines of her figure in a cloud of soul energy. Abby takes this initiative to put up a protective shielding of her own bright green soul energy around her body and manifest 2 spears of stone, infused with soul energy in each of her hands, pointed at the Dark Guard. Her new ranked-up buff is not activated. And as I watch from afar, I question when she'll use it, and how exactly Form of the Immortal Healer works, and what it looks like when in full use. The instant she glows green, 8 bright purple threads of soul energy are shot out from the Dark Guard's hidden veil. 4 of them head toward Aerie and the other 4 straight at Abby. 2 arrows are shot out from Aerie's manifested bows. The bright white arrow that collides with the first purple thread snaps it in 2 and breaks its forward momentum before it even makes it halfway to him. The second black arrow makes contact with the thread and sends a shockwave down the entire attack. The purple thread does not burst into sparks like a normal mana attack would when making contact with demonic energy. This is because it's made of soul energy. However, it is engulfed in a wave of darkness and consumed entirely, disintegrating both the arrow and the thread it touched. Pure white chi fades into the air after both the demonic energy and mana are dissolved away. Aerie's bows create brand new arrows once the 2 are released, and he spirit steps upward while sending out 2 more attacks at the remaining threads that follow him like heat-seeking missiles. Abby throws both of her stone spears forward, and they collide head-on with the endpoints of 2 of the purple threads. On impact, they're both split perfectly down the middle and shatter into energy in the air. She steps forward, leaving a trail of green light behind her, getting in between the last 2 remaining purple threads and letting her forearms covered in soul energy collide with the attacks. There is an enormous eruption of energy as the 2 forces collide, but in the end, the purple threads shatter just like the others. Aerie destroys the 2 that have followed him up into the air as well, and both of them close in on the woman beneath the purple mist. Her voice rings out again with a smooth tone full of confidence. You 2 are strong food. I do like a good fight before a rewarding meal. The purple fog pulses with energy and her outline beneath it shines white, then begins to deform. Arms begin to grow from her back, just as they did from Aerie moments ago. Instead of stopping at 6, she manifests 8. The extremities don't stop growing larger and unnaturally long. They gain more joints than a normal human's arm. At the same time, her human arms and legs begin to shrink away into the center of her body. Behind the mist, her entire body shifts and grows into a much larger creature. The outline of a spider forms, and it continues to grow. Its legs grow outward to over 5 meters in length each, but it doesn't stop there. Both Aerie and Abby jump back and defend while far denser threads of purple soul energy erupt from the fog along with the head and many eyes of an enormous arachnid monstrosity. At the back of the battlefield, my double, Ember, and Maria continue to watch all of the main fights unfold. The last Dark Guard does not move a muscle either, watching from a few kilometers away at the back of the army. Back in the town, roughly 200 kilometers away, Luna watches the battle using her ranked-up buff and reports the updated events to my double that guards my main body deep underground in the bunker where only one isolation pod remains. The rumbling and humming sounds are increasing with every minute that passes. Through the tiny cracks in the seal near the containment system at the top of the pod, small amounts of mana and chi escape at a normal rate. However, there is also a faint, dark red glow that leaks out, hinting that a unique awakening has begun. Chapter 4, 89. On the battlefield, the loud cracks and shockwaves of chi and soul energy between Monk and his old master echo throughout the sky. Their rate of contact and intensity keeps rising, and they begin to land proper hits on each other too. It is not just blocking and equal force counter moves anymore. Monk is the first to take a heavy blow to the side, sending him flying downward into a rock wall, shattering it to pieces as his chi form destroys everything in its way. An entire rock structure crumbles beneath him as he jumps back up into the sky and continues the brawl. Just seconds later, he lands an attack of his own, a kick to the chest that sends the old man in white robes flying down toward the ground in the opposite direction. The same magnificent display unravels. An enormous 100-meter large cliffside is broken in two and crumbles away as the Chi Master covered in soul energy is thrown through it. He gets to his feet and flies back up into the sky as well, and their relentless attacks continue. Both of them are using the same technique I saw Monk use in the arena many times before. Every attack they throw is aiming to damage the other from the inside out. If the receiver of each blow does not have dense enough shielding up in the area they're being hit, the damage is immense. Both fighters exchange blows again and again, sending each other flying onto more cliffsides and rock formations, turning the small mountain range into an enormous pile of gravel. Each of them knows the severity of the attacks being thrown, and knows that neither of them can survive more than a dozen or so hits from the other. It is just a matter of who can land these hits first, keeping their cool and releasing enough power to match and overwhelm their opponent in the end. It is a war of technique and pure energy capacity. It will be impossible for either of them to cheat the other. The strongest will win. Meanwhile, the avalanches of fallen rubble that crush the ghouls nearest to the mountain range are not slowing down at all. Dozens of enemies are killed by residue from this violent brawl in the sky, but not as many as the elites led by my body double and their elemental squad leaders. The recruits have found their stride, protecting the exit of the V-shaped battlefield with everything they have. Over 100 ghouls have been killed by the elites alone, and nearly 100 more have been burned, sliced, or crushed by the squad captains. Another 4 Wraiths' orange hearts are crushed, and their bones are scattered among the fallen ghouls in the battlefield below as Lydia and Fisher soar through the sky. About 10 Wraiths remain, and every one of them gravitates to the center of the sky to make a circle around the 2 A-rank fighters with orbs of darkness in their hands. Enormous forms of a blue water serpent and an icy white tiger clash with these attacks, making soul energy and mana residue rain down onto the hordes of monsters below. Fisher imbues his blade with chi and lunges to the left. Lydia does the same, gripping her curved weapon saturated with chi and lunges to the right. They each curve around in large semicircles, high in the sky, leaving white streaks of energy behind them and slicing through 5 hearts each before meeting each other on the far side of the ring. The entire circle of wraiths is decimated in seconds, and their remains fall down to be trampled under the Dark One's army being slaughtered below. The two A-ranked fighters dive down, following the remains, and start slashing through the mindless ghouls to make paths for the elites that approach. Above the ravine, the arachnids' legs stop growing once they reach roughly 10 meters each. It stretches out in all directions over 20 meters in total, and its half a dozen eyes track Ari and Abby as they step through the air, dodging the thick purple threads that form out of the soul energy that surrounds the creature. Each of the spider's long limbs manipulates a single thread at a time. It looks similar to a technique I am able to use when activating mana manipulation, forming pure energy into razor-sharp strings of thread. However, by the looks of it, this monstrous being had a unique skill similar to this and uses it like a spider would its web. The long strings of soul energy thread continue to weave through the air in a seemingly random fashion, rocketing toward the archer and the healer, while they use their offensive and defensive abilities to block. In the creature's human form, it took only one arrow of any kind for Ari to disrupt the flow of these threads. But now, it takes him 2 to 3. The spirit arrows change the direct course of the purple attacks and slow their forward momentum, but multiple shots need to be fired now before the threads actually snap or splinter. The same goes for the demonic arrow. The top layer of the soul energy is dissolved, and the mana inside of that layer is eaten away, releasing pure chi into the air. However, the inner core of even denser purple energy remains. It takes multiple arrows to break it down to its thinner parts and destroy the actual attack. Meanwhile, he still has to evade the other 2 threads with extremely fine and calculated precision. Abby steps through the air with her gaze locked on the spider's many eyes. The green soul energy surrounding her body grows denser and denser, and she takes the spider head on without any fear. Green and purple explosions release energy into the air as she punches through the threads with her fists alone. It seems as if her attacks are much stronger than before, because they are doing the same amount of damage to these new and improved threads as they did to the lower-powered ones in the Dark Guard's human form. This is happening because, just like a chi barrier or mana shielding, Abby is focusing a majority of her offensive soul energy into her fists, feet, and eyes. This is boosting her attack strength, agility, and perception. She is able to easily evade and counteract the 4 purple tendrils of energy that continuously reform and attack her, but is forced to stay a distance away because the closer to the spider she gets, the faster and more precise the movements of these soul energy threads become. She knows this, and Ari picks up on it too after destroying another 2 threads. He is the only one capable of sending in long-range attacks. Continuously dodging and blocking from a distance will only tire the 2 of them out and make it harder to fight the longer the battle stretches on. I'll have to use it now then. There is no better time. He whispers to himself while the 3rd arm of his ranked-up buff moves toward the golden bow without an arrow. He yells out to Abby, "Cover me!" I need a few seconds. Abby's fists glow even brighter green, and she sends off a large number of weak soul energy spears as distractions for the spider's threads to move away from Ari and block Abby's incoming attack. On it! They shatter all of her spears, but shift the battle as Abby's speed nearly doubles while she gets closer and closer to the spider's body. Her fists move so fast, clashing with 8 threads at a time, and they move in on her like a circular cage, trapping her inside like prey, only able to block and disrupt a few threads at a time. Every time one is destroyed, more form from the arachnid's limbs, and it appears she is really in a tough spot, unable to escape. However, she threw herself into this situation. It was clear that this would happen, and the stone-cold, calculated expression on her face shows that she is still in control. She yells back to Ari, "Do it. I have a plan." "Don't worry about me." The golden bow glows, and on its string, 4 energies begin to form and spin together. There is pure mana, dense chi, demonic energy, and the red essence of everything remaining from the Red Hydra's buff. It begins to spark, vibrate, and hum as the energies have a hard time getting along, but an invisible force keeps them together. Immense amounts of these energies, far stronger than the base-level arrows he shot previously, come together and form a swirling manifestation of an arrow. Then a shell of golden light begins to cover it. The arrow looks just like the bow and is buzzing loudly while violently shaking, yet staying in place and contained by the golden casing. Eri pulls it back and aims right at the spider's head. He releases the arrow, and it soars through the air. At the same time, the 8 threads that surround Abby collapse in on her, and there is an enormous flash of green light that erupts from inside the mass-crushing prison of purple soul energy. The spider lets out a screech that sounds like malicious joy, as it thinks it has crushed the girl to death. So, it moves 2 of its limbs, covered in purple energy, in the way of Eri's arrow to block the brunt of the blow. On contact, the golden casing of the arrow melts away, and the release of pent-up vibrating energy rips through both of its limbs, tearing them off its body to only leave stubs behind. This release does, however, change the trajectory of the attack, and it misses the spider's head, but blows a large hole through its side, making flesh leak out while the spider's eyes open wide. It screeches again, this time full of agony and anger rather than joy. A static telepathic link opens between the arachnid and Eri as it yells at him. Food should know its place. I am down to 6 arms because of you. We are not the same. We are not. Your friend is dead, and you are next. You've missed your one and only chance. It begins to untighten its prison dome, like grip of its purple threads around the portion of sky where Abby once was. But the instant she does this, a bright green glow comes from the cracks. All of the spider's eyes open even wider, and it moves backward in the sky when it sees a glowing green body emerge. It doesn't look like the green soul energy that surrounded Abby's body a moment ago. It looks as if the body itself is made of this energy, and there isn't a scratch on her. Abby has activated her ranked-up buff, form of the Immortal Healer. It just looks like her silhouette is floating in the sky, glowing light green, almost to the point where it looks white. The arachnid sends its 6 remaining controllable threads flying her way. But Abby doesn't even try to dodge them. The purple soul energy tendrils make contact with her body and phase right through. No damage is done at all. Abby floats closer and closer to the spider, and it retreats down into the ravine while mercilessly attacking Abby with everything it has got. Nothing works. It is like the creature is attacking a hologram that cannot be damaged. She drives the monster down into the ravine and manifests a large green spear in her right hand, slowly bringing it above her head. In the same moment, Eri follows downward from a distance, using this second distraction to charge up his golden bow again. At the back of the battlefield, the last Dark Guard watches and waits. Muffled tones come from within its armor, sounding like it is having a conversation with itself. This is not the direction the war should be going. Shall we do something about it? We can kill every last one of them right now, come on. Let me out. Patience is key. We can kill everyone that is fighting. This is true. However, our real opponents are watching the battles unfold, just like us. The Dark Guard points forward at Maria and Ember. Then its voices continue to have a conversation with itself beneath the armor. They do look rather formidable. Come on, they're nowhere near our level. One of them feels like they just awakened before this battle. They have no experience in our realm. Yeah, I can kill them, boss. Let me at them. The woman's soul energy is very new, yes. However, her potential for power feels bottomless. I wouldn't underestimate her. Also, this Flame Emperor we were told about, we were not warned he was a dragon. Something about that one feels very odd. I will be the one to battle him. They continue to argue about who gets to fight who, but eventually settle on opponents. Across the battlefield, Maria and Ember continue to stare at the armor until it finally moves. The right hand of the Black Knight reaches for its helmet and takes it off, letting it fall down to the chaos below. 4 green eyes on one face with orange number 1, marked in each of their pupils, stare across the desert. It sends waves of natural intimidation for kilometers in every direction. Each eye shows their own reading in my inspect skill. LV 2588. LV 2588. LV 2588. LV 2588. Ember's whole body begins to glow with a light red aura, more intense than anything I witnessed him show off during the sparring session earlier. At the same time, Maria becomes covered in a dense blue layer of soul energy too. The air around us drops in temperature drastically when she pulls out her sword. Both of them analyze the opponent that just made themselves known and prepare to fight the strongest Dark Guard. Chapter 490. The Dark Guard shreds the rest of its armor, revealing a dark, gray-skinned man standing over 3 meters tall with considerable muscle mass, staring across the battlefield with 4 green eyes, each labeled with an orange glowing number, 1. Even underneath the black armor, this monster wears skin-tight silver plating on its chest, arms, and legs, but its bulging muscles and veins are hardly restrained by it. A dangerous aura radiates through the air, and even without my inspect skill, telling me there are 4 ratings on this being. It already feels like there is more than one monster containing the mind that is sending mental attacks our way. Its entire body radiates a dark gray energy, and the silver armor left on it glows orange just like the numbers in its eyes. The light around it grows brighter and brighter until it engulfs its whole body. Meanwhile, Maria and Ember float upward. Ember speaks up, turning back to me. It will be a tough fight, but we can handle this. Your main body's power is growing steadily. I can feel my own power being gradually unlocked as it does. However, I cannot sense the Dark One's presence anywhere. I do not know when it will strike. We need you here before it does. I nod, looking up to the sky where I know my double and Luna are watching, but I don't give them any signs to open my capsule yet. If Ember and Maria can handle this creature on their own, every extra minute they can hold it off is just under another hour my main body gets to gather power. Understood. Ember pulses red, grins, and turns back toward the guard. You don't have to worry about me. I'll win. Maria's soul energy grows denser and bluer around her too, and she looks back at me. We've got this. I clasp my hands and nod back to her with a relaxed expression. I know. Show me what you've got. In the same moment, I open up a telepathy channel for all 3 of us so that we can easily communicate moving forward. She smiles, and the soul energy around her glows even brighter when she turns her back to me. Both of them speed forward in the sky toward the large mass of glowing soul energy where the Dark Guard stood moments ago. It looks as if it is shifting and deforming. The glow becomes much wider, and using my inspect skill, I can see that the LV-2588 that hovers over each one of its eyes is getting further apart. The glow becomes many times larger than its original form, but finally fades and reveals quite the sight behind when it disappears. There are 4 men that look exactly the same as the guard that stood there before. Their skin is dark gray, their heads are bald, their muscles are bulging, and their silver armor still hums with an orange light around it. However, there are 2 key differences in each of them. The first is that each body only has 1 eye in the center of its forehead. They've separated into Cyclops creatures, and all share the same energy output as their original body did moments ago. The second difference is their weapons. They each carry very unique artifacts that seem to be made of the same metallic material, and glowing orange with the Lich King's soul energy. Far on the left, the first creature holds an enormous spiked club. Next to it, the Cyclops to its side has metal fixtures on its hands that appear to be some kind of cannons. To its side, the next monster has an enormous shield with a skull on the front. Then finally, all the way to the right, the final gray-skinned creature carries a long, elegant sword. He keeps by his side while scanning the battlefield with his single eye. This one gives off the most eerie aura. All of them stare forward as Maria and Ember continue to approach. Then, split off into 2 groups of 2. The guard with the club and cannons both lunge off to the left side, while the sword and shield move off to the right. Maria speaks up through the telepathy link while turning to change her trajectory to the left. Looks like they've already begun. Ember turns his body to the right and locks his gaze on the humanoid monsters with a shield and long sword. They have. Call if you are in a pinch. Same goes for you. In blue and red streaks of light, they both rocket off toward the enemies that separate themselves over the war below. Trails of gray and orange energy are left behind the 4 parts of the first-ranked Dark Guard. And with the ice and fire trailing behind Maria and Ember, it looks like an enormous circle is being drawn in the sky. Both of the points are destined to meet in the air, roughly a kilometer above the battles of the 3rd and 4th ranked Dark Guards. I watch from afar as their glows get brighter and they get closer. Time feels as if it is slowing down while the incredible forces clash. The dense soul energy around Maria's sword clashes directly against the enormous spiked club of the guard that leads the charge on her portion of the battle above the Rocky Mountains below. Both of them stop in the air, many meters apart without physically touching. Their soul energy auras battle it out in the sky. Immense shockwaves ripple off the display. The blue waves of light spread ice wherever they make contact, and the orange waves ripple back, attempting to melt through energy and mass wherever it can. Neither of them budge, as it seems their magic power is even. After a full second of pushing back and forth, the spiked club begins to push its way through the blue light. Even though ice crystals form all over it and begin to creep down the Cyclops' wrists and arms, it still pushes forward, yelling out loud in a manic tone, "You are mine, the newly awakened." She is all mine. Maria sees where this initial exchange is going if she doesn't step things up. Her magic power may be stronger in this base form, but this mutated monster most definitely has a brute strength advantage. Her whole body begins to glow bright blue, almost white, as she starts to activate her first ranked-up buff Ice Age. However, the guard that comes flying in from behind shimmers in an orange light as bright beams of soul energy come rocketing out from its arms right where its hands should be. You are not getting an attack off that easy. As the hot orange lasers come flying her way, she shifts the focus of her ranked-up buff's energy attack and twists her body out of the way to avoid both of the lasers and the downward swing of the spiked club. Using her advantage of speed and agility while still up close, she sends a slash of ice-imbued soul energy at the monster's side. It makes contact with its silver armor and upper left shoulder. There is a loud cracking sound as the blue energy damages the silver metal, and the dense ice attack freezes its entire left arm down from its shoulder to its hand. The creature is forced to jump back and only hold its heavy club with its right hand, while it loses feeling in its left side. Another round of lasers are blasted toward Maria by the creature coming from the opposite direction. These beams of soul energy are far stronger than the energy that surrounded the club user, so she doesn't hesitate to dodge these, but still slips in a weaker energy slash right at the fragile arm before flying away. She backs up and goes on the defensive, while the attack hits and the monster's arm shatters into a million tiny pieces. The Dark Guard with lasers on its hands sends another barrage of attacks for Maria to strategically dodge in the air while it yells at its battle partner. "You idiot. It is going to take us forever to grow that mass back. Did you listen to anything the boss said? Don't underestimate her." At the same time, Ember makes contact with the Dark Guard on his side of the battle, hovering over the deep ravine. He manifests a long sword made of light red energy and clashes with the enormous silver shield that creates a dome of orange soul energy around both it and the sword wielder behind it. Ember channels more soul energy from his inner being into the manifested sword, and it begins to make the barrier around the two guards vibrate and ripple. Then, moments later, a tear in the orange dome forms as Ember's soul energy begins to melt it away. His manifested blade makes contact with the guard's shield, and the same effect follows. The orange veil around the shield disappears into thin air and the metal of the shield itself begins to melt. The guard jumps backward, and a large slash is left across the skull that was on the shield. The dome of soul energy that protected the two guards dissipates as the one casting it retreats. As you believed, boss, this one is not normal. From behind, the guard holding a long silver sword that the shield holder calls boss jumps forward and engages with Ember next. Its one glows bright in its eye, and the orange energy around its own sword glows far brighter than any of the other guards on this battlefield. Its blade clashes with Ember's red manifested sword to create an X and release vibrations of energy that shake the ground and disturb the air for many kilometers in every direction. They look at each other face to face. The green eye of the Dark Guard stares straight into Ember's emotionless crimson gaze. The guard's teeth are clenched tight as it pushes its blade forward with all of its strength, while the corner of Ember's lips stay permanently turned up. He pushes back while analyzing this monster's strengths and weaknesses, waiting for it to make the next move so he can end this battle in the most efficient way possible. Both parties are formidable and have nearly equivalent physical strength. However, Ember's confidence is his advantage. His true form is visible only to soul energy users that dare to look his way. He is like a force of nature that stares through the Dark Guard's soul. The Dark Guard speaks. So, you are the pest that has been chipping away at our forces and slowing down the advance of the Dark One. I will do everything in my power to make sure our ruler is the one who becomes the next Demon Lord. There is a pause, while shock waves continue to radiate through the air. Ember's red sword glows brighter and brighter, to the point where it begins to melt away the dense soul energy surrounding this guard sword. His crimson eyes pulse and glow, showing anyone that looks into them the manifestation of a black fire dragon made of energy beyond their comprehension. It is a window into the bottomless power that is trapped within him. Only drops are what leak out. That is the limited power he is using now. The Dark Guard jumps backward at the sight. His natural instincts to run force his body to move without any decision from his conscious mind. Ember swings his sword across his body, releasing a blood-red slash and replies, "The seat on that throne does not belong to the Lich King. I will make sure of that." The energy rockets through the air, and with no time to dodge, the Dark Guard readies his sword while allowing his body to glow in a bright white light. Its sword grows longer, and its muscles start to shift and grow larger as well. Simultaneously, from behind the white glowing silhouette of the evolving swordsman, the Dark Guard holding its shield comes from behind and puts up its dome of defenses again. An orange barrier is manifested around both of them and is held by the guard with the shield. The supercharged crimson slash makes contact with the outer edge of the barrier for a fraction of a second, but melts through even faster than the sword did before. It crashes into the silver shield, and it is split in two instantly. Next, the crimson slash makes contact with the chestplate of the armored guard, and it is sliced through like butter. The guard doesn't even get to react. The gray soul energy that surrounds its body doesn't stand a chance against this crimson strike either. It seems to be defying the natural logic of soul energy, becoming not only denser, but also stronger as it soars through the air. It melts through and disintegrates everything it touches. The creature is split in two, releasing enormous amounts of dark gray energy, killing it on the spot. The slash continues its path toward the white glowing and expanding guard behind it. However, instead of staying on its straight and unmovable path, a long silver sword collides with the unstoppable strike and deflects it with a single swing. The red crescent flies off into the open desert at mind, numbing speeds and disappears, while the white silhouette of the boss of the strongest Dark Guards grows into its greater form, back in the underground bunker. More and more dark red light seeps out from the cracks in the isolation pod. A ringing notification sounds in my main body's inner ear from the level transfer perk of our soul bond. This is the experience gained from Ember killing the shield user. Level up X219. This brings my main body's level to 1382. This increase in power makes the red energy pulse and flow out at an even greater rate. The entire underground bunker begins to fill with chi and mana intertwined with each other, stained dark red. The pod vibrates and makes the shielding in the room hum and react to its energy output. A very unique soul energy awakening is taking place inside.